The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Namaste, dobre utro, hello, good morning and welcome cricket lovers and welcome back to the National Sports Academy here in Sofia. It's a big day that's happening at the home of cricket at the Veselý Cricket Ground here today because it's the final day of group matches. We still don't know the top four being confirmed and the matches today are very important. The likes of the reigning champions Bulgaria may find that they lose out in the top four spinners, and the Spartans, well, they're coming strong at the right time. I'm Rico Full, you're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the National Sports Academy here in Sofia. What a place. Look, we know all about the Veselý Cricket Ground, which is absolutely wonderful, but all around us we're surrounded by people playing sports. There's hockey, there's football, there's the athletics as well, and it's great to come here every morning and see a lot of people, young and old, participating in playing sports. Absolutely brilliant. The news for the first match, though, remember we've got 5 matches scheduled today in the last day of these group matches. Well, the first one is unfortunate because we're going to see a forfeit. I can't remember the last time that we've seen this. Unfortunately, in the match, whereas the Medical University Plovdiv are taking on Sofia Spartans, the Medical University of Plovdiv have got some issues. They've had several injuries and also they've got a lot of players that are out due to exams, so they're not able to put a team out today. So that match has been forfeited, which is, I suppose, good news for the Spartans. It means that the Spartans that were only just ahead of the Barbarians on net run rate and 1 point ahead of Bulgaria. It means that they get 2 more points and now they've got a little bit of safety between them in 3rd spot and the Barbarians and Bulgaria, who will now be fighting for that 4th spot. And of course we're going to see Bulgaria and the Barbarians a little bit later. So the standings, if you like, and the fixtures for tomorrow finals days are far from complete at the moment. But of course we know that you do want to see some cricket, so well, it is National Toss a Coin Day today. It really is flip a coin day. So well, we couldn't send you to the coin toss, so we flipped the coin and we came up with an all-time classic. We're going to take you back to Dresden on the 2nd of August 2022. You'll hear myself and Tyrone Peters in the commentary box, and it was the team from Berlin taking on Magdeburg. What a match this was. It was an all-time classic, and stick around for it because there's a twist at the end as well. So first of all, the first match today is going to be forfeited. It will be the Sofia Spartans that will pick up the points because unfortunately Plovdiv not able to put a team out. So that is a good result, I suppose, for the Spartans, because that means that they probably will be here again tomorrow playing in finals day. They will get that top 4 finish, but it means it's going to be exciting to see what Barbarians and Bulgarian do later today. Let's go over to that very special match happening on the 2nd of August 2022 in Germany, Dresden.
There's those key names that are popping up on the ICA Berlin side. I mean, Puspoletti, he's going to be right up there. Ken Shetty as well as another key player. So they're going to try, I suppose, to try and contain them to a score. But that score's got to be around about, I don't know, 85 to 90. Yeah. They wouldn't want to give them any more than that, then hoping they can go and knock the runs off themselves. Well, this is what the bat versus ball wall is having to say about this. They're saying that this is going to be like a 98 to 76 to Magdeburg. Obviously, a lot of that is to do with the timeline there as well. And you can see there that the Berlin side, I mean, though they did finish 4th in the standings last year here, they have their fair share of defeats as well. They won 3 out of their 5 matches. But the way they've started at the moment, they don't look below par than any of the teams that we so far. And this is a good opportunity for me. Like I said, a bit like Dresden yesterday, we saw they totally dominated the first match with the bat, and we were saying, well, okay, if the two openers go early, what have they got? And it's probably the same questions here, probably for Berlin. Well, if they do lose 2 or 3 wickets, what can they go on to recover to? And that's what Magdeburg will want to be trying to do here. Try to get those wickets early. And one man who's bowled all the way through is Reddy Budati. If he can get a couple of wickets here, then we're going to see what the true colours of ICA Berlin are.
I really do find it amazing how Reddy Budati is able to gain the pace and bounce that he is off a 3 or 4 step run up. So it's going to be interesting to see as he comes in for the first ball here. Oh, is there bats in there? Bats, yeah, he's told the umpire. He's been given.
Well,
first ball.
Well. I mean, okay, batters are going to say that they've got a bat on it. I suppose they're going to. I mean, I'm not going to say that he doesn't. All I'm going to say is there's a sound. I'm going to say there's a sound, and I'm not sure if the replay will show us anything. And just have a look at this. There's a lot of bat on that. I can see that straight away here now. I know I heard it. You can see the deflection is pretty big. And the umpire thinks long and hard about it. But right towards the end, the decision is given. And it's rough, isn't it?
It is a rough one.
It's a rough one to get one. And it's first ball as well. And that's not the start that you needed. But you know what? One thing it does do is we're probably going to see just how the Berlin side now can deal with this. But it's tough to be a batter, isn't it? Because you get something like that. It's probably the only sport, isn't it, where you get that one opportunity, and if it goes wrong, if you have a bad day, well, that's it. You don't get a second chance.
Well, that's what we were talking about earlier when we were speaking about technology and bringing technology into the game, and I think that's why the review system was brought in, because at the professional level, that could cost someone his career.
Yeah.
You know, so he would have referred that. It was quite heartbreaking because Chanti then, he was running down looking for the single, and as soon as he lifted the bat at the umpire was like, nope, sorry, I saw all pad, and you're out, you know. So great start by the Magdeburg side. You saw how happy they were. They're really looking forward. They want this victory. They're hungry for this.
Yeah, they do, and they've got a good batter in the likes of Puspaleti out early. So this time it's his turn to go early. Last time around it was Arun Kumar. But we do know that he's been replaced by a very good batter, somebody who not just batted very well in the last match, but had a very good game with bat and with ball, and that's why Rohit Grover was the player of the match last time round.
Deservedly so. Rohit Grover, hell of a good cricketer. You can see how he's lined up nice, low hands, steady position. Blocks one. It allows him as well, when they're batting first now, it allows him just to take his time, get off the mark, get set. Although that's what they did the last game. They didn't really start like a house on fire there. Their run rate was, in the beginning, wasn't too quick, but they didn't need to do anything special.
This one is nicely played. It's a difficult shot to play because he goes right down to guide this towards third, but the ball follows him a little, plays it nice, and nice to see the chat getting pretty active. Some people are going, adios to Helix, and some are coming. Pavel Florin in the chat, and also, well, Vinny Sandu is lurking as well. Hello, Vinny, good afternoon to you. Nice of you to all join us here.
Great to see Vinny on the chat, and another question there from Amy. How do you guys keep your stamina up? Well, Rico, that's a question I want to ask you. Like, how do you're a machine, my man. How do you keep going?
There's only one way to answer that, and it's a truthful way. You know what it is? I love cricket. Cricket is on. I love seeing this European cricket matches go on, the European cricket, whatever format it is, whether it's the ECO, ECC, ECS. I just absolutely love it. I love seeing these guys go out there perform. I love seeing the teams like Magdeburg are writing stories that are changing their fortunes. Remember, won both matches yesterday, and here they are again. They're creating something here. They're fighting to try and get another win and fighting to stay at the top of the table. It's just energy, and as you know, I also do my best to try and look after myself as well. So like to hit the gym afterwards and do a bit of thinking. And normally I'm actually thinking about what I want to go back and see when I get back into the room. But yeah, it's love of the game, man.
Unbelievable.
Love of the game, my man.
Really unbelievable.
And tomatoes. Eat your tomatoes.
Yeah, it must be all the tomatoes you're eating. As we see, the Malaga tournament, 12th of September to the 14th of October. How exciting. We got Group A there, a bit of a group of death. Group B is pretty much open. I think Netherlands and Denmark must be the favourites, but don't count out Hungary. Don't count out Sweden.
Yeah.
I don't know too much about Finland, but I can tell you now, there has been a change in management in Hungary, and I know there's some very smart brains that are looking after the guys there at the moment, so I can see them being very hungry. And then Group C, Scotland, Belgium, that's top. Those definitely are the favourites there, whereas...
Yeah, you mentioned them, but don't forget, the likes of Malta doing wonderful things at the moment.
Yep.
We know they've had a fair bit of success in playing some T20 games. Of course, it's completely, I will say, and maybe we can touch on that after this delivery. How important, because we used to talk about when T20 came into the frame and how different it was to the one-day game, and how, it was important to have different players involved and different tactical. Do you see it the same with your coaching hat on with T10 and T20?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. There is definitely a difference there, and you've got to be sharp with what they're doing. But you can always marry the one into the other, because, the way you approach your T10, as we see a bit of a run-out opportunity here, good bit of tag team fielding over here with Randy FanCode whipping it into the bowler, the captain wearing it in the knee there. Good bit of fielding, just pops it. That's what I'm asking for. Get down, use your hands, throw it to your buddy. We don't have to use our feet. That's fantastic fielding.
Yeah, great work. Seti, the captain.
Captain to captain.
Still like the way that Takuma walks away and he's telling himself that stayed low. But look, he's got stamina. Well, whatever he's on, well, he's probably on the same thing as me. Well, he's not enjoying the cricket, but whatever it is, that man who's going through the spiralling there by himself, he's on something. He's got a lot of energy as well. Up in the air, shouts to catch it, but this isn't going to be caught anywhere. Where's this going?
It's just wide of us this time.
Is it coming our way? Well, you were sat down. You were pretty comfortable.
No.
I was just trying to see if I could get you up, but you didn't want to know. No, wide of us quite clearly there, but good hit. And didn't sound off the middle of the bat, did it? Sounded a little bit woody. But look at that. He holds the pose and it says, there we go. Take that straight down the ground. It's another one that Dennis will be snapping away at. Yeah.
So Kumar opens his account with a Maximo straight back over the bowler's head. No better place to hit him. How will Seti respond to this?
This one will be called a wide. Yeah, will just drifting that. That's one thing that Seti's done. And there's always a couple of deliveries that go down that leg side, and you just get the feeling that some of the stronger, more aggressive batters will take the opportunity and put him away there. There's some batters that love the ball on their legs. This one's straight down the ground. It will get fielded, but still, it's a pretty decent hit.
I'll tell you one cricketer that I do like in this Magdeburg side is Shafiq Gulzai. Everything with so much passion. He's got a lot of fire inside him. He was the one that did the diving fielding now to pass to his teammate Randy FanCode, who threw the ball in. But at the end of the second over, well, towards the end, there's one more ball left, it seems. Captain's on. 11 for 1. Grover's facing now. He had a great first game, man of the match. What will he do? Will he be aggressive? Will he take the game to the captain, or will he just see him out here, take another single? Just seems like he's having a look.
Yeah. He doesn't, they just need to repeat what they did in the first match. They don't have to do anything exciting, don't have to do anything dangerous. Just need to get in line, play the shots well, and they put themselves in the same position as they were there. They batted really well. And you'd have to say that the way they won that last match, they didn't really even break sweat.
No, not at all. We didn't need to see that many of their batters. We only got to see 3 batters. So let's see how they go here. Maybe Magdeburg can get amongst them, take a couple of early wickets. They already got 1. As we see Arun asking the umpire for a bit of advice. Don't know what he's asking him.
Bit of advice? Is that on that? Did you ever give a bowler a bit of advice? And the bowler says, umps, what do you reckon?
Well, if I tell you that, I won't be allowed to umpire again.
Well, you would be, wouldn't you? Well, there he goes. That's the advice. And the fielder or the bowler said the umpire, take a hike. I don't want your advice. And the umpire takes it personally. He goes for a run. But he's coming back. No worry about it. And there you go. That's what I'd like to see. Super fit umpires as well. Deep and Vivek are a men out there at the moment. So here we go. Budati back in the attack. That's nicely played. Just tickles this away. Little paddle down the leg side. They'll take the single. And that ball gets thrown in and bumps over the wicketkeeper. Thank you for your lovely comments to Ian Johns, and just appreciating the commentators, the good teams that we have here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, Vinny taking a well-earned break, and it's lovely to have you with me, Ty, and we know that Charlie's doing great work there in Portugal as well. We'll talk a bit more about Portugal a bit later. Remember, 2 matches coming from there again. Oh, there's your foot fielding in, and this time it's the captain, and they will take 2, and now he's overshot the throw, but fortunately it's being well watched and well backed up by the fielders.
Yeah, fantastic. That's again the foot fielding costing them another run. But you know what? As a captain, you can't really, that's the example you're setting. So now everybody else starts doing that. So I don't know what's going to happen. But Grover facing up here. Ready Budati in. 3rd ball of the over. Lovely cut shot. Gets the edge. Got that 3rd man inside the ring again. I suppose for Budati, who isn't the fastest, he does generate lovely pace off the 4 steps, but he doesn't get as much bounce as Mavu. So you can allow the 3rd man to stay in the ring. But when a big man like Mavu who gets big bounce comes on, rather send him back, stop the boundary, because that's the name of the game in T10 cricket. Just stop the boundaries.
Budati flights this one up. It's hit pretty well, and there's a nice shot to play inside the power play with that man inside the circle. And to get into position early, and hits it on the up, and it stays hit. 4 runs. Good shot.
Yeah, fantastic cricket shot by Grover. He looks like a complete cricketer. He bats well, he bowls well. We haven't seen too much of him in the field. He hasn't had to do much. But with the bat, I love the cricket shots he's playing. And that's the key, playing good cricket shots. Oh, he's got the glove. Budati's got him. He walks. He doesn't even hang around for the umpire, which is one of my favorite things to see. But Budati's got his 2nd wicket. And the Magdeburg boys are really up for this victory. Well, they're really up for this game. They're pushing for this victory. But it sounds like I put the mockers on Grovey up, because at the end of the day, he was looking so good, and he's gone for the cut shot. A little bit too close to him, and he's ended up getting the glove straight to the keeper. And he doesn't even hang around to look at the umpire. He just walks off. Yeah,
look, you said you like him as a cricketer, and that's another reason why we like him as a cricketer. He's honest. He knows he's got a touch on this, and he goes straight away. Well done to Budati. He's doing the right things, isn't he? He's 18 for 2. And, Grover, we know he was the player of the match with his performance in the last match. Not only did he bowl very well, but he made 30 very valuable runs and just 18 deliveries. Now they've sent him back. So now we are going to start seeing some new batters. This is really what I wanted to see. I wanted to see that when you got the likes of Grover, that's gone, and Pushpaleti, that's gone. Well, first of all, how can Arun Kumar, who's still out there, handle things? But more importantly, the batters that we didn't see, what are they going to show us? He goes right back and plays. This is a lovely delivery, not wasted at all from Budati. Well, he continues to impress me. Just gets the ball right up there. He's on the money. Fine bit of bowling from him. 2 wickets just for 9 runs. Albeit that his first one was a little bit fortuitous, but still take nothing away from the guys. Bowled really well.
Yeah, as you see the power play, only 18 runs of the power play, and as the Magdeburg guys will be very, very happy with that. First over's only gone for 2, and then the next one's gone for, I think, 9 and 7. So, sitting at 18 for 2, out of the 2 teams, I'm sure the Magdeburg guys will be much happier. But in saying that, RCA Berlin, they've still got their captain at the crease, still got 8 wickets in hand. And in a 10-over game, 8 wickets in hand with 7 overs to go, you're quite happy. If change the mindset.
Yeah.
Let's say we're playing a 50-over game, and you're in the 43rd over, and you got 8 wickets in hand. You're smiling.
Yeah.
You're thinking, geez, the next 7 overs we can go 10, 12, 15 and over. So you've got to just keep that sort of mindset, even though you haven't got the momentum that you would have got over those 43 overs. Let's see, as we see Mavu, the man I was talking about coming into the attack, they're immediately sending the 3rd man back, and they're bringing points into the ring.
Like that. That's sensible. I'm looking forward to this contest here. Because, you've got batters. Arun Kumar, he was out very early in the first bat. So if you've got batters now, which haven't really made their mark yet, this one's just nicely guided and take the... Oh, wow. This was absolutely blitzed in. What a throw this is. And you know what? I'm going to say that if this hits, he's out.
Without a doubt. And this fielder here, I'm just trying to see who that is. But...
that was some throw.
Nikhil Koneri, I think it is. He has been outstanding at points over the last 2 days. I think he's got himself a good 3 run out so far.
Yes, he's picked the ball up really well, hasn't he? He directs the throw in straight. Oh, well, this is a bit lucky. And, almost chops his down onto stumps, but manages to get a bit of bat onto it as the ball goes out to the man on the 45 final leg. So the heat is on a little bit here, definitely. So you can see that ICA Berlin are really having to work for their runs.
Over looking very determined. He gets back to his mark. He's lining up to come against the RCE captain.
Over. Just strays down the leg, and this will be called wide. So that's the one that I think this is the. I mean, when bowlers are bowling that, I mean, I generally tend to think is because they're trying to attack the stumps. They're trying to get the full ball in there. What we haven't seen so much today is that where bowlers are just trying, rather than attack the stumps, are just trying to get that ball maybe a yard outside the off stump and just get batters to play out the off and get the dot balls in.
Yeah, but like, as we were saying, like Mova's got a little bit more bounce and pace than the average bowler. So as we see there, another one wide down the leg side. Sometimes that does happen with the bowlers are trying to bowl a bit too fast. When they're trying to bowl a bit too quick, their head falls over, and as soon as their head falls over, their whole body angles down leg side. You know, if Movu, for example, did bowl that full ball wide outside off, because of his extra pace, just any sort of edge might fly. But if you've got your third man back, it's not the worst option in the world.
Yeah, nice take there by Vivek as well, one-handedly. That's better. That's where you want to be. Gets his radar right this time. That's on the money. Middle stump. And, just gets pushed out.
So Rico, right now, maybe let me try and put you on the spot. Last game of the day. What do you think that the and you haven't seen much of the RCA Berlin batting lineup so far? What do you think they're going to get?
Right now, I reckon maybe around about the 85 score. That's what I'm thinking here right now.
I like that. That's good. And that will bring it. That'll be a hell of a game. I think if they can get up to 85. They should be able to try and defend that, but Magdeburg will definitely believe that they can chase that down.
Yeah, they will. I mean, I think that was the whole point of the change in strategy. I think that's the whole point in saying, right, okay, we want to go out there and we definitely want to have a field. Goes for the shot, doesn't quite get it right. He gets lucky. He doesn't hit this better because, well, Randy Pinko was there and was hunting it down.
And another question, just quickly before we change. There's the question here: are there any teams in the Black Forest? Where's the Black Forest in Germany?
The Black Forest. I mean, I've got to say, I don't know my German history brilliantly, but I know that the Black Forest is well, will they look to take the extras? They do. A bit of hesitation. In comes a throw, and well, they've taken two, so they did get the extra. I mean, the Black Forest. I mean, when you look up parts of Germany, I mean, remember I said to Germany that approximately a third is almost all covered in woodlands and forests. So Germany, the Black Forest is an area which is a massive area, and a lot of important things happen there. I'll give you some facts on it later. Okay. But first of all, let's just welcome everybody into the Jet 1 final. It's the last time here today that we're seeing the last match. It's going to be an exciting one. Magdeburg, they're looking to bounce back, looking to get Berlin where they want them, and they've got them sort of on the back foot here at the moment. Got to keep the pressure on, really. I think it looks like they're going with Randy Pinko to come on here now, so a lot of pressure on him. I noticed they've got that field again, and we were talking about this field they have. They've got that triangle, don't they? They've got the wicket keeper, then fine length and third man, so that little triangle in place there. What that does do, though, that means that if the Pinko doesn't get his bowling right, he's open to gaps in front of the bat, so he's got to make sure he's right on the money. Bit risky for me. I would personally like to have the man that's at square just go around a bit, go backwards. But you can see that they do tend to get it right. There's a few lot of balls that go down to that man.
And we see the captain from Kumar, from the Berlin side, really does look like a little bit of an athlete. He moves quite quickly through the wickets. That's why I think that he backed himself in the previous game to make that single. Oh, he's been bowled. Cleaned him up.
Go. Done him, and you can see the screams of delight. But that's what Randy does, the Pinko. Well, Bodhi Shetty getting the big wicket, and he's got the captain. Kumar has to go. Not able to add too many more in this one, but that's a beautiful delivery. Here we go. Look at this.
I need to stop talking about batters and how good they are, because then he seems to go out the very next ball.
It wasn't a good shot. I mean, if you have a look at the head is all over the place. So, Bodhi Shetty, he's keyed in the number, and he's got the desired effect. Yeah, look, the Black Forest is an enchanting expanse of nearly 100 miles of mysterious beauty. The forest gets its name from dense canopy of evergreens. And there are lots of things in there, like hiking trails. And there's also lots of stories about it being haunted. And the Wicked Witch or Hansel and Gretel, remember?
Yeah.
So, but it does stretch a long way from the town of Baden all the way to the Swiss border. And it's known for its trekking, biking, and winding roads. And on the way, you'll pick up and see lots of waterfalls, quiet meadows. So it's a sort of an oasis. It's sort of forest type of oasis.
And what animals are in there?
Well, now you're asking.
Yeah, because I'm from Africa. Like, I always want to know about the animals.
There's no lions, there's no rhinos, there's no giraffes.
But are they like wolves and
Oh,
bears?
yeah, for sure. There'll be wolves
So you
in
can't
there,
just
there'll
go
be deer
camp
in
out
there.
there and think, okay, sweet, it won't be fine.
I mean, people do camp out there, that's for sure. Nice shot, nicely based, straight in the hands.
Good
And
fielder.
what a great bit of fielding. I mean, is that your man again?
Yeah, he's so good, man. He's such good. A bit of a rocket arm. Nikhil Kuneri just can't be taking that on. Look how cleanly he picks it up. Great style throwing, and I wonder if that was going to hit the stumps. The bowler's done the right thing there. The batsman was going to be
Yeah, he
back.
just wants to stop that, doesn't he?
Randy coming in, ball 4. Oof, this one he pushes a bit too wide. And that's Shankarappa.
Yeah,
Is a new batter at the crease. We haven't seen any of him today, so he's going to be itching to get out there, itching to get a couple out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we see into strategy of new players. So Jariwala and Shankarappa, we didn't see them with the bat at all first time round. The 3 that we did see are already back. Last time round, Arun Kumar was the one who didn't do too much this time. He was the last man to go.
Bowled. As they just scamper through for a single, there's a big hole there on the mid wicket. And you know what? Randy's winning there. He's quite happy. You're giving away a single, not the end of the world. So far, he's bowled 1.1 over. 5 balls, and he's got 1 for 2.
Yeah.
So he comes in again to Jarwala. Well bowled again. Beautiful line and length. Anybody watching out there that wants to learn how to bowl when you're under pressure and the batsmen are going hard, that's where you bowl. Top of the stumps. Beautiful line and length, hitting middle stump. As we can see, Jariwala, it's the end of the over, but if you just watch how he's holding the bat, he's got a very open face of his bat. And we find now the score is 29 for 3 after 5 overs. And if you're Magdeburg right now, you're really happy.
Yeah, you're very happy. And just think that when they went on and rolled out for 57, batting first against RCA Berlin in the match before this one, at the halfway point, they were on 24. So you can see that, that unless Berlin really get going, they're going to be struggling to put any real score on the board. We're getting a few people chipping in with the talk about the Black Forest. And thank you to Vivek Davda, who's saying no dangerous wildlife in the Black Forest. So
1800s, he says, the last time there were some bears out there.
I reckon there might be a few snakes and things in there, but probably maybe not the dangerous ones. I'm sure they are. But yeah, there'll be a few wolves. What, you fancy it, do you? You fancy having a bit of a camping track in the Black Forest?
Well, I'm not that much of a camper, but I do like nature hugely. As we see another beautiful ball. Gulzai, this is the man I was talking about earlier. He's got so much passion inside of him. Yesterday, whenever he got a wicket,
yeah,
he was screaming on top of his lungs and really getting into it. So starts off with a beautiful delivery, just slowly shaping in. Bit of a hack across the line by Shankarappa, but he's got the single that he desired. I see it on the chat there. Someone's asking for Saga to turn on the beast mode. I would love to see what his beast mode is, especially against Gulzai, who, if he gets him, will show his beast mode. Big shot down the ground. Maybe this is what he was talking about. Horns! That is huge over long on.
Well, this is, that somebody obviously knows him. Well, there he is. Well, that is the beast mode. So, Raja Shankar, you obviously know something about Sagar. Tell us some more. That's a big shot. That's going a long way on that Sagar Jariwala. So, that gives Gulzai something to think about. But he's got to keep... I mean, all right, he's hit a big shot now. Interesting for me to see what he tries to do here next. Well,
he bowled him.
There you go. That's what I was interested to see. And unliking that from Gulzai, he says, there you go. He might have hit me for 6. Now it's my turn to knock him home. boof, he says, like a stick of dynamite. So that's it. That's what I was interested to see. Was he going to be smart? Was he going to say, right, I've hit one big six, and now you know what, I'll just respect this ball? No, he wanted to go big again, and this time he clanked the ball back onto his stumps up, and there he goes. Well, Gulzai, he pulls the cord, and it's dynamite time. Boom! He knocks the stumps over. I'm liking this. This contest is very much alive.
Gulzai showing his fire. I think he turned on his beast mode once he got the wicket there, as we said he would. Question there in the chat, Rico, when are we going to be going to Frankfurt? I was asking you that question earlier because I remember at the ECL earlier this year, I had the privilege of umpiring quite a few games of the MSC Frankfurt, I think they're called.
Yeah.
They had a gun team, I must say, a couple of very good players.
Yeah, we're going from here, we do go to Crefeld, which is a magnificent ground. It really is. It's like a performance centre. It's top quality stuff. But to Frankfurt itself, I don't think we actually go to Frankfurt. Now, whether Frankfurt are going to be involved in that European Cricket Series, I'm not too sure. But look, folks, you know what you can do. You can go into the European Cricket website, europeancricket.com, and all the information is on there. And Crefeld may be on there now. You may be able to click on and see which teams are going to be playing in that one. I'll try and have a look through myself, see if I can find anything. But in Frankfurt itself, or at the Frankfurt ground, we won't be playing, well, certainly not this year. There's no series there. I mean, the cricket that we have in Germany will be 2 weeks here in Dresden and 2 weeks in Crefeld.
Have we had a series in Frankfurt before?
I think so. Very early on we did, yeah.
Always a big shout. It's got to be pitching outside leg. The batsman's giving a bit of a Friday runs through. His first ball's a leg bar.
Yeah, takes that one a bit on the knee, but what I like about Gulzai's bowling is he goes pretty wide and really just trying to angle this ball in. Particularly works well to the right-hander, maybe not so well to the left-handers, who probably are, if he gets it wrong, able to work it around the leg sides. But certainly the pressure definitely on the Berlin guys here now. They need something to happen. They need one batter really to get going.
Bowl him again, Gulzai. There we go. He drops the bomb and sees the explosion. Shafiq Afghan. Actually, that's just Shafiq Gulzai is his name on the sheet, but Afghan on the back of his shirt.
Yeah.
He's got a lovely celebration there. He drops the bomb and he sees the explosion. There we go. Boom, bam, bam, bang.
This is really good bowling. This is what I was talking about. This is what he does. He goes pretty wide, then angles the ball in. And then, well, when he knocks the stumps over, he pulls the cord. The dynamite goes off. Boom. Shaka. Yeah, I'm really liking this. This is such a good shot. You can see there, Sahil Sethi, just in the picture there. He's just trying to keep the guys calm and saying, okay, guys, this is a great start, but look, let's stay with it. Let's not throw this away. What a start it is. 37 and 5 wickets down now at the 6 over mark.
And there's your answer, Pashata. There's your answer from Vinny on the chats. Thank you so much, Vinny. We were there in 2020. Just this year, the Canada's very, very tight. We would love to go back there. I would love to go see Frankfurt. I've only ever been to the Frankfurt airport. Actually, my only time in Germany before has been in the Frankfurt airport doing a connecting flight and the Munich airport doing a connecting flight. So, so great to be out of the airport. They let me out finally. And I'm here in Dresden. Beautiful weather. Looks like a beautiful place. We're just a little bit outside the city. So I would love to go go see some of the city at some stage when we get a gap. As Randy comes in. FanCode.
Down the leg side, but he's got protection out there. So Mahandani, he gets himself off the mark, and he's joined out there by Javaji. Needs something to happen, but it's not going to be easy. I mean, you've got Randy FanCode. He's keying in the right numbers at the moment, isn't he? And he's making this hard work. Where these valuable runs are going to come from. Well bowled again. Angles this one in to the pads of Javaji, who just manages to block this out.
I really am enjoying Randy's length at the moment. You know, his line does vary. That was angling in towards leg stick, but his length is fantastic. It's not allowing the batsman to get forward, and then he's in doubt whether he should push back because it's not short enough for him to push back. As he comes in again, ball 3, swinging it in. Batsman somehow chops that back down to short third man. They run through for a single, quick single. So 2 new batters at the crease here. Delicate time of the game, really delicate time. This could go either way because at the moment, the Magdeburg boys are on top. But 1 or 2 big overs here, and we can see that score get up to 80. Left hand on strike. Wide, that's it off. Too wide.
Yeah, too wide. And Mahandani just allows this to go by. So it's valuable runs there. That takes 40 on the board. Look, I mean, what you're saying to yourself here now, but bear in mind that wickets have gone down as well, 5. They'll be looking, let's say they finish around about 42, 43 in this one. 3 more overs to go. Maybe try and get at least 10 and over. They then take themselves to a score around 75 odd. But again, they're going to have to be spot on with their bowling because as we know, Magdeburg, they did put 76 on the board batting first. So it's going to be, this is really going to be some match.
Well, in order for them to get up to 80, they need 12 runs and over.
Yeah.
From here on in. So Randy coming in, ball 5 of his second over. Chops it back, fantastic delivery again. Again, there's the length. Oh, he's just given away the single. Gulzai charges in, looking for the run-up. But as much as they gave the single away, it's not the end of the world, although I'm sure Randy would have liked to have kept Mahanandi on strike.
Mahandani, yeah. The thing is, though, I mean, again, I think the next few overs, the key is, I mean, win the first match, it was 57 all out, Magdeburg. So they, in ICA Berlin's mind, they'll be thinking, okay, we know what we can do. We know we can get these guys, but they're not going to give them too much of a comfort zone at the moment, are they? Whereas if they get to 70, 75, they'll be thinking...
A little tricky.
Yeah, it becomes a bit more tricky. But they've got to get there first. And they are struggling. Well...
Field change.
FanCode, he thought he was done. He wasn't done. He said, come back here. You've still got a ball to go. Beauty, absolute beauty. He sees Javaji coming down and bangs it in short. It goes past him. Look at those bowling figures. 6 runs conceded in the 12 deliveries he's bowled, and he's picked up a wicket as well. Fantastic.
Yeah, really good to see. I think in the 7 overs that have been bowled, I think we've seen 2 maximums. I don't think many more. I mean, 2 maximums and a boundary. So as we see tonight's games, night 13, final round robin matches. Match 29, Coimbra Knights versus Lisbon Capitals. That's a bit of a wooden spoon match. I know Lisbon Capitals guys have been really working hard to improve themselves and build the depth within their side. They're missing 1 or 2 players. Coimbra Knights, I know Junaid Khan's been really good with the ball, and he's actually stepped up a little bit with the bat.
Yeah.
So that's going to be an interesting game. And then the last game is Marlow Qualanders versus the Lisbon Capitals. And I hate to say it, but I just do not see the Capitals being able to get over Marlow.
Marlow are a strong team. I remember Marlow. I mean, Marlow and Gurkha, they were the teams that were keeping things going up there. And then Oaris, who, of course, not playing this time round, flies it up, hit down the ground. And
hit the other batter.
Does this hit the non-striker on the bat? I think it does. And
no one says anything, and they're just carrying on.
Let's have a look. Well, it's purely...
Oh, no, it's just a big bounce.
It doesn't hit. It just goes past him. He's done well, actually, to avoid it. Thala. It's a miss-hit. They're going to try and take 2 here. I think they're thinking about it, and, well, they decide not to. Yeah.
Good on by Randy.
Yeah. It's a good decision. You don't want to be... No, I think the key thing is here, you need to get the hustle on. You need things to happen, but there's 1 or 2 players you don't take on, and we know that Puduchetti, he's not one to be messing around with. Thala floating it up there, so he is giving the opportunity for the batters to maybe get 1 or 2 big shots in, but batters have to back themselves. They've got to get the footwork going. Mandani just going with the singles. It's very much being tiki-taka here at the moment. The boundaries have just not come. We've just seen just a handful. This one's hit pretty well, but once again, should be fielded, and it has been. No problems.
Now, Magdeburg definitely are the happier team of the 2 at the moment. And just quickly back to the Portugal, I just want to give a big shout out to the crew out there. You know, Maximilian running the show out there. What a magnificent human being. And I know he's had a bit of issues out there. Oh, short ball, pulled away. Will we see another boundary? Yes, we will see a boundary. They've been few and far between this innings. And the left, I was just bowled too short to the left hand, and that's a Cardinals, and you don't bowl short on left-handers hip. most 99% of all left-handers in the world, that's just money for jam.
Yeah, I mean, that's the ball that they need. That brings up only the second 4 in the innings, 2 4s and 2 6s. Valuable runs as they get close to the 50 mark. Nicely played.
Thank you guys in the chat. It's as they said, nicely played by Mahanandi. Mahanandi. Thank you guys. I'm getting there slowly.
Yeah, you'll always get nice helpful tips from everyone. So thank you to the people on the chat that are helping us out there. And we're even saying, look, they're giving you an idea that Mahanandi. There you go.
Yeah, fantastic.
Now, how long will we remember that for? You're going to write it down somewhere?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to just keep that chat open there for now and then just scroll up and down when I need it. But 2 overs to go. The score's on 50. Current run rate 6.25. Mahanandi has got to make something happen this over. As we see, I think the captain's coming back onto bowl again. On his legs, got the flick this pad. Oh, run out chance.
Oh, they're asleep. Batters are asleep. They've got to be going there. And, he needs to get going here, doesn't he?
Yeah, without a doubt, something needs to happen. There needs to be a couple more boundaries. They're not going to be able to defend the score. They need to get this up to at least 70.
Yeah,
that means 20 in the next 11 balls.
At that point there, as soon as that ball's passed in, it's time to go. Well, this is a good hit, and it could bring up the boundary. Well, it does. It's 4 runs. And to me, from a distance, it looks like the field has skipped over this. What do you reckon? I mean, he's jumped over something. Here he goes. And, well, what?
No, why dive?
What is he? I mean, he's not trying to put his foot on top of that ball and break his foot. Surely not.
Well, that's what would have happened if he landed there. There would have been an ankle.
So dangerous. Valuable runs, though. So, well, the man, Mahanandi, is going. He's hit a couple of good shots. Oh, and he goes down the ground. This is big ball. Volley. Kinna sona. Shaka lagya. And just like that, well, maybe it's come a little late, but these are massively valuable runs. What a hit. Well, he's enjoyed that one, hasn't he?
Powerful, man. If you bowl in his area, he's going to hit it. When he hits it, it stays hit, as they used to say.
Yeah, Mahanandi saying, give me another one just there, he says. Well, I told you, if he uses his feet, the shot is on. And, well, it's not like Seti to be bowling runs. This is a snick. There's a noise here, isn't it? Or was that the bat hitting the ground?
The bat was too high.
Seti is definitely wanting it. There's some noise, but I think it may have been, well, maybe what we're hearing there is the bat on the ground. This angle probably won't help us at all.
You know what, a cardinal? You know what? A little trick I like to use as well. Watch the batsman here. Watch his head. Watch where he looks. Look. There. Did he catch me?
When he's looked straight behind. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's normally is a giveaway. So, well, we will never know. The fact is, it's a dot ball, and this is another. And behave yourself. I don't like that.
Yeah, I hate that.
I don't like that.
I don't like that at all. At the end of the day, leave the umpire to do his job. You there to bat, you bat.
Yeah.
The bowler's there to bowl, he must bowl. Umpire's there to umpire. Let him do this. You know, he's the judge. Let him do what he has to do.
Yeah, I mean, because he's lost his shape and his balance, he has no idea where the ball is anyway. I mean, that was nowhere near a wide.
He's played that out
pretty well. Actually, did his time beautifully. And that's what I'm going to say to you. You know, you've got a bat in your hand, use it. If you're swinging wildly and missing the balls, don't blame anybody else. This is a really good shot. This one may have been playing with that wide line, but he's actually played the shot. He's waited for the ball. He's timed this beautifully, 4 runs, and that turns out to be a very, very good over. So just like that, they're on 64, so they're close to that 70, which we said it would make it interesting. 70 to 75, game on.
Yeah, we got a game here, and Seti will be upset with himself the way he's finished his spell. He's been a great leader, and you know he's bowled beautifully up until that over. That over went for quite a lot. Timed the teeth out of that thing. It was fantastic batting behind Mahanandi. But now, the guys in the chat, they're giving me a go about the way I'm pronouncing these names. Now, again, I said I come from South Africa.
Yeah.
So, if I type out a couple of African names for you and I must ask you to pronounce them Tlantla or Tamisankwa, things like that, I want to see you be able to do that. Because this is all new for me.
Yeah, I mean, I like the ones with the sound effects. You do it so well. And I remember, this is a good shot. This is straight down the ground. This is one of the shots of the day. Look out, watch out, who's ever in the tower. And I think that'll be Kiriel's. What a shot this is. This is absolutely beautiful. He absolutely mullers this. And over it goes. You all right up there? Give us a thumbs up. You know, we like to know you're fine. That's a big hit. And who's up there? Talk to me, somebody. I want to see a thumbs up.
You're live.
Let me know you're okay. Okay, oh, I'm liking that. It's time for the hearts.
Legend.
We're all okay. That was a good shot. 70 on the board, 5 balls to go. And this recovery has come right on cue.
Moving again, short ball, a sort of big uppercut through to the gap. Should only be 1. Will they turn for the 2? Yes, they do. Randy gets the ball in.
Excellent running.
Good arm. But 2 runs to the scoreboard, and they're making their acceleration at the right time here. They could have maybe done it over earlier, but you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. It's a great shot. Let's see how they go.
Yeah, that's a good bit of cricket all round. Mova. Oh, this is nicely played. There's going to be 4 more runs. You're not going to catch it once it gets past you. And Mova strays slightly down the legs. And I said earlier
shot.
that there are some batters that will put these away. That's a delightful shot. Maybe the fielder, you can say there, when he sees this coming, has to get a dive in early. But well, that just races past that man. Lovely shot.
Old school leg glance there.
Yeah.
Lovely to see. Just those little flick off the hip, I mean, just flick off the legs. Fantastic batting at the moment.
It's really well, and they should try and take 2. They turn. Well, one of the batters is interested. But in the end, he gets sent back. So to get a single. 77 on the board. 2 balls to go. Well, I said 85.
You did?
They haven't quite got to 85, but I also said that they want to be looking at a score between 75 and 85, and they've done that. They've opened this game up. The game is alive. Down the ground it goes. They'll take 1.
Well, a 6 gets them to 84. I see someone in the chat asking, please, 83 and under. 1-6, come on, 84.
There we go. Huge delivery. It's the last one. He hits it pretty well. It's out the middle of the bat. It's going all the way. Bole. What a hit. What a strike. Qué grande, qué genial. Eso es de partido que me gusta. Eso es de deporte me gusta. Qué guay. Eso es espectacular. 6 carreras, manos arriba. Eso es 1-6. Absolutely fantastic. What a way to end the inning.
A great partnership at the end of the innings, and you know, these 2 batsmen are going to walk off the field. They're going to go sit in the tent. They're going to be like, boys, what's going on? I think we need a promotion in the batting order. You guys were scratching around out there, and we just find in the middle of our bats.
Sensational. It really is sensational. And look, when they first went out there, you could see that they struggled to get bat onto ball. But look at those last few overs. Look, I'm going to tell you how it went, because that one went magical from Mova. Can you believe it? You know how well he's bowled. Then Sahil Setty's, his over went for 14. That is 34 off the last 2 overs. And just like that, they've got a score on the board, which they'll be thinking, yeah, we can do this. Well, of course you can. 84. Now, 84, remember that number. We had that earlier today, didn't we? As we have a look at the highlights. But it started off all about that man, Budari. He did bowl well. He picked up 2 wickets. Well, there was some big shots there on the way as well. But there was always a twist in this one. Always a twist. And how about this one? This was brilliantly done. That's the wicket they wanted, because that was Grover. We know he was in fine form, and it was Budari doing the damage. And then, well, it was time for some fun and games. We saw the 6s were being hit, but the wickets were falling as well, and that was what we were talking about at that time. That was Sagar. We were saying, well, we know he can hit it well, but is he going to have the patience to wait? He doesn't. And there were explosions all over the place. Gulzai, well, he was turning on the style as well. But we knew there was always going to be a twist. And it was a point there. But that was when I think these 2 guys towards the end had to get going. And, well, Mahandani, he played beautifully. He waited, didn't he? He waited to unleash. And when he did, he played some delightful shots. And he was supported beautifully by Javali. What a partnership that is. And what a way for the final day to come to a climax here. Well, this is the second last innings of the day, and with 34 coming off the last 2 overs, 84 is on the board. And 84, can I just tell you, was a score that Dresden scored in the first match of the day, and it was the ACB Corella Kumbans who knocked them off with a ball to go right at the end. But that is the score that we got on here. This is a scorecard. And once again, it's all down to those batters really there towards the end. What a marvellous partnership that was.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Before that, only the captain had got above double figures. And then you see the two batters down the bottom here. 24, 15, and Javaji, 22 off 10. It's a fantastic strike rate of 220.
They came together with a score of 37. And
yeah,
that goes to show just how important that was. And they did it pretty quickly. When you look at the bowlers, I mean, up until those last 2 overs, everybody was doing really well. I mean, have a look at Randy Potashari, the pin code, Randy pin code. Well, just 6 conceded, and he picked up a wicket. Excellent bowling also from Budati. He was fantastic again. He's been in fine form. He went just for 9, and he picked up 2 wickets as well. 7 runs at Gulzai. He gave away, picked up 2 wickets. There was no wickets for Thala. He just conceding 9 runs. But it was those, like I say, it was those last 2, the last overs that Sethi and Mova bowled. That's where all the runs came from.
Gulzai is going to be having a word with his captain as he walks off the field saying, you know what, Skip, come on, bro. I got 2 wickets for 7 in 1 over. Where's my next over? You saw my explosions.
What's that about? You know, you tell me, what is that about? But
don't you like my explosions? Is that why? I'll pull it out.
All I know is this, that this final match of the day, match number 8, is going to be a tasty one. It's going to be, I think, a climatic end to the day. So ICA Berlin batting first. They don't quite get the big score that they would have liked, but I think they've got to be thankful that they've got to the 80s. 84 it is. Hey, I said 85, by the way. I just want to put that out there.
No, you
so
did.
we've got a big finish coming up here. Join me and Tyrone as we come back to see if Magdeburg, if they can pull off a win here and win their 3rd match and go back to the top of the table. We'll be back in about 10 minutes' time. Volvemos en 10 minutos. Hola, muy buenas tardes y bienvenido de final partido de día y de segundo día aquí en Alemania, in Dresden. Hello and welcome to the final innings to this FanCode European Cricket Series in Dresden on day 2. It's match number 8 and it's very, very evenly poised. We saw a spectacular finish from ICA Berlin which took them to 84. So 84 is what they finished on 5 down. So target becomes 85. And Magdeburg, well, they want to have a good start. But the key thing for them is not to lose wickets. They've got to keep wickets intact. And one man that they'll want to see them all the way through is Portischetti. It is Randir. So Randy FanCode. Can he do what he did yesterday? Starts well. That's actually a good ball to bowl to him because he does like to take himself away down leg side. So it's very important to try and get the ball right up to him. To try and get him to hit straight. I will be trying to say to my bowler, right, when he's on strike, I want you to get him to drive the ball. Rico Full here. And alongside me, once more, is Tyrone Peters. Welcome back.
Thank you, Rico. 100%. As we've seen from Randy, he does like to play the cuts and hook shot quite often. So pitching the ball up will force him to hit him down the ground. You know, and Grover's definitely going to be pushing that because he wasn't so successful with the bat. So we're just trying to hope that he can be as successful with the ball like he was the last match.
Thank you, Marla. Now, we know he's already shown that he's a very competent batter. He was the only one that led the way with about 24 he scored. But he didn't get too much of the strike, and what was happening a lot of the times, he was at the other end and wickets were falling all around him. So these two have to make a good start. Rohit Grover, though, with the ball is always a tricky campaigner.
Randy lines up again. Well bowled. Beautiful delivery. There's that length again. Actually the same length that Randy was bowling, now he's receiving.
Yeah.
He didn't know whether to go to forward there. Didn't get a stride in. Wasn't short enough for him to push back. And it was just a tame little patter into the mid-wicket leg side of the field. And it was an easy stop. Grove in again. Beautiful delivery. Randy smashes him straight over his head. And as Rico would say, bowley, bowley, bowley.
Well, this is a delightful shot, isn't it? He gets the width that he wants, doesn't he? It's right up there, and he gets a good swing on it, makes good contact, and it goes all the way. Lovely jubbly, nice shot. Like the way he kept his shape there. Doesn't lose his shape. And look at that, he's fixed on that ball until it comes down at the other side of the fence. Big shot.
Big bottom hand again there. Grover in again. Slow end duckers, good slow ball, sees him coming, he just pushes it into cover, well adjusted by Randy, goes for the run out, good backing up, definitely a bit of tension out there in the middle, could go either way at the moment. You see the Magdeburg boys definitely believing a lot more, they've definitely gained a lot of confidence from those 2 wins yesterday, sitting top of the log.
It's amazing the difference it makes once you start winning matches.
Oh, bold.
Yeah, just dropping short of the fielder. No run. That was a close one. That was one that I think that's Mandani has done good work out with the bat. And he was close to taking that. And in the first over, so they will get 9 from it with that dot towards the end. And just to remind you, that this is a number on the board now for golden balls. Matches without a golden ball, and just to remind those people that are probably not aware of the golden ball is when in these T10 matches we play, if the scores are tied, then it comes down to a golden ball, and basically it means that 1 ball will be bowled by any bowler, 1 ball, and any batter that has not been out can face it, and they need to score 2 runs. Score 2 runs, and the batting side win. Don't score two runs, it's the bowling side wins.
And you think that it would be in the batting side's favour. It's only 2 runs. But when you look at the history of the golden balls, the bowling side dominate.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't start that way though, did it? Oh, that's the beauty. It's a nothing shot, this. Yeah. This is a nothing shot. It doesn't play at this at all. I'm not sure what Portischetti is thinking. He just hangs the bat out there and hopes for the best.
It's almost taking the top of his off stump. It's a lovely delivery. That's where you want to be bowling. So Portischetti is fighting Narisetti.
Yeah.
Narisetti, Anvesh coming into bowl again. Is he going to get charged? Oh, well bowled.
It's a nothing shot, and Portischetti just hangs the bat out there. But with the field set the way it is, there's nobody that close to be anywhere near taking his cut. So he gets lucky, does the FanCode. It's a nice start this from Narisetti. And it looks like they're making a change here. They're setting the field here. It's very important to just spend a few moments to get this field set right to the left-hander. Well, they were bringing the 3rd man up, but now they decided not to. So looks like that Kumar's decided he's going to come in to the 30-yard circle instead. The bowler, I don't think he's particularly happy with this field. He wants it differently, but the captain says I'm the captain. This is what I want. Just bowl to it.
Tangarilla losing his shape a little bit there, hitting on the inner half of the bat, just getting that single through. And it seems like the Berlin boys are quite happy to give the single away for now. So the run rate required is 8.6, 8.7 and over now.
A lot of support for the batting side here at the moment. Magdeburg, 1 or 2 people saying they hope to win this. And it's a good delivery. Loving the shape of this. One thing that, I mean, we've talked about the bounce in the pitch today. I think the ball has come through a lot quicker. There's also been a lot more movement. Look at the shape on that. That's a good delivery.
It's well bowled, and this really bowling a fantastic over here at the moment. He's only gone for 2 runs in the 4 balls that he's bowled. So as much as the first over was quite a good one for the Magdeburg side, they're finding themselves under the pump here with all those dot balls. 8.88 now runs per over required.
Yeah, but look, while that man is out there, they haven't lost wickets. Anything is possible. So nicely played. It's a better shot. He actually goes through with it. They should be thinking about 2. And they decide not to in the end. Ball to go in this over from Rossetti. It's been a good one, hasn't it? That's just the 3rd run that has come from it. And if he can avoid being hit for a boundary here, he certainly would have served his team very well in this over. Anyway, that rate just, well, it will go past the 8 mark, depending on what happens on this delivery. So much at stake here. The umpires just sorting out the stumps. Good time to shout out to the umpires as well, Deep and Vivek. And also Bashar being absolutely brilliant here today, led by the tournament referee, and Stefan Gooch. Avinash as well. Hits this firmly and chases on, and I think this will go to the boundary, will it? Yes, it will. It's a full run, so he couldn't avoid the last ball being hit before. How huge this is, because, well, if this ends up just being a 1 or a 2, it makes a big contact on the game. But going to the boundary, it just helps them. It just helps them keep in touch with that rate. That was a very important shot. Have a look at this table very quickly. You can see what they're playing for. The team that wins this will join Dresden and at the top. And Magdeburg, if they win it, well, they can go clear of Dresden. They could be right at the top there. So much at stake. And, well, Berlin, they would love to try and keep a track of well, Dresden, a team that they know very well, and Magdeburg be joint on points with them. But Magdeburg, they're hunting, finishing 2nd day of this series back on top of the group. Can they do it? Well, at the moment, why not? 16 without loss. Roper comes back into the attack, and this has been hit pretty well. It's short, and it's been hammered. I think this just bounces before the boundary. I think this will be 4 more runs. The umpires are just waiting to see and get confirmation of this. I don't mind this. Look, it's just dropping here, and yeah, 4 runs. A good shot. I'll just ask Dennis Oroz. He knows all about it. Come on, Dennis, 4 or 6? Tell us. He says, hang on, let me have a look at my camera. And yeah, that's 4, he says. Don't worry about it.
Grover needs to put his runs back here. He needs to get this ball a little bit fuller. Keeper standing up. So will he charge him again? No, short wide, that's it off. And it allows Randy Pincoat to just slap him over extra cover for 4. Allows that bottom hand to come through. Randy's a very big bottom-handed player, so you need to be getting that ball top of all fuller. The keeper's up now, so he can't really come out the wicket without there being, come out of his crease without there being quite a high amount of risk.
Yeah, you don't give him room. That is what it's all about. You cannot give him room. You give him room, he will put it away. He's shown that before. That's what he was doing yesterday, and we've seen he's a completely different player if you get the ball right up there in the block hole. Again, that's room. He'll put it away. You cannot bowl short outside the off. He's going to pump you to the boundary every time. You can see that there's a few fingers being pointed at the captain saying, look, you put a man up there, but look, no, this is where I think the bowler's got to learn. You're bowling too short, you're giving too much width, you're inside the power play, you haven't got the fielders to play around with. It's not good bowling, this from Grover.
I think another perfect example why they call cricket the great leveller. You know, Grover was man of the match the last game. He couldn't do anything wrong. And now all of a sudden, he is in big trouble here for conceding another boundary. He's gone for 21 in 1.4. Didn't do too well with the bats. It's amazing how this game humbles you.
Yeah. There's a lot of noise coming from the Magdeburg guys as well. Really trying to support their their batters out there at the moment. Gets the dot ball in there. That was a better delivery. That's where he needs to be to put his head up full and straight. Will he get it right again? And he gets hit down the leg side, and it's going to be 4 more. And he's so dangerous, isn't he, Botticelli? I mean, you have a look at him when he's out there, and you don't think he's going to hurt you too much. But his hand and eye coordination is absolutely spot on. That's another boundary.
You know, this is no disrespect to people that wear spectacles, but you don't often see someone that walks out there with glasses on that is as aggressive as Botticelli.
Yeah.
Smashing them to all parts. He's moved his score to 26 now of 13 balls.
What an over.
Striking at exactly 200 with the ball to go. Hit that down the ground for 1.
I don't mind this because what he's done, he takes a single. He's going to go back and strike. That's fine. 33. So you can see that they're almost double at this point where Berlin were. So it's a great start from them. Berlin now are going to be looking around, and the captain's probably be looking at saying, right, okay, come on, who wants this? Who's going to make the difference for us here? I mean, they had bowlers that bowl really well. I mean, Rossetti, I think he was a good bowler. He could come in there. I mean, he's bowled 1 already. I think you've got to give him this one, and then maybe you go for somebody like Nagasai to bowl. But
well, I'm going to make a call right now.
Yeah, go on.
I want to say that the RCA Berlin boys are going to win, and the reason why they're going to win is because they're going to bring their spinners on now, and they're going to bowl 4 overs of spin from after the power play to the, the 7th over.
Okay, so you're saying spin to win?
Spin to win, especially when you're defending a score. It's unbelievable how many times spinners win the game for you. Listen, I could be miles off, but I was very impressed with these 2 bowlers, Naga and I'm trying to find again the other bowler's name here was Shetty, of course. Ketan Shetty was unbelievable. So there's Naga, first ball, gets pushed out to backward point. Who's on the boundary. I'm not too happy about that, but you know, at the end of the day, the captain's got to do what the bowler asks for. So looks all of a sudden like he's moving. It looks like a short fine legs going to a deep backward square. Short third man's moving away to a 45. Oh no, square legs going to 45. And they're keeping the short third man. Oh, sorry, it's a left-hander on strike. So all the way around.
Yeah, Mahanandi, Naga on his back. He's just counting the fielders. He says, yeah, okay, that's fine. You got to be inside. He doesn't want to make the error of making too many people outside the ring.
He's left the covers open. So he's obviously backing himself to turn one through the gate here. Tangarilla's going to go leg side catch. He's just chipped that. One run short of Grover, who looks to have a go, but there's no one backing up, so they're happy to give away the single.
Yeah, a bit of a smile between the bowler and the fielder. And there's still a fair bit of discussion happening here. And I think Arun, the captain, saying, you know what, keep him up. The bowler's not quite happy with it. I don't mind that. I mean, he has got a bit of protection behind him.
Catch.
In the air. And he's going to get lucky. He's going to be wide of Kuma. He gets the throw in. So the spin is straight away, you see, no, the pace isn't there. So whereas if that was a quicker bowler, the ball is probably going to find its way to the boundary. This time around without the pace on it, it doesn't.
Something about left arm spinners when guys are going after them. They seem to always have the upper hand. As I say that the left-hander just whips it off his hip, going for the single. The keeper goes for the run under the bowler's end. Oh, and it just hits the batsman in the back of the head.
Yeah, but it's caught.
He just dusts it off and walks away.
He's okay. He's going to be all right. No worries at all. Yeah, just tries to fire in the quicker delivery here. And then the bowler.
Oh, how was that one, Mr. Umpire?
Yeah, it hits him on the shoulder.
He hasn't changed
direction. Ain't changed his direction at all. But that's the one thing, though, with Mandani here. I mean, when he's bowling, he's got to get behind the stumps. He's just standing sort of there on the pitch before the ball gets thrown to get behind the stumps straight away. A tip for all of you younger viewers. Botticelli, he wants to go big. It's a short delivery. Oh. He hits it high in the air, and this is going to stay hit. It's big. It's sick. It's a Gandhi ball. And, well, he could have put this wherever he wanted. He stands tall, and he hits this. It's a flat back hit straight. Big. 6 more.
Naga, what are you doing, my man? You've dragged that down. Anybody's going to hit that out the ground. Pitch it up. Take the pace off, and let's see what happens. You got 1 ball to go. Yeah, get yourself a wicket. Although Randy, fantastic shot, Randy. Unbelievable shot there, striking at over 200 at the moment. Hold him!
Got him!
He's got him! Come on, Naga, bring him back in the game.
Naga gets the wicket, and it will be 43 for 1, and maybe perfect timing. Speaking of timing, well, first of all, it's welcome to all of you that are enjoying the cricket here, and also it's a very big and warm welcome to our partner. We have a new partner. We have a new timekeeping partner. It's always nice to have new partners. Oh, there we are. Look, I love this time of day because it's almost like we get a different wallpaper behind.
Magicalness in the background.
Yeah, so official timekeeper, Frederica Constant. It's always nice to have new partners as well. And it's always nice to have a new face out here from the European Cricket Network because Diana, you want to come in and say hello? Your camera's shy now.
Are you sure, Dennis? Come on.
All of the I think the Oros families are very shy. Diana, she would run a mile if you asked her to come in here. She's very shy, and looks like Dennis is exactly the same. Look, welcome to everybody. I hope you enjoyed the cricket here today. It's day 2 here in Dresden. Day 3 coming up tomorrow. Been some really exciting matches, and this one with that wicket down. Well, what do you think now?
I think it's going to go down to the wire. Honestly, I was hoping that we would see the extra spinner come on now, and we get the spin twins bowling in tandem.
Yeah.
As we see our new sponsor, our official timekeeper, Frederica Constant.
Yeah, very good. So it's always nice to have a new partner involved, and well, European Cricket Network is very proud with the partnership, and that it is bonding together with consistent. So here we go. Well, yeah, I'm surprised like you. Spin does the job. You stick with spin, right? You don't. This will probably be a wide. It is. So wide is called.
Also, Shetty's last over, he bowled a triple wicket maiden. What did he do wrong? Why is he not getting another go?
Well, it could be, tactics, the captain here thinking, well, you know what, if I can squeeze this one in here,
yeah,
and then see where that leads.
100%. Must be. It's got to be something like that. Because Chandu's run up and bowled, started with a wide. Tangrila, you know he can hit a long ball. We saw from the first game. As we say it, that's a beautiful cricket shot. Is it going to be caught?
Oh, he's dropped
him.
He's dropped him and he's gone for 4. Oh, wow. He's absolutely livid with himself. That was a massive opportunity. The catch goes down. Well, yeah.
And worse, did he just tap it over the bar for 6? Or was that
no, 4? It just bounces
Still
before.
4.
But, well, that's Chanti Puspaletti. He's a big player. And you can see he's livid with himself. How important could that be? Nagasi does come on to bowl. He could have got a wicket straight away. And,
oh, that's 6.
Goes for it, and this one is going to go all the way. This is rubbing salt into the wound. And Tangirala, we know what he can do. He hits the ball sweetly, and he's probably decided, well, okay, if Randy Pinko is gone, it's time for me to start hitting the ball big. Well, that is sweet out of the middle. What a lovely shot. He walks up to it and crunches it straight down the ground. What a shot.
That's a magnificent cricket shot, Rico. You know, I love how they got their nicknames in their back as well. So Girish has just walked down and played a fantastic drive over long off for straight down the ground. No better place in the park to smash it.
Full toss. It gets stopped by the fielder, who's then, I think, unnecessarily really fires the ball back in after making a good stop. So this was a good stop because I think if that gets past him, it's going pretty good pace. It would have been a long chase for the fielder. That's on the 45 to get there.
See, I do like the fact that Kumar has put himself back. He's gone into the circle now just to have a chat with the bowlers. I'm not a big fan of a captain standing on the boundary. So he's gone into the circle, and we need a wicket. Well, the Berlin boys need a wicket right now. Over cuts it straight to point, no run. One thing with batting with Tangrila, with Girish, he isn't the most mobile character. It does look like he's carrying some sort of injury, but he isn't the most mobile. But when he's on strike and he just shimmies down the wicket, it just smashes the ball out the ground.
Well, I mean, with those 2 big shots, I mean, that rate is now less than run a ball. It's under 6 required per over. You can't see. It's down the ground once more. This one should be fielded. It is by Puspaletti, who put the catch down. I mean, how big would that be? Because just remember, he did drop Tangirila, and that was when Nagasi had only just gone for 1 off that first delivery.
Under 6 and over required now. Oh, bowl Nagasi, fantastic delivery. Much better line and length there. Tangrila Finding himself in 6s and 7s there, plays across one, almost gets the edge, top ball.
Yeah, I mean, he held his nerve pretty well there, didn't he, Garcia? Because, I mean, look, when you think about it, in the context of this match, I mean, that catch is taken. You've got the two main batters that Magdeburg have back in the shed, and then you know you're back in the match. It gets dropped, and then the next ball gets smashed over for 6. But he does really well to keep his calm, keep his nerve. He doesn't let his side down. So now, what's the throw of the dice here? I think they're going to go back to Naga. So Mandani is going to bowl his second. So maybe that's the plan here. He'll bowl this one, and maybe Garcia will bowl the next, or will they go for Shetty back straight away? I think before there's too many more runs on the board, Shetty has to have a bowl. 56 for 1, 5 overs down. Short.
Oh, it's got a bit of turn there. It's ragged it a little bit there.
I mean, this is absolutely gripped. What a ripper. But the keeper, he's got a smile on his face. Sankarapa, oh, look at this.
Oh.
That has done something sensational.
Morva hasn't got close to that one. He could have had another bat in his hand and he wasn't going to hit that. Just well bowled. Just taken off.
Credit to the keeper.
Yeah.
I mean, Amar has got something on that to stop it. I think that's gone past him. The man at third would have had to do really well to stop it. Short. Oh, well. Just dropped a bat on it. What do you think of this Mandani's bowling here now? Is he trying to bowl a little bit too fast?
It looks like he's bowling a little bit quicker. I think he was a bit scared of Morva coming down the track at him, but he's got to be very careful to Tangirala, because he, you know, if he tosses one up here, the left-hander, it's spinning straight into his arc. So he must be careful about his line here. His length, his length is important, but his line, he can't get too straight to him, because if he gets too straight to him, it's going to be in his arc.
I just think he's been a little too short, and I think if he's short to Tangirala here, he's going to get smashed down the ground again. So he's got to make sure. I mean, me here, I'm getting this pretty full, and I'm going to try and keep the pace really off it.
It's pretty crazy how they were only able to get 58 the last innings, and now they're on 57 for 1 after 5.3.
That's the delivery.
It's a beautiful line and length there.
I like to see Sidon to see if he if he's at the crease here. Is this a stumping opportunity? I wanted to see. Goes for it.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, it is.
Missed opportunity.
Bold. No, there shouldn't be a single there. Really, the bowler's got to be rewarded, especially at this stage of the game when the run rate's gone under 6 and over. Bowler should be getting rewarded for that magnificent line and length there. And Tangirala has just been able to push that into the covers and get an easy single. 2 balls to go. Morva on strike. Naga comes in. Well bowled. Yorks himself.
Very well bowled, because you can see Morva moving around before he bowls. He goes one way, goes the other. He's trying to put off to Mandani. Mandani just gets this one, drills it in, full length, Yorker length. Good ball.
Naga, a very confident man, as you can see. He's got 1 ball to go. He batted so well today. Let's see how he can finish off his spell. Bowling!
Gets the wicket, and that's the ball. Right up there again. Yeah, you got it. Yorker length delivery. And he turns round and looks at his captain and says, yeah, that's the one. It is. I mean, they got Morva. And Morva, I think he's just decided that he's going to go after this no matter what. It was too full. And there you go. He says, there you go, guys. Thank you very much. And he gives us the old fist bump. Well, look, I tell you what, you're right. He did bat well. He's bowled very well here now. He's taken the second wicket. And if this does go the way that you say you think it's going to go towards ICA Berlin, then he certainly is going to be a contender of player of the match.
I just wish that Kumar didn't change the bowling all around. It worked so successfully the first game. So I'm a big fan of don't change something if it's not broken. You don't have to fix it if it's not broken. And so far we've seen 4 bowlers used and we haven't seen Shetty. And it doesn't look like he's coming on now at the moment. Looks like Sompela is coming on. Sampali. Sampali is coming on.
Sampali going to have a bowl, and I'm just trying to keep an eye on. So we got good batter that's coming in there as well.
Vivek, man of the match from yesterday.
Yeah, but I'm still. I mean, Sampali, there he is. He's lining up to have a bowl here now. But it is interesting that you've got a bowler in your lineup who they couldn't get any runs off. He hasn't. Maybe he's retired.
Yeah,
Maybe he's retired. Maybe he thinks there's
Maybe he
no
got
way
injured.
I will ever bowl this again. I'm going to retire
Finish
on
off
one
on a half.
over, no runs, 3 wickets. I'm retired from bowling. Maybe that's what it is. And he's thinking, I'm never going to do better than that.
Left arm to left arm. Sorry.
Launched.
Oh, man.
Big. And it goes all the way, 6 runs. What a shot this is. And this man, you know, Tangirala, the more I see him play, the more he amazes me. I just reckon he's got so much more to give. And we have not seen the best of him so far. And what a shot that is. He doesn't even want to have a look at him.
Yeah, he's saving the best for now. So well played again. Down to third man. Are they going to turn for 2? No, only 1 when Tangirala bats. He doesn't take too many 2s because he doesn't really need to. When he hits the ball these days, it's staying. He's smashing it out the ground. It's really impressive to see how his batting's improved. Yesterday he looked okay. This morning this afternoon he looked pretty good, but now he's looking sensational.
Yeah, I mean he's played some lovely shots here today. He really has. And what I like about him is that he can just switch. He can just press a button, pick up a gear, hit some big shots, and then go back to that calm mode again, saying, right, I don't need to do that anymore. And that's why I say, if he gets somebody out there that can give him a partnership, they're going to score runs because he's that sort of player. Sampali, he's under a bit of pressure here now. Where he's going to bowl this one to the new batter, Vivek. Vivek does well, plays it, thinks about the single, says wait, and yeah, that's a good shot because Tangirala, he's not going to get there.
Yeah, good dot ball, yeah. Maybe Sampali can prove me wrong. Yeah, I was just really hoping that we could see some more spin. I'm a big fan of spin bowling. And Sampali's bowled, I think it's 4 balls now for 7 runs. It says 3 balls, so let me just back that. Cut shot through the covers. No man back there. That is another boundary. I'm afraid that I could be miles off with my prediction. But good for Magdeburg.
What a lovely shot this is. I like this. Well, Dennis Oroz is taking the pictures. Well, they like his pictures so much, they're falling at his feet. Have a look at this.
And then he gets him.
Come on, take his picture, Dennis. Take the picture. He's probably saying, I can't. He's too close. Good shot. Lower delivery, picks it up, and it's safe. It will bounce a couple of times before the fielder gets there, takes a single. They're doing this. They're doing this, Tyrone. They're doing this. That's the 70 on the board.
Yeah, batting beautifully.
And it's just been sensible. And, well, maybe 1 or 2 of us thought, perhaps, is that a bit of a weird toss to win and say we're going to field first? Well, it proves to be a smart play from the captain, Sahil Sethi.
The Berlin boys definitely need a bang-bang right now. You know what a bang-bang is?
A bang-bang?
They need a bang-bang. 2 wickets and 2 balls. Oh, a ball. That's a good delivery. Just played all over that one.
Dot balls will do, though, won't they? Dot balls will do.
Yeah, dot balls will do. But Tangirala got himself in a little bit of trouble there.
But, look, I mean, let's just take a quick focus on what we're having tomorrow. Dresden again are the early boys. And, every time they play early, it's well, they're the 50% team at the moment. Win 1, lose 1. And they're taking on RC Berlin. Berlin, well, they don't want to be known as the 50% boys. They know that if they can get this victory here, then they will go. Well, they'll get 2 points. They'll get 4 points to their name as well. But they're right up against it at the moment. And then we got the Karela Kumbans coming back, taking on a team that we saw on day 1, Victoria Berlin, and they, as we know, pulled off a remarkable victory against Dresden with that 6 from it was from Hussain off the very last ball when he smashed it for 6 and sent chaotic scenes around the ground. Well, we saw that again here today, and once again it was against Dresden. Once again it was Zadran who was the bowler. It's just sensational stuff that's happened in this series already. And you know what? We're only into the 2nd day. And, okay, I give up with the bowling. I don't know what's going on here now. I can't understand it. I cannot understand it. And the only thing I can think about is that I'm right, that Shetty, he has retired from bowling because he's decided after bowling 1 over, no runs, and 3 wickets, that's it. That's his lot. He wants to be remembered that forever. And, Seti back into the attack. Not a good ball.
Not a good ball at all. It must have flicked his pad.
Well, no wide there.
Yeah, he's called. They said he flicked his pad.
That's caught something on the way through.
Must have been pad, otherwise it's out. So yes, he's got away with 2 dots here. Narasetti, can he bring his team back in the game here? Good Yorker, that's 3 dot balls in a row.
You know, this does remind me, I'm going to say this. I mean, I said to you yesterday when Magdeburg was surprising everyone, I said, look, they're a team that they got so close to winning matches. They've been in this situation before.
Yep.
And they've thrown it away, and nobody could believe it. I think it happened a couple of times last year. So they know better than anyone. They've got to finish it off. It's something they haven't been able to do. This one's played down the ground, so single gets taken.
14 required from 14 deliveries. Got to back the betting side considering they got 8 wickets in hand.
Yeah, you've got to. But so much for me is depending on Girish Tangirala. He has to stay there. He has to finish off the job that's been started. Here he is on strike, 26 of the 15 deliveries that he's faced. How will he play here? What will he do? What's going through his mind? Is he going to panic? Is he going to press the self-destruct button?
Shot.
Plays it nicely. So at the moment, he's not panicking. He knows he doesn't have to do anything silly. He can see the scoreboard. He knows what the message is. Tiki-taka will do it. Singles will do it. This is one time that his own teammates will say, you can do tiki-taka for all the rest of these deliveries. Just bat or ball, get the single.
Just get us home.
That'll do. You can see it there on your screens. It's run a ball. That's what we're at. Narasetti, can he finish his spell well? It's hit down the ground. It will be 1 bounce as it goes to the fielder. Deals with it nicely. And we'll keep it to 1. So Narasetti does come on, but he's not able to get the wicket that they need. Akhil Javadi doing the fielding there. End of the over. So we move to 73 on the board. It's a nice over, I have to say, but it's wickets that they need. So now, all right, here we go. I'm going to, you with your coaching hat on now, so you know what the scoreboard is telling us. 12 runs in 12 balls. Are you saying here with the number of wickets in hand, right, you know what, this over is where we want to win the match. As in, I'm not saying this over is where you want the 12, but this over you want to look to get the 8 or the 10 100%. And just leave a couple in the last.
100%. That's just the standard procedure, especially you got 2 wickets in hand. So don't be surprised if the first 3 balls they do something special to try and get those boundaries, which also opens up the door for a wicket. But again, there's no Keaton Shetty coming back onto bowl, so it's a bit of a heartbreaker that he must be injured or. Got to trust the captain's decisions right now. You know, we never know what happens. Nagasai comes on and gets wickets. He's a hero. But as we said, Vivek goes, it's a great bit of fielding by Nagu.
Dot ball first up. And that's our man, Negi. And well, he's had a good day so far with the bat. He got them, and remember, he got them the valuable runs, which is why this match is still happening.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, that partnership towards the end between him and Javali. He made 25, Javali 22.
Well bowled. Oh, don't call it. Well done, Mr. Umpire.
Well, the umpire here.
Oh, run out time. No, well done, well done. What
happened? The umpire thinks about it, and for a moment I'm thinking, and now the
no, he's just explaining. No, I didn't give it. Don't worry. Just settle down. Look, he has a look. No wide. The bowler dives across. It's getting crazy out there.
Side. That's 2 dot balls, but that's 2 dot balls. So this is not going to plan at the moment.
12 of 10. Nagasai doing a great job for his team so far. Big ball 3.
Well, there's a vote on the chat. It's in the air.
Catch.
Can he get there? No, they take the single. Vote on the chat. Get involved. Can Magdeburg get the win? Yes or no? What do you think? Well, you can have a vote on there.
I voted.
You voted already?
Yeah, I already voted.
You committed early.
I had to stick to it, so that's why.
You committed early, yeah. You voted. Well, we're being asked to say something. I'm not going to say it because I don't know what it means. I could be committing myself to something, and I could also say it wrong. So look, you put it up there.
You tell us what it means.
Yeah, well, that's
Tangirala.
Maladi saying, please say. Good ball.
Bold.
What a delivery this is. Well, this has surprised everybody. What an over.
One of the over.
An over.
No worries, Judge. Here's another dot ball. You can say it's my one dance for the
Ooh,
over.
that is spicy. That is feisty. Nagasi. Hey, who's going to bowl the last over?
I want to say Shetty, but
Who's gonna
I don't know.
I tell you what, if it is Seti and he ends up going for just a couple, well, we take everything back, Skipper. You know exactly what you're doing.
In the arc there, it looks like they're just going to concede the single.
Oh, well, look,
Now we go. If this next ball's a dot ball, we've got a hell of a last over on our hands. Look how it all turns. The ebbs and flows of T10 cricket. One good over, and everything changes. With the bats, one good over, things change. Now with the ball. Can Nagasai finish off his over? Close it out.
Whatever is happening here, he's thinking boundary. He's got to. He does. He hits it hard, and
Stop it.
He's going to go to the boundary. Well, he had to go for this. He knew it was the last ball over. He swings hard. The fielder does get a hand onto it, but he's not able to stop it, and he gets the 4, and that will take a lot of pressure off going into last. It's a runnable 6 needed. But look, can I just remind you, it was only 6 that came of that one. So this is going to be spicy. Here we go. The golden balls that we've had in 2022. You can count them up. Tell you something, there's been quite a few happening in Portugal as well. In fact,
I witnessed all of those.
3, and you were there for all 3.
Even the one in Madrid, I watched that one as well. That's insane.
Yeah, Madrid, we were there. Of course, that was the one at Cartama. I was there for that one when Madrid United, they played their 3rd golden ball in their history, and they had a good record until Madrid CC beat them. So here we go. This is what it comes down to.
Is it our man?
I think
Tell me it's Shetty.
Yeah, I think it is. It's
Yes,
Ketan
it is.
Shetty.
Come on,
They have
Ketan.
left him to bolt the
Gee
last
whiz.
over.
He's only got
Ketan
6
Shetty.
runs to defend.
Now, I mean, the reason why we're surprised that he hasn't bowled earlier, Ketan Shetty, when we did see him bowl, he bowled 1 over. He picked up 3 wickets. He did not concede a run. And he never bowled anymore. And here he is. He's a 1 over specialist. Has not conceded a run today. Picked up 3 wickets. And he's got 6 runs to play with. Here we go. First ball.
Just
Hits
one.
it well.
Just one. Get down. Get it in. Turn. Okay, it's only single. Tangarala, he don't take singles or boundaries. So that's how he deals. Now we've got Vivek. Vivek was a hero yesterday. He's a fantastic wicketkeeper. He's pretty tidy. He was man of the match yesterday. What can he do? Can he handle the no pace of Shetty?
5 runs required.
First run Shetty's conceded today.
It is, yeah. I mean, you're probably thinking, see, I should have retired. I'll tell you what, if he pulls this off, well, he's not retiring. And if he pulls this off, I don't think they're going to catch up with him. Ketan Shetty, here he comes.
Vivek goes on the sweep shot, bottom edge.
He just makes
Almost
sure.
got bowled.
He just, you see, he had to adjust himself slightly. He just made sure he gets the bat onto the ball. 4 off 4. Any boundary wins it.
I really like how Shetty changed his pace in the air. Smart bowler.
Tangirala on strike, the key batter. This is the wicket. If this goes now, anything can happen.
This is the ball. This is the ball. Something's happening in this ball.
Something's happening. Short
Catch.
is in the air. Is an opportunity. All the pressure on.
Yes,
They have
got
taken a
him.
catch. Shetty takes a catch. Tyrone says this is the ball. It is the ball. He doesn't get this one out of the middle. And Javaji, he takes the catch. Well, there you have it. And this one just creeps up onto him. Goes for the big shot. He doesn't get the boundary that he wants. So the wicket goes down. A dot ball. So 4 required from 3. And look, you got to, first of all, let's just focus on the innings from Girish Tangirala. I mean, he almost sees his team home. I mean, what a fantastic knot that was from him. 29 of 90. Remember, earlier here today, we did see him score 24 or 20. So he is the man that's kept him in this match. But he has to depart. And once again, it's Shetty that does the job. He picks up his 4th wicket in the day, thanks to that catch taken. And, well, it is now pressure time. Javaji, he kept his cool and takes the catch.
Well, here comes one of my other favourite players, the backward point. Fantastic backward point, great arm, Nikhil Koneri. But I just love the attitude of Shetty. You know, a lot of bowlers would have come on and been like, you know what, Skip, what is this? You're giving me the last over, 6 runs to defend. What did I do wrong the last game? But he's come on, okay, no worries, Skip, I've got this. I'm going to come do the job for you. so far so good. He's gone for 2 of the 3 balls.
Tell you something, Aaron
and picked up a
Kuma.
big wicket.
Yeah, Aaron Kuma, if he pulls this off, he will say that he is the smartest captain ever.
Yeah.
Because we kept going on about this. Well, at least we're right. At least we're right that he should have bowled. But the thing is, if he bowled earlier, if he bowled when both the spinners when Nagy was on, maybe he wouldn't have got this far.
Exactly. That was my whole thinking as he comes in. Shetty. Shot straight to the field. They brought him in close, but they did squeeze the signal.
Thinking of 2, they're wanting to go for 2.
Run out time.
And he decided not to, and just as well, it wasn't going to happen. So to get a single, where are we at now? I believe that's 3 of 2 balls.
Some real close games coming up here.
It's not going to finish with 6 of the last ball.
I don't
again.
know. Well, Vivek,
Surely
you never
not.
know with Vivek. You know,
Surely not.
He's not really that built, but he
Ooh.
can smash it. We saw yesterday. You know, you're like thinking, how's he doing this? But if it's short, it's going to go. I'll tell you that now. If it's short, it's going. He needs to do that nice, slow, pitched up ball. Let's see Vivek try and sweep it again and go through the gate.
Here we go. Vivek. What's he got left? Has he got a big shot? He goes for it. Doesn't quite get it. They've got to try and they've got to take him on.
keeper's end.
They have got to
Run out time.
go. He hesitates.
No,
and
bowler's
what
end.
is happening here? Oh, they messed it
Yeah,
up.
he's got him.
They've messed it up. If they went, they would have got the 2. They've messed it up.
Panic stations.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Press the panic buttons. The siren is going off. Woo, woo, woo. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. If they'd stuck to the guns and run, because the throw goes to the wrong end, it would have been it. It wasn't the best of throws either. The wicketkeeper, I don't think, was going to be in play in getting the run out in his end. And the batters.
Good arm, man.
Oh,
But
look at this.
I think there's trouble
What is he
either
doing?
way. I think there's
done?
trouble either way.
Oh.
Rick, I honestly don't think there was ever 2 there. You know, the poor Vivek's been run out. Listen, it didn't cost them a run.
Hey, listen. You
didn't
know
cost
what?
them a run.
You know where we are now, don't you? You know where we are now. It is 2, okay? 2 runs of 1 ball.
Oh,
A
golden ball
single
territory.
gets us to a golden ball. A single gets us to a golden ball. Oh, wow. Here we go.
Yeah, but you do know that Coneri's on strike, you know, and
Yeah.
he does handle pressure well, as you've seen him at backward point. He's got a gun arm, but that's got nothing to do with how he bats.
Golden ball alert. That's all I can say. We've had 5-2 in favour of the fielding side here. 7 golden balls we've had this year. We've had 3 in Portugal. Are you the golden ball magnet?
I'm hoping
Are
so.
you
but
the golden ball magnet?
To be honest, I love golden balls. They're magnificent, but this Shetty guy, there's something about him, man.
Here we go. Last ball.
Toss it up, nice and slow. Toss it up, nice and slow. Take all the pace off it.
Coneri is just...
Coneri's going to be coming at him.
There he's thinking, he's looking. Well...
Because he can't be thinking, I'm going to get 2 here. He just saw a run out. He's thinking, I'm burying this out the ground.
Okay, everybody.
Hold tight.
Shetty. He's been expensive. 4 runs.
What would Vinny be saying? Strap yourselves in.
Here we go.
Oh, hang on. Come on, Shetty. Don't be that guy.
Shetty.
I like it.
This is why not. Look, this is only just putting pressure on the batter. Why not?
Calm and aware.
Here comes Shetty. Don't bowl a wide after that. Comes down.
Slow.
He gets
Only
hit.
a single.
And
Hold on
what's
to
the
it.
They got one. They're going to go for 2, haven't they? Well, they decide. What are they doing here? What are they doing here? Well, I've seen the craziest stuff happening. Well, the scores are tied. They take the single. The scores are tied. We are going to golden ball. Finally, it has happened. Tyrone, you are the golden ball magnet. You come from Portugal.
3 in 2 weeks.
Where's you seen 3? Golden ball coming up here. Okay, come on. All right, pause for a moment. So this is where we are with this. So scores are tied. Once again, I mean, I don't know what the batters are doing there. You've got to decide as a batter whether you're doing this or not. I think there's no point deciding it when you've taken the single and having a conversation in the middle. It ain't going to work. But anyway,
but also that runner,
they mess it up.
Look,
they mess it. Look, I think what he's trying to do is I stay here, then when I come, you go.
It's like action cricket.
And I think it was a dummy from Shetty as well. Shetty makes it look like he's running down the other end. It doesn't happen. So here we go. Stefan Gooch is out there. He's explaining the rules to the teams, and I shall explain them to you. So basically, there's going to be 1 ball to be bowled. Any bowler can bowl the ball. Okay. Now, if it's a wide. And if it's a no ball and all of that, it has to be bowled again. Let's just put that out there. So you can't just bowl a one and say, there you go, done.
Give Shetty the ball.
And then the batting side, well, only batters that haven't been out can bat, and they've got to get 2. I mean, Okay, yeah, I'm with you. When you look at what's happened here lately, especially with the wickets that have gone down, you can't see where they're going to get to, how they're going to get to.
But especially Canary just run himself out.
Canary's
Yeah, so he's gone. He can't bat.
That I couldn't believe. So, okay, so now there's a... Here we go. This is the crazy thing. Look, the take is single. So he's waiting there and waits and waits and waits. And then the other batter goes the wrong way.
There's no
he
way
said,
they're
hey,
going to pull
you're
this off.
supposed to be coming this way. And we cross. Look, they do cross. So, oh, wow.
So he's out. So Canary's actually still in.
Canary's still in,
Canary's still
because
in.
they do cross. So that's the important thing. Well, it's all getting excited. Well, we're all getting excited here. We've got our golden ball
Yes.
finally. And, well, I tell you what. Can we just do this to Vinny? Na, 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 na. Because Vinny Sandhu has been waiting for a golden ball for how long? I told you it was
Vinny.
down to Vinny. Vinny talked about the golden ball every day and wanting it. And I said, stop talking about it and it won't happen. I told you, Vinny, I was right. With Tyrone, we have a golden ball. And so, 2 runs required. And only a batter that hasn't been out combat. You think it's going to be Canary? I mean, who else can it be?
I don't know who
Do they
else it
have
can
somebody
be.
else?
And also, you want someone that's been out there already. So it's definitely going to be Canary, one of them.
Yeah.
Looks like he's taking gloves off and changing some stuff now. But are they allowed to take things? Oh, well, don't worry. They're all looking after
It's
them,
exciting.
mate.
All right, you're saying you would get Shetty to bowl this, right?
Without a doubt. Why not?
What about the other spinner bowl really well as well?
I think Shetty and the skip, they don't see eye to eye. You know, the skip's like, no, you've done your job. Get out of here. Someone else is going to bowl.
Yeah, I mean, what about, Nagy? You want to go with Nagy?
Well, the thing is, again, I would definitely bowl a Turner.
Yeah.
It would definitely be one of the two, Nagy or Shetty, because they've just got more control.
Yeah.
And a lot of the batsmen, you know,
Well,
it's that whole adage of the hard ball, you've got time to think. Now the slow ball,
the other
you've got
thing
time
is for
to
me,
think.
the other thing I'm thinking, this is pressure. Somebody who just handled the pressure really well, right, is Shetty.
Yeah, man.
So why put pressure on somebody else? Just give the ball to Shetty.
Well,
So,
Narasetti looks like he's going to hold on to the ball here, number 51.
yeah, Shetty's going for it. So
So it looks like Shetty's been pulled. A little bit of shepherd's hook on Shetty. Breaks my heart. But, yeah,
do you think?
I think,
I don't know what they're
who would
thinking
you
here.
vote for, bat or
So-
ball? Because a lot of guys are saying ball. I say bat.
So they're going for. It looks like they're going for.
No, I say ball. Sorry, I say ball.
They're going for Narasetti here.
Yeah, I don't understand.
They're
Like,
going
what?
for Narasetti, which look, hang on a minute. Let's have a look at Narasetti quickly. We'll just have a quick look. What he hasn't bowled badly, but I think if you're putting pace on this, the ball can go anywhere. Just quickly have a look. Narasetti, he's bowled right, no wickets, right, and he's gone for 10 on his 2 overs. So he hasn't bowled bad, but he's going to put a bit of pace on the ball. And I reckon if you're swinging on this, you get a bit on this, it's going to sail away. I don't think you want to put pace on the ball.
Shetty has bowled 1 over, which was the last over, and he's gone
I'm
for
with
5.
you. I'm with you.
I don't understand.
I'm with you. For me, it has to be Shetty or it has to be Nagy. It's got to be the spin.
One of the Turners.
No
Slow.
They're
Take
deciding
the
to
pace
go.
off.
They're deciding that they want a bit of pace on this. So here we go. Who's facing?
Who's facing?
Who's the better on strike? Who's on strike?
Looks like Conchapu. Srikanth Conchapu.
Kunchapu. So that here we go.
And
Kunchapu.
he's looking to hit this out the ground. He's not hanging around here. Look how he's holding the bat.
2
It's like he's chopping wood the way he's holding that bottom hand.
required for victory. Day 2, Dresden is finishing
Who
in
you got,
climatic
yeah?
fashion.
Who you got? Yeah. Come on,
Batting,
the bowlers.
batting.
Come on, the bowlers.
Here we go. And, well, they're going to have
No
to run
two,
hard.
no two,
They've
no
got
two,
one.
no two.
Oh,
Oh.
he slipped.
He
slips.
slips.
He comes. Oh, it's a bad throw. Will he get
Yes,
it? Oh, it's
well done.
It's a
Who is it?
direct hit
It's
from the
Shetty.
fielder.
It's Shetty.
Shetty. Can you
Shetty,
believe
come
it? He
on.
says, I don't need to have the ball. I just want it. He gets it. He gets a direct hit. Oh, that's incredible scenes.
Oh,
Absolutely
amazing.
incredible
Amazing.
scenes. Oh, well, would you believe
is
it? Absolutely fantastic. And, wow, you got to spare a thought
Oh,
for our
wow.
guys out there.
Oh, wow.
What a win this is. So it is ICA Berlin win the golden ball. Well, just have a look at this again.
Unbelievable.
The class of Shetty here, because they mess it up. The throw comes in. I'm not going to say the throw was good or bad. The bowler can't take it. And that man there, well. Ketan Shetty picked it up. Direct hit. It had to be a direct hit. Hits the stumps. They win the golden ball. Spare a thought for our friends, though, as well, because you know what? You know we love them. And USC Magdeburg, they have been brilliant, and they did everything right here. They took it away. Here we go. Watch
Crazy.
this.
Shetty's
He gets
backing
messed
up.
up. Shetty, that is amazing.
He's off
And you know
balance.
what? He could have just passed it to the bowler.
Take it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love it. Well,
Shetty is the boss.
this is absolutely fantastic. And congratulations to ICA Berlin. They make it 2 out of 2. They do the double. And that is just unbelievable. And I know the chat's gone absolutely crazy there as well. Yeah, I mean, there's a few people saying bad luck to USC. Yeah, it is bad luck, but you know what? I mean, there's so many things there. Shetty was the man. Look,
And
there
the
he
batsman
is.
slipping,
He's a hero.
And the batsman slipping. Oh,
The
it's
batter
heartbreaking.
slipping as well. I mean, if he doesn't slip, does he get there? I think maybe.
He probably is going to get there. But I just want to mention one thing.
Go on.
To be a guy like Shetty, so you got to be humble. You got to be showing loads of humility, because so many bowlers, after performing like he did the first game, triple wicket maiden.
Yeah.
Then he gets thrown the ball when it's almost all hopes lost with 1 over to go and they need 6.
Yeah.
He gets us to the. He gets Berlin to the golden ball.
Yeah.
And then the one thing I will say was brilliant there. They had just moved Shetty there to short cover, and they had moved Nugga out to backward point.
Yeah.
So Shetty's in there. He then goes for the backing up from the bowler, and then while he's off balance, hit the stumps for a wicket. And he didn't get upset. When the captain said to me, "You're not bowling the super or the golden ball." Okay, no worries, Skip. I'll go to cover. I'll do the job for you.
He hits the stump, falling back. It's quite amazing. Look, this is what's coming up tomorrow. ICA Berlin, well, they're going to be up, and they're going to be on a high after that. They've won both their matches here against the Magdeburg. They're up against Dresden. Dresden are winning and losing one, and the 2 matches they've lost, they've actually lost off the last ball.
Yeah.
So they've never been able to get to a golden ball, because whenever it comes to runs needed the last ball, the batters come in and smash the ball for 6. And then we got ACB Karela Kumbans. They're coming back to face FC Victoria Berlin, who we saw on day 1. And Berlin, remember, they had their own chaotic victory against RC Dresden, hitting the 6 of the last ball to win as well. They're 1-1 at the moment. Tomorrow is going to be a sensational day. It's going to be a day that Magdeburg, well, we're not going to see them. They're going to have the day of rest, and they've got plenty to reflect on. But like you said, and you've been saying, it just goes to show just how quickly the sort of tide can change in T10. You know, yesterday they were the heroes. Everything was going their way. And yet today, I mean, especially that last match, things have been cruel for them, haven't they?
After 6 overs of their chase, it was only 1 winner. I was sitting here saying, oh, well, the vote was coming up, and I was thinking, well, I have to stick with my vote here because I already said it. And Shetty was nowhere to be found.
Yeah,
and they got closer and closer. And then once Tangarala went, you felt like, oh, hang on, they're in with a chance.
Yeah.
Then there was a great second last over. Last ball gets edged down for 4, and you think, oh, well, you know, it's definitely Magdeburg's game here. And somehow Shetty got them to the golden ball.
Somehow.
And then with a run out, crazy run out right at the end.
Crazy run out. Let me just go through to tell you how things went here. So over by over, 9 of the first, and I'm going to talk about these as you're looking. 9 of the first, 7 of the second, then 17. Grover, remember that over?
Yes.
He went for 17. 4th over went for 10. 5th over went for 13. It's the 6th over. Well, that was an excellent one. Only went for 2. Then the 7th over, 12. 8th over went just for 3. The 9th over went for 9. And the 10th over went for 5. That's where they pulled it back. Then that was the key thing. Shetty, though, coming on, just only giving 5 away when he had 6 to defend. And that we knew something special was going to happen. But at this point, you just thought that it wasn't going to... I mean, look, he was hitting them for fun. And that was a pin code. He was batting so well, but that was a wicket. They needed to get him. And it was Naga, the man who did it. He was the man I was talking about that maybe could have come on to bowl the last. This one hurts you, doesn't it? Because it's a catching chance. He puts it down. And, while
he buried straight off it again.
Well, while Tangala was out there, you just thought there's no way, maybe. Well, that was a good wicket to get. This one's been smashed out of the middle. It's going, and it stays hit. They needed to get him out. They needed to find a way to get him out. What a lovely shot this was as well. Through the covers, 4 runs. They always were in this. But this was very much what they did last year, and I really feel for them in a way. But I'm glad too, because they have picked up some victories. They won both their games yesterday, but once again, that sort of bad luck that goes their way came their way once more here today. Tangala, though, you have to feel needed to finish it off, and well, this was there was a couple of issues here also with some of the running. I mean, the running here, when you go back to these 2 runouts that there were, I mean, if only they had got themselves on the right wavelength, I mean, anything could have been different. But this was another one that is here. They
Watch
just
how
don't
smart
decide
though,
what they're doing.
He doesn't let the ball go. How many times in European cricket, watch it?
But
normally
I like
they turn and throw.
Shetty starts going that way. He convinces the non-striker what he's going to do. Then he comes back. Yeah, don't forget that. I mean, we're talking about the 1 wicket he took. He was also involved in very instrumental in the runner. And you know what? He does a hat-trick of good things, because then we go, of course, to he's over. We go to that golden ball. And, well, just watch what he does here. This is amazing. Look, the alertness, how quick he was to respond. Then he hits them over. That was just sensational. And look at this. These are the sort of scenes.
Pure emotion.
This is what European cricket is all about. This is why you love it. This is why it is taking the world by storm. It's, well, unbelievable stuff. And, well, let me just say it. You're watching, just in case you need reminding, the FanCode European Cricket Series, serving the world with the finest and the most entertaining form of cricket you'll ever see. Let's have a look and talk about this scorecard.
Well, Randy Pondisetti, the pin code 35 of 18. He looked like he was getting them there. And Girish Tangirala on 29 of 20. Those 2 batters were superb for me. Vivek was looking great. Man of the match from yesterday, the wicketkeeper. Then he was run out by Shetty. Then Tyler was run out by Shetty again. And the extras, look at the extras. 2 extras.
2 extras.
Unbelievable. That's the best extras we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, you know what I want to see? You know what I want to see go after this, because I've been waiting to see it for a long time. You know that golden ball graphic?
Yeah.
I want to see the golden ball graphic come up there with 0 on it.
Yeah.
Because I've been seeing so many high numbers, and I want to say that I was there.
Have they started Portugal yet? They better hurry up.
Bowling figures, here we
minutes.
go. Look, you got to say, Mandani, he was fantastic. I mean, if he gets player of the match, I wouldn't be disappointed at all. He picked up 2 wickets with his bowling. Ketan Shetty, though, we kept waiting. And if there are people out there that say, well, what's the matter with Rico and Tyrone, and they keep going about Ketan and Shetty, have they got shares in him or what? Well, you know what? I wish we did. And now you know why we're talking about him, because he's a game changer, and that's exactly what he did there. Well done to him. Well done to ICA Berlin, who have won that match. They win it. They win it on the golden ball, but also you have to say bad luck also to you, SCA Magdeburg. But thank you to both teams. Thank you to all the teams today for providing us with such sensational cricket. There you go. That's what I want to see. Woo, woo, woo. 0, Vinny Sandhu. Eat your heart out. I love it. Well done, buddy. We have seen a golden ball. Absolutely love it. And I hope you've loved it at home. But see, what a day that we've had. I've absolutely loved the day. We've seen sensational stuff. We saw another last ball finish where Dresden were pumped for 6 of the last ball and then lost another match. And, well, then we saw Magdeburg, a team that won both their matches yesterday, come back here. They tried so hard. They tried so hard to finish on top of the table. But that match going Berlin's way has opened up that table massively.
Completely. That's why they call game of cricket the great leveler. One day you're on top, the next day you're at the bottom. You just got to try and stay somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, look, we have got so many things to talk about. And look, it's day 2, and we're shouting and screaming already. We could have last 2 weeks in here. I'm going to last a month in Germany. So, look, we have got plenty to talk about. I know, look, we haven't even had time to talk about what we're going to do tonight. And we know that we are in Germany. Maybe you're going to have some a glass of that lovely German beer. I mean, there's so many different variations here. And you know what? I fancy a bit of schnitzel and dumplings today. I think I want to celebrate schnitzel and dumpling with a proper German beer. It's been an absolute pleasure. What a day that we have had today. Thank you all very much. Look, all of you have been fantastic. On the chat, you've been top drawer today. Thank you, everybody on the chat. Thanks to all the moderators for keeping things going. And thank you to all the lurkers that have been out there as well, as we wave to some of the boys, some of the Magdeburg boys. Well done, guys. Absolutely fantastic. You've been stars.
Great game.
And,
super cricket.
Thank you to all of our partners and the partners that are here, Spring Productions. Guys, Andres and Karelis and Valentine, you've been absolutely fantastic. Superb work from you. Thank you to the Blue Crew. Medadav, Mehel is there. Michael Guntaleka. Also, Quinton Norris is here now as well. Danny Soros, we've seen him out there taking those lovely photos. And look out for those photos. There's going to be some exciting photos out there as well. There's going to be some celebrations as well. All of the umpires have been doing a fantastic job, led brilliantly by Stefan Gooch. And the teamwork on the field of play is good. And the teamwork on the field out there has been brilliant as well. And, well, once again, thank you to you.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to The Cube. Good morning from me, Rico Full, and good morning from Charlie. Charlie, you can speak. Say hello.
Hello, hello. Good morning.
Charlie's just been very shy today. I don't know why, but look, folks, going to give you some updates. Now, you're going to be with us here a little bit because there's a little bit of a changing and flowing, if you like. Of course, we gave you the unfortunate update that the first match of today, that match between the Medical University of Plovdiv and the Sofia Spartans, well, that one was a forfeit because Plovdiv, they because of injury and also because of university exams, they unfortunately couldn't put a side out. So the Spartans, they picked up the 2 points as a result of that game. The next match that we have scheduled to start now is being delayed, and we'll keep you updated on that. The reason is that, as you would have it, in between the time from when that first match should have started to now, we've had some more rain, so the outfield that was pretty wet already but under control is just, we once again have some surface water there, a lot of work being done as we speak to try and eliminate some of that. So that match is going to be delayed. But there is some other news. Of course, the Medical University of Plovdiv, they weren't able to put a team out for match number 1. And it's the same story, Charlie, for the match number 54 when they were playing the Indo-Bulgarian side. So Plovdiv will also forfeit that one. Now, the news on that front for Indo-Bulgarian is, I suppose, good, because that means they pick up 2 points. Now, remember, they were behind the Barbarians by 1 point in 5th. Now, them picking up those 2 points, they go into that very important 4th point. But the Barbarians, weather permitting, have got 2 matches today, and so have Indo-Bulgarian. And Charlie, the last match of the day could be the decider, because it's when Indo-Bulgarians do actually take on the Barbarians. That could be the decider for who plays in the final tomorrow.
Yeah, no, it could be really exciting. I mean, yeah, it's just the story of this week, isn't it? It's just been that the weather's been taking its toll, and yeah, of course, that rain that we had sort of in between that sort of period where we were thinking, okay, we can control this, it's under control, but then it just ended up getting a little bit too out of control.
Yeah.
And yeah, at the moment, it's just been a matter of just trying to control things. And yeah, I mean, as you say, it's done a bit of tricky signs for the old table. So I'm glad that it's not me controlling the maths on the table, because I'd have no idea what's going on. My maths isn't the best, but no, hopefully, fingers crossed, we can get some cricketing.
Yeah, and the positive on that is, the positive with the note of the match number 54 between Indo-Bulgarian and Plovdiv being a forfeit means that our window of opportunity for this match, the one that at the moment is currently delayed, is bigger. So if need be, that we can spend more time for while the sun is out again for the pitch to dry, and we have got a bigger window of opportunity to play a proper 10 over a side match. So that's a good news. So that match number 53 is at the moment currently delayed because of the wet outfield, but we have more time to bring that to you, because match number 54 between Indo-Bulgarian and Medical University of Plovdiv has been forfeited by Plovdiv. So this match, as long as I believe and I feel, as long as the weather stays kind and it doesn't rain, we'll go ahead. But of course, keep an eye on your screens. We'll keep you updated on the chat as well. Now look, didn't you enjoy that last match? That was an all-time classic with myself and Tyrone in Dresden.
Well, this
the golden ball.
This is the thing, is you keep calling me the golden boy merchant. It's Tyser. I'm telling you, it's Tyrone. Look, that's prime example A. I'm telling you, it's not me, especially considering I wasn't here at the last week for the golden ball. So yeah. I'm telling you, it's not me.
Yeah, what a finish that was. You have to feel for Magdeburg. I was there, of course, and I really felt for the guys. But it was a great match. And I know you like your classic matches, so we got another one lined up for you. This time, we're going to be going to Spain, where myself and Charlie are from. This is going back to the 12th of February 2021. I remember it well. It was pretty chilly at that time, and it's a great match between the men in blue, and they take on Gracia. And Gracia, of course, is a team that we know very well on the European Cricket Network. They hold, and some of the players for Gracia hold a lot of the actual historic moments, really, and it was a memorable match. I remember it really well. The men in blue, they weren't having the best of times up against Gracia, the team that were in form, and it was once again myself. I was there, and also a person I think some of our viewers are missing, Vinny Sandy. You'll see him again in Sweden next week. But it's a great match. We take you back now with this one, 12th of February 2021. We are at, of course, the Olympic the cricket ground there in Barcelona. It was the baseball ground, and it was the men in blue taking on Gracia. So check out this one. And of course, like always, we will keep you updated with what's happening in a day where there's been a lot of chopping and changing. We're playing music.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yeah, absolutely. Gracia, they are a dangerous outfit, but they will know that their introduction to European Cricket Series itself was not a good one. They lost their first 4 games before they could register a win, and that was a surprise to everyone. Back in October 2020, they were expected to get into the semi-finals, and their big guns just did not blaze until much later in the series. Kuldeep Lal himself, who's captaining this series, did finally manage to score a great ton, 110 he scored. And he'll be looking to find that sort of form and bring that form into this match against the men in blue. But the men in blue, well, we know all about them. You saw them. They never say die. Well, this time round, batting first again. Let's see what they do. They know they need to score more runs. But then having said that, they've probably got enough confidence about them to say, you know what, guys, if we can let's get to the 80. We get to the 80, then we know we can do it. Anything more than that, then we know it's a sure thing, or Gracia will want to prove them wrong. The umpires are out there, and it's Abdul Khan this time, and Aman Nadeem. It's going to be a good game, and we talked a little bit as Vinny's making his way back into the commentary station. I was talking about the bowlers. We had 3 bowlers who took 3 wickets yesterday. I didn't mention the batsmen. So far, we know that on day 1, the first batsman of this series, Kadigatla, to score 50. He scored 51 and 35. Well, we had a few 50s yesterday as well. Mohamed Isham, we know all about his quality. The Pakai Care player scored 74 of 33 balls. And then also there was a second one, Prince Diman. He's an excellent player. When he doesn't perform with bat, he does it with ball. When he doesn't perform with ball, he does it with bat. He scored 58 of 29. Some good runs scored yesterday, Vinny, weren't they? And I think in this game we're going to see some more runs being scored.
Yeah, so definitely I think we might see something a little bit higher scoring, particularly with Gracia. You know, they do hold the highest score in a European Cricket Series match of 198. That was one more than the previous record of 197 from Rian in Cyprus, but they didn't really get an opportunity to show that on day 1. Looks like it's going to be Trilochan Singh. Now he's an opening ball weapon for Gracia. But he said Gracia, they were highly fancied going into that first series and they underperformed. Let's see if they have learned from that and see if they can start a bit stronger in their first actual appearance in this FanCode European Cricket Series after their first game was washed out on Monday evening. All in readiness now for Trilochan Singh to bowl the first ball. It's driven nicely through the offside. That'll go all the way to the boundary, and Shankar Kaligatla, he looks good from ball 1. Much more confident start this time. We saw him with the bat in Monday's action, scoring a half century, and he started very nicely here in match 12.
Ah, that was pure quality, wasn't it? What about that for a shot? Doesn't look like the same team already after just 1 ball in the batting department. Anyway, that was a beautiful shot.
Well, make all the difference, doesn't it? Win with their tails up now, the men in blue, as Trilochan comes in again. He's worked off the pads. There's a man out there at deep mid-wicket, and it'll just be a single. So, yeah, I think Rico, the openers, failing for men in blue in the match before, though Deb did play a couple of nice strokes, but that's a key for them. If they're going to post something competitive, and they would want to get 100 plus, I think. You mentioned 80 as a benchmark, but if they can push up that 100 plus, they can really put the pressure on the Gracia players in the second innings of this match. Deb faces his first ball, and he's in the back foot defending for no run.
Yeah, nice ring of dark blue around the batsman. Remember, in this power play, only 2 men allowed out, and those 2 men long on. Back 2 men more or less straight here, just to our right. Everybody else inside the circle and putting the pressure on, because when we say the circle, they're well inside it. They don't want to be giving away any unnecessary early singles.
Yes, and push down the ground there. So nice positive start here from men in blue.
Yeah, they've got the confidence, haven't they? They've got to take that into this game. Well, man has to go down. Does go down well. keeping it to 1.
I mean, it's like Harpreet Singh out there actually opening their batting. I assume they'd send Deb out there with Kalagatla, but decided to go for Harpreet on this occasion. Let's see if he can provide the kind of foundation required to set them on the way to a winning score.
It was an interesting shot, wasn't it? Just like a flick away through the gap, races for 4. What a nice shot that was, so elegant.
Just a little bit on the pads, and batsman ready to pounce there. Beautifully timed, and sometimes it's more timing than power. You see someone just a little flick of the wrist at the right time and races to the boundary. Beautiful side on stroke, you can see here. They've sent Harpreet up to do a job, and looks like he's doing it pretty well so far.
Yeah, a little discussion there from the captain.
Into the first over, it's 11 without loss, so a nice positive start there for the men in blue.
Called it long, just having a chat with his bowler.
Looks like it's going to be Harkamal Singh to bowl the second over. It'll be Kalagatla on strike, and started very nicely. Now the mid-off is pretty wide. There's plenty of room down the ground here. You can drive through the ball straight down the ground. This one is wide down the leg side and called wide. Movement there for Harkamal. It's been into the right-hander. And I just mentioned something here. It's distracting me. Harpreet Singh is wearing his thigh pad on the outside of his pants, of his trousers, Rico, and that to me is a cardinal sin. What do you think out there? Let us know on the YouTube chat. And Harkamal comes in again. This is again short and wide down the leg side, so 2 extras. And you can see here Gracia playing their first game of the series after their first scheduled fixture was washed out, and perhaps a little bit rusty. I think they were keen to bowl first. I think just to get a sense of what this pitch was doing and know exactly how many they needed to chase, although we have seen them in the past make some pretty high scores.
It's a better ball, but it's been dispatched as well through the gap. 4 runs.
Yeah, and through the line, and it's what we talked about in the power play here, Rico. That one just outside of stump. It's not quite the length to drive, but Kalagatla had the eyes and the hands to get it done. Luckily it was in a gap there because it was a catchable height, but Kalagatla, you see there, opening the face, just kind of slicing it. It's clever batting really, sliced it away from that mid-off fielder. Holds the pose. There's 4 more to the total for the men in blue as Harkamal comes in again and driven away once again, but this time will be only a single as Trilochan Singh does the fielding. And what do you think here, Rico, after men in blue defended 63, I should say? What do you think is the kind of minimum score? I mentioned perhaps 80. I mentioned 100. You mentioned 80, but really, when you're batting, I suppose you don't really think of a particular score. So you just try and get as many as you can. Score any run, but what's for sure, Rico, is that they are going to want to put in an improved batting performance over their effort in match 11.
Yeah, I think for T10, you're definitely going to be looking at 100. 100 has got to be the minimum, even on this pitch. It can be tricky, as we know. Sometimes the bounce can be a little bit unorthodox, but I think 100, 120, and I think you're really, really saying, right, okay, we've done enough. As long as we bowl well and field well, we should be home and dry. But 100, that's your minimum. So you're looking at putting the pressure on the team batting second with that figure of 10 and over in your mind. So all of a sudden they're thinking, well, whatever happens, he's over. Even if we take the singles, we always need a boundary. And simple as that for me, 10.
Absolutely, Rico, and hello to everyone watching in our YouTube chat today on European Cricket Network. No contact there from the batsman. And interesting sending Harpreet Singh up. Perhaps they think he's a pinch hitting kind of option. Deb was probably the best looking of their batsmen, probably along with Krup Sami Sandrapandi in the first match. But sending Harpreet in here, he might have been sent up just to play his shots, and they've got Deb maybe to come in at number 3. And so an interesting change to the batting order for the men in blue, but it's nice that they're changing something because they didn't score too many last time. As Harkamal in again. It'll just be the single, so got 8 off that over. Men in blue move along to 19 for no loss after 2 overs.
Yeah, very interesting. I think it's a good shout for Men in Blue to make a change here. I think you need to have your key man, so Kadigatlu's out there. And I think that what they probably looked at is that they need something to strengthen the middle order if they do lose a few wickets. Because if you look at their last innings, they didn't start too bad. They got 14 off the first over. So the first couple of overs was okay, but it's when they lost those wickets and then all of a sudden it was 20. They scored 20 for 1 off 2 in their last game, and then they were in their 20s for an age, weren't they? I mean, in the last 4 overs after that, they scored only 10 runs, and that's, I think, what they're looking at. We need somebody to come in at that point that can keep the score ticking.
And this is Kuldeep Lal, who is an excellent all-round cricketer for Gracia. And oh, there's been a big slip there from that's Vrinder Kumar there, who has slipped. And this is, you don't get a yellow card for this in football. Watch this on the replay. He's gone to field it and he's just slipped at the right moment, and over he goes. And he's right in front of the cameras. There was no missing that one. So bit of entertainment there for Verinder. And he's just going to go readjust his spine down on the boundary while he's going to change places with Vicky Sondhi, who will come to mid-off. There's been a few interesting mishaps today so far in Barcelona. This is Kuldeep. Driven nicely down the ground by Kalagatla. Just the single in the YouTube chat. We've got Tim Filer there. Hello, Tim. Nice to see you. Up there in Estonia, saying thigh pad on the outside. Village cricket. Absolutely. That's what I was saying. And we've got Yost in there as well. So Yost, I know you've just taken up cricket there in Slovenia. But yeah, the thigh pad goes on the inside. But you know what? Doesn't matter if you get the job done. Doesn't matter what you look like. It's Kuldeep again. Well bowled. He's bowled a couple of good Yorkers this over, Kuldeep.
He's a very talented player, Vinny Kuldeep Lal. I mean, he's you know, he's one of those guys that on pitch out here, he can do anything. He's a sensational wicket keeper. He's a very good bowler as well. In the field, he's fantastic. And we all know about his talents with the bat. He was the top run scorer in the Alicante, the very first European Cricket Series here in Spain.
Comes in again now. Well, this is edge. That should run away to the boundary. He's got enough pace on it to get away from Vijay Kumar. So a bit unlucky there for Kuldeep. You mentioned how important he is for Gracia. Just on the middle stump, and tell you what, the batsman was lucky to get some sort of bat on that, because that was heading straight for the wickets. But no third man back at this point, of course, in the power play. Only 2 men out. They've got a deep long on and a deep mid wicket at the moment. So nobody back protecting that boundary. And Kuldeep concedes a 4 off an edge. So these kind of little things, and in blue, making their own luck here in the power play. This one's a slow ball, very slow, kind of off-spinning delivery, but picked by the batsman Kalagatlan. That's worked into the leg side for a single. Score moves along to 27. This will be the last ball of the power play. And it's been all right, power play. Hasn't really set the world on fire, but looks like they're nudging towards the 30 mark in the power play, setting themselves up for that kind of score. But we've seen all week, haven't we, Rico? The power play scoring versus the rest of the innings scoring. The power play scoring has been a lot higher, and some of the teams have struggled in the middle overs just to keep their innings going. This is wide down the leg side, so it'll nudge them even closer to that 30 mark. But yeah, Rico, we've seen a few innings stall. We've seen opening batsmen hitting the ball very nicely when the field's up, and they're not trying to hit the ball too hard. And the field's gone back sometimes, and they've tried to overhit the ball. Yeah. They have to hit a bit further, and we've seen the run rate plummet in some of these games. Kuldeep gets it blasted back at him, but he gets the old size 45s in front of it, and that'll be the end of the over at the end of the power play. 3 overs. Men in Blue are 28 for no loss.
Yeah, we're just going back to that conversation. One of the things I think some of the less experienced teams tend to do is they think because it is T10 that they've got to play in that particular way, that every ball has got to be really swung at. You've got to try and send it to the boundary. And I think when you look at it, the teams that do well and do score good runs, they're also taking those singles, they're running those twos hard, and they're just basically punishing the bad ball. They're playing each ball on merit, and that's getting them the runs. And that's a learning process that some of these new teams that are making their debuts will eventually learn.
Well, it's going to be Trilochan Singh to bowl out now in the 4th over. He bowled the first over, went for 11 overs, since then going for 8 and 9 respectively. Here he is now. This is popped up in the air, but there's no one in that region. And the batsman across for 1. And Trilochan Singh, he was one of the more impressive bowlers for me for October and November in the European Cricket Series. This tall man gets it down. See that length, hits that length hard, and that's not quite timing it. We've talked about this pitch being a little bit unpredictable in that kind of good length position. Some balls coming through a bit lower. He'll be keen to pick up a wicket or two in his 2nd over. Oh, and you see Harpreet again there, swinging wild. That one came a bit low, but also got through the keeper there. It's Saad Salahuddin behind the stumps for Gracia. Rain slightly falling, but not so heavy as to interrupt play, but it is making the ball a little bit wet and slippery conditions for the bowlers and the fielders, that's for sure. Trilochan is held up there. You see Harpreet there going for the big shot. That's why I think that's his job. I think they've got Deb to come, and Harpreet's not gonna mess around. He's gonna be going, trying to get these boundaries for the men in blue. A bit too close to cut. Kalagutla tried it. Got through those fielders, he would have had a certain boundary, but yeah, Harpreet, it's kind of a tactic from the men in blue. Shows they're thinking about the game, and they know that they need to have this kind of aggressive, perhaps slightly more aggressive approach from other players, and not just rely on Deb and Shanky Kalagutla. So Harpreet in there, non-strikers out at the moment as Kalagutla faces. He'll keep it a little low, pushed away the offside just for a single.
Yeah, the only downside to that is that sometimes you do see, and it goes back to what we're saying about taking the singles, you can put a hitter in, but if he's swinging and missing at 3 or 4 and then just connecting on 1, you're back to just having somebody who's taking a single every ball, because you're not actually gaining anything. So if you send a hitter in, he's got to be able to hit.
It's in the air, but it looks to be in the gap, and might have just carried just 1 bounce, I think, and 4 runs. So nice shot there, Harpreet. Getting the contact on that occasion, sent one just centimetres inside the line, and 4 runs, so a handy boundary here for Harpreet Singh. He's sent up to the top of the order, and he moves along to 12 at a run of ball, so he's trying his best to spark something for the men in blue.
Yeah, he played that well. Rather than trying to hit it too hard, he placed it, sort of chipped it in between the 2 players.
This one's popped up in the air, but again, it's away from any fielders. Won't run all the way to the boundary. Turn for 2, a bit tight, but he'll get back. So Harpreet, another 2 handy runs. But look, the counter point of sending Harpreet in to open the innings is, at the moment he's going to run a ball, and you've got Shubnik Deb in the shed. So if it gets to over 5, over 6, you'd have to say you're not really maximising the opportunity for one of your better batsmen to be at the wicket. So it's one of those things, isn't it? As long as Harpreet's there playing his strokes and scoring at a decent rate, then I think it's a good tactic. But we've seen times before where we've seen batsmen retire out strategically because you've got batting resources, you want to use them. There's nothing wrong with that, of course. But if you retire somebody, they can't bat again. But sometimes that is in the best interest of the team. So not sure if we'll have a situation like that here. But Harpreet at least scoring a few runs that over, and they move along to 37 for no loss after 4.
Yeah, the other point there is, if you look back to their previous game, here we are, they're on 37 or 4, and before they got into that sort of scoreline, we had to wait until the 7th over. So already they're up on that. So they've done a job, and now, because they haven't lost any wickets, somebody like Hagman Singh, he can actually take a few risks, knowing that there's batsmen still to come in. They weren't in that position early on. They lost those wickets early, and really the batsmen that were out there, we're in two minds. Well, we can't play a natural game. We can't try and hit it, because if we get out, that is it. There's nobody else to come. Whereas at the moment, in the back of their mind, say, right, we made a good solid start. We can play some shots. We can take the odd risk. If it doesn't work out, there's other guys to come in.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is Kuantakua at the bowling crease for Gracia. This one's just short of a length. It's pulled away. Nice fielding out there by Karandeep Singh out the deep mid wicket boundary. Nice friendly bounce off the clay. I do think it's actually easier to pick the bounce off that clay because at least it's consistent. The baseball infield there just inside the mid wicket boundary. But that was a nice shot from Harpreet there, as it wasn't that short, but he stayed down on it and made good contact. This is Kalagatla on strike now. Stands, delivers and punches it through the cover point region. Nice fielding out there on the boundary by Vicky Sondi, who ran around, made good ground to his left, got it back in. So just a single. And I think this benchmark of around 10 and over is what Men in Blue should be going for. So they're slightly behind that at the moment. They are edging into the 40s, but they should be 50 after this over if they're going to keep that kind of pace. And that's what I'd be doing when I was batting, trying to make sure that we're staying around that rate to put us on track for 100. So the next ball is pulled into the onside again by Harpreet Singh and just the single. And I really think at this point we're going to see Harpreet Singh take things up a notch, because they've got Deb in the shed, and I'm sure that he'll come in next. Also got a little bit more batting. They've got Sandra Pandian, they've got Tuari as well, so it's time to play their shots and get a few out of the ground. So it doesn't really bounce from Takua. And again, this is the difference. We've seen batsmen trying to pull that ball all week, haven't we, Rico? And sometimes it doesn't bounce as much. And we've seen a lot of players bowled trying to pull and playing cross bat strokes. But on that occasion, you see the experience there of Kalagatla. He played it with a straight bat, and he was able to negotiate the slightly lower delivery. And after 5 overs, the halfway point of the Men in Blue innings, it's 42 for no loss. Yeah,
it's a good over there from Kulwant Singh, just going for 5 runs. Bowled a good line and bowled to his field.
Yeah. So Kulwant Singh Takua can be proud of his efforts. And at the halfway mark, 42, we see them on track for 84, but with 10 wickets in hand, they'd be hoping to get a few more than that.
Yeah, there's something also we've seen with a few games already here. Teams with wickets in hand haven't gone on to make the big scores you'd expect them to do so.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is going to help the score. Harkamal Singh's come on. That one's gone over the fence, over long off. That is the first Maximo for the Men in Blue. That was a full toss, and Harkamal Singh, well, he hasn't quite warmed up yet. That one didn't find the pitch. And that was a nice shot, the way he just played through the line of the ball. I don't think it was quite out of the middle of the bat, but it covered the boundary comfortably all the way over our heads here, and 6 valuable runs to the Men in Blue.
Sí, ¿dónde está la pelota? La pelota es afuera de campo. Vale, ahora otra vez.
It's a good comeback there from Harkamal. Slight leading edge from Kalagatla, and just the single. But this is what we haven't seen. They've kind of paced it at around 8, 8.5 and over. We haven't really seen many expansive strokes, haven't really seen the boundary cleared from the Men in Blue until that one there. So that's what they can do. That could get them up to the kind of a score in the 100, 120 region. It'd be so valuable in this match against the strong Gracia lineup. It was pushed away by Harpreet Singh for the single.
I mean, Gracia, we know what they've got. They've got the batting. I wonder if there's a number they have in their head that they want to try and contain the Men in Blue to. Vinny, was there any talk of that from the captains?
It's pushed away for a single. Well, I'm not so sure it's a number, and I think that is something. I think from the outside in, we're always thinking, what do you want to get? What do you think you're going to get? But I think sometimes you've just got to take what you're given to an extent. So I think if you have a number in your head, and the reason I use that during the innings kind of number, if I was playing in this situation, to make sure we are around about where we need to be, as we just watch this next ball way down the leg side, because that's a nice little indicator of how you're travelling. But I don't think you should be too obsessed with these benchmarks in the middle. So if you find yourself on, for example, they're here, if you're 54 perhaps, and you need to be at 60 and there's a ball to go in the over, you don't necessarily have to go for a 6. You have to take what you're given. So sometimes people can be a little bit obsessed with these benchmarks in the middle of an innings, but for me it's also take what you're given. So if you're given wides, you're going to be given bad balls. Just have to cash in on those, and basically the innings work out with as many runs as you can get. So I'm sure they'd love to get 100 plus, but easier said than done. It's not really that useful to say, okay, we want 100 before you've even faced a ball. Sometimes you've got to see how the match unfolds and adjust your expectations accordingly.
Yeah, I think you're right. And once again, just watch.
So this is a nice shot. This is all the way over cover, inside out. That one's all the way over the boundary. Another Maximo for the men in blue. And Harpreet Singh getting in on the action, hitting that one inside out and all the way over the boundary, and 6 more.
Yeah, he pressed the turbo button for that one. That was a big shot. That's one of the biggest boundaries we've got here. And you see it just cannoning onto the sideboarding there. Big shot. Yeah, going back to that conversation, I think it's also the thing that you see a lot of teams will say, oh, we're going to restrict them to 90. And, you know, it ends up being 120. And I think already by doing that, you're already sort of in a negative frame of mind, because you're thinking, oh, we said 90, they've already got beyond that. So, you know, we're probably not going to get it. I think that's the other danger of setting these targets. I think it's far better to say, well, we're going to go out there, do our best, and let's see where it leads us to.
Yeah, it's going to be Paramjit Singh who will be bowling the 7th over for Gracia. And he'll have Harpreet Singh on strike, and Deb's still in the sheds, but Harpreet doing a good job for his team. It's slightly short, and he does like to swing across those ones, even if they're a little bit short, and he does it pretty well this time. He gets out just the single quickly. I mean, these games just fly away so fast, don't they? Already we find ourselves with less than 4 overs to go in the innings. This next one is punched, but straight to the fielder, and he holds on to take an excellent catch. So that is the end of Shanky Kalagatla. It was a nice shot. He hit it well out of the middle of the bat and went very rapidly out to deep cover, and a great catch there by Vicky Sondhi on the boundary.
This was a fabulous catch. For one moment, I thought he was going to run in too much. I saw him coming in. I thought he was going to make that classic error, coming in from the boundary and find the ball going over your head. But he did well. He judged it well.
Yeah, that probably would have been 6, actually, Rico, if that got through his hand. So, again, these little things that can make all the difference in these games. We've seen a lot of close games so far in the FanCode European Cricket Series. I tell you what, Fahim Ahmed on the YouTube chat making a very interesting observation, saying T10 is beautiful. In previous match, they can't get any runs, but now they play like professional batsmen. And I tell you what, that's the great thing about this format. Your luck can change in an instant. Jost Hovic agreeing with him there as we see Paramjit come in again. And this next ball is crunched, and it's going to bounce just inside the boundary. And 4 runs. So that one, not much in it there. Nice by Shubdeep Deb, and he's been waiting for his chance, hasn't he? He's waited over 6 overs to get out there, and he's picking up where he left off in the first match of the day. This one a little bit short, and a straight kind of pull shot straight down the ground for 4. So a nice start for Deb. Let's see if he can finish this innings for Men in Blue. So he pushes this time. Chance of 2. They're going to come back. This will be close with a good throw, but that's nice work by the batsman, putting the pressure on the fielding. And you see that Deb coming out, and he obviously wants to face as many balls as possible. He's one of their most recognised batsmen, and I like the way he was out of the blocks very quickly, looking for 2 straight away. So he'll face up again to Paramjit Singh. This one's blasted away off the back foot, but it'll go straight to the fielder this time. They will only get the single. So, again, interestingly poised.
Yeah, it's the time here now. I mean, Harpreet Singh, he's got to go, hasn't he? I mean, he's been sent up the order to really give it some welly. At the moment, he's going to run a ball. It's time for him to raise the level.
Well, he tries, but doesn't have much to work with there from Paramjit Singh, and just working away for a single. He'll keep the strike, and after 7 overs, the Men in Blue are 68 for 1. With Harpreet on 20 and Deb on 7.
Yeah, from here they want to see them get to 100, and anything beyond that is a bonus for them. I mean, they won't and shouldn't be settling really for anything less. They've got loads of wickets in hand, And yeah, they've got to go to town now. They've got to go to party time.
Well, I'm sure they're trying. And another interesting comment from Der Suraj on the YouTube chat saying the bowling was tighter in the first match, to be fair. The bowlers had better lines. I think it's probably a fair comment as well. The 11 stars really didn't give them too much to work with. And they were losing wickets in regular intervals. So we love your comments on YouTube chat, on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, wherever you're watching around the world.
Good running.
Yeah, they're going to scramble through for a single. This is Kuldeep coming on for his second over. And nice running there. They've got wickets in hand. They can afford to put the pressure without being silly on the fielders. And yeah, Deb, you can see to me how obvious it is that he wants to be down the striker's end. He's been waiting for his chance. And he can clear the boundary. He's not a big guy, but does time the ball pretty well. This is a nice Yorker, clever. Rolled his fingers on that, but it was right in the block hole, and Deb had to be satisfied with a single. And that's an example of what I'm talking about, Rico. I mean, I'm sure that Deb was thinking boundary, that ball. He was thinking boundary, I'd love to hit a 4, I'd love to hit a 4. But when it wasn't quite there, he was smart enough to adjust and realise that the ball that came at him, it wasn't a ball that he was going to be able to hit for 4. Yeah. If he tried, there's a very good chance he loses his wicket. So that's one of those things where be a bit reactionary as a batsman and adjust. You don't have much time, probably half a second to think about it, but he was able to do it on that occasion. This is another good Yorker by Kuldeep, and good bowling towards the back end of the innings.
Yeah, good quality bowling. We mentioned Kuldeep earlier, how he's an outstanding player, and it's because of that, it's because of the abilities he has that he does play for the Spanish national team as well. It's very difficult to get him away. He's always thinking. He's got a good variation of his bowling. We've seen the slower ball. What's this one going to be? Maybe a bit shorter. It is, and well.
Oh, I tell you what, I think that might have been out, and Deb can't believe it. Clever bowling there by Kuldeep, because he's bowled the block hole a few times, and I think it's getting a bit predictable. So this time he decided, and he saw Deb advancing, and put it a bit short. You see, this actually hits the edge of the pitch, I think, and that could have been very, very close. It looked like it was on line as well. Look from side on. The ball coming back here.
He likes diving around, doesn't he? I mean, we saw him charge at the stumps and knock him over.
This one's whipped off the pads nicely, and they'll get one. Some thought of a second, but Grazia doing enough there. Manish Toki to push the ball towards the outfielder, so they'll only get the single. And you say Kuldeep Lal, he's a pretty relaxed character, isn't he, Kuldeep? And like you say, brings a lot to the table. With the bat and with the ball. He's also a very competent wicketkeeper, so sometimes they don't know how to use him, but I think his bowling has been paying off for Grazia here. He's kept them under wraps in his 2 overs so far. Well, this one might have the legs. Yeah, he just strays a bit too full and goes all the way over long on for a Maximo.
Yeah, and Harpreet Singh's about time. He's been there a while. He's got to start playing those shots. To be honest, Kuldeep Lal just getting that Yorker wrong this time, and he picked up on the full toss, sent it straight back over his head and gets 6 runs for it. So the timing of this acceleration is just right. This is what they need now. From now on, big shots.
Yeah, look, they've been kind of sniffing around that 10 and over mark the whole time, haven't they? Just done a 78 for 1 off 8 overs, and with only 12 balls left, they'll be hoping to get that score to that 100 mark, 100 plus. I think with Grazia, of course, not having played in the series just yet, that would be quite the chase. We haven't seen a score of 100 plus chased down yet in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Looks like it's going to be Kulwant Singh Thakur to bowl the 9th over. And he conceded 5 off his first over. This one is slightly short and pounced on by the batsman, Deb. It went down the ground, straight over the umpire's hat, and 4, a great start to the over for the men in blue.
Yeah, they've turned up a gear now, and this is what they needed to do right on cue. As we keep saying, loads of wickets in hand. You've got to throw everything at it now and try and get as many on the board as possible.
So Deb, he's just chomping at the bit. Nice to keep him in the pavilion for a while, because he's desperate for some runs as he hits this one down the ground again. Slight fumble from the fielder, but he'll recover in time. It'll be just a single, and yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? So Deb's come out, and maybe he asked to be dropped down, perhaps. He wasn't happy with getting out early in innings and just want to have a bit of a look first, but That would surprise me a lot, but he's come out and looked pretty good in the second half of this Men in Blue innings. This is Harpreet this time, who attempts to stroke on the onside, but just gets a thick edge on it away for a single. So after that boundary to start the over, a couple of singles and kind of getting things back under control of Gracia, but I think could be one of these totals, especially with Gracia batting lineup. Kuldeep, is he the key to the chase? Is there anyone else that you'd be looking for to score some big runs in Gracia, Rico?
Well, just see this delivery here. You notice that Mukhtar Singh, he's missing from today's game. Probably he will play in other games, that's for sure. So, yeah, I mean, they've got to work and play around Kuldeep. Kuldeep's going to be the main man. One or two others in there will chip in, but he's the one that's got to get to the 40 and 50, and the others walk around him. This is hit big. It's going to go over the player. It's 6 more runs. Wow, the acceleration here is just right on cue, just what they need, and they've already passed the highest runs they've scored so far in this series, which was 83. So the Men in Blue looking good at the moment here, and now they really got to press that supersonic button to just hit. Every ball's got to go, and that's exactly what they're trying to do here now.
Yeah, the next ball in the same region, this time along the ground and fielded by Harkamal Singh. So that will be the end of that over. They are 92 and a good over. 14 off it, only loss of 1 wicket. So you're going to see some fireworks in the last over here. Harpreet Singh has batted through the innings so far. He has moved on to 36 off 25 balls. Shubik Deb, nice little cameo. But it's really important that we don't have any dot balls in here if you're playing for Men in Blue. They want to score off every ball and get the maximum amount of runs. They'd like to get something in the region of 105 to 110. And it's going to be Kulwant.
Yeah, he bowled very well his first over, Kulwant Singh.
Yes, pardon me, it was Paramjit that bowled the last over. So Kulwant's going to close out for Gracia. Just a single off the first ball. And he comes again. This is hit away. Thick edge. The batsman, well, see, that was some running that I thought surprises me, because Deb, he's looked like he's been hungry for the strike, and that was one of them that he just seemed to settle for a single a little bit early, and I think there was an easy 2 there. And now he's stranded down the non-striker's end. In my opinion, one of the best strikers of the ball for the Men in Blue. So it'll be up to Harpreet to do the business. And he tries a pull stroke, only makes it just to the 30-yard circle, and he'll just get a single. So another ball's eaten up, only a single. And they'll move on to 95 with 3 deliveries. So can they get the magical 100 here? Men in Blue.
Big shot coming.
Well, he tries. Has he got enough on it? Well, he's got enough to get a boundary. It bounces just inside the field of play. And 4 runs. So that takes them to 99 with 2 balls to go. So we know that the chase will be 100. And Rico, Deb really looking the goods today for the Men in Blue. I wonder if he's batting them to a winning total here.
Well, I mean, like you say, the 100's definitely got to be there. And if you can hit a few more, bludgeon a few more to the boundary, 110 maybe, they'll be more than happy with that. He's gone for another one. He's gone all the way. Balle. Leslie Stefan Gooch having to do some action, avoiding being hit there. Say smash.
Well, wasn't it? That sent people flying. All the match officials in the tent, they abandoned their computers and ran for their lives. As you see, this one is a beautiful piece of work. It was short outside the off stump. It still takes a lot of timing and technique to get the ball all the way over the fence for 6 runs. That brings up the 100, and they're now 105 with a ball to go. And it's that man, Deb. They timed it perfectly, haven't they, with him? If you get one more, push it, the chase up to 110 or over. It'll be a tall order. We haven't seen a total over 100 chase so far in the FanCode European Cricket Series in 2021. So this looks like an interesting situation for Deb. Which way will he go? Will he premeditate? What is the bowler thinking? Last ball of the innings. Well, he hits it, and you think they've got to go for 2. Yeah, Harpreet's on his bike. This could be the difference. And there's a slight fumble, so they will get 2, and that's all they'll get. So the men in blue finish on 107 for the loss of 1 wicket. A much improved batting performance for them after getting sent in after losing the toss earlier today. Men in blue can be very happy with that batting effort. All 3 batsmen contributing that made it to the middle. And Rico, it's all set up here for another exciting run chase in match 12 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Just looking at some of the highlights here.
Yeah, what a difference from one innings to another. I mean, it's all about confidence, I think. Confidence of winning this last game, coming to this positive. They've made a few changes and it's worked. Well, there we go. A little bit slippery out there, as you can see. But yeah, that's a nice, positive comeback in the batting sense from the men in blue. And Garcia, well, they can do what to do.
Yes. Men in blue, interesting decision to drop Deb down number 3. You saw a very good catch there by Vicky Sondhi on the boundary. That was travelling. It's kind of the ones that can make all the difference. But they held Deb back. He came in after the 6th over. I think he might have had a short say had that one hit the stumps. It was very close, and luckily the edge of the pitch saving him on that occasion. One of the quirks of the FanCode European Cricket Series. But this man, Harpreet, 5 pad on the outside and all, he did a very good job, did what was asked of him, pushed up the order, and he anchored the innings for the men in blue all the way up to a final score of 107. So it's all set up. We're going to see Kuldeep Lal leading the chase for Grazia in the second half of this game, and we hope you're enjoying the action wherever you are watching around the world on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or whether you're watching on FanCode in India. We love it if you put some questions and comments in that YouTube chat. We'll get to as many as we can. Make sure that you subscribe to our YouTube channel if you haven't already. Ring that bell, get those notifications so you know everything happening in the world of European cricket and social media. Don't forget, at European Cricket for all the information. We have the fantasy dashboards, of course, and the match summaries of every game because we have so much cricket coming your way on ECN. Over 1,000 games of cricket this year. It's the biggest cricket experience on the planet in 2021, and it's great to have your company here. So this is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full, and we'll be back very shortly to bring you the second innings of match 12. You are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series on ECN.
Well, welcome back to what promises to be a very, very interesting and exciting run chase. Just a reminder, men in blue, well, they got rid of the jitters they had this morning with the bat, came out fighting and put on a superb effort. 107 for 1. Harpreet Singh being promoted up the order, 38 not out of 27 balls. And Shankar Kalagatlia finding the form that he had in that first game against Bengali CC, scoring 36 of 20. And he'll be hoping that that's enough for his team to defend. Well, they are good at defending totals. They defended a small total earlier today of 63 against the XL Stars and ended up winning that game. So they're on a high, they're pumped up, and that confidence showed in their batting. Will it show in their bowling? And this man, he was the man of the match in their last game against the Stars. Started his first over with a wicket, a key wicket, and after that they never looked back, kept the pressure on the Stars, winning the game. Well, they'll need more of the same from him, Abhishek Borikar, and he'll be bowling to Kuldeep Lal, a man that, well, to be fair, I think a lot of responsibility, especially when it comes to the batting department of the game, falls on his shoulders for Gracia. Well, let's hope, or for Gracia's sake, not so much if you're a Men in Blue supporter or player. Let's hope that he performs here. We're getting ready for Abhishek Borikar to bowl his first ball, first of this innings. And the umpires, Abdul Khan and Arman Nadeem at square leg, say let's go. In he comes. Can he repeat what he did with his first ball in the previous game? It's in right up there again. Well played. Kuldeep was almost expecting that, and gets his bat down to it and takes the single. So they're off the mark. Welcome to you wherever you are watching this FanCode European Cricket Series. We're in Spain, in the beautiful city of Barcelona. Well bowled again, right up there in the block. They'll take the single. 2 balls, 2 runs. It's absolutely lovely up here. We're surrounded by Olympic memorabilia, the Olympic Stadium. We can see it from here. The 1992 Summer Olympics, remember, in Barcelona. And this is, of course, an Olympic ground. Bit of hesitation. Chal made it by. He gets there in the end. Well, you can't afford to do that. Myself and Vinny often say that when you've got the guys back, and Men in Blue are fairly deep on the 30-yard line. You play a shot like that, if both the batsmen go straight away, I think you're going to be home safe. But any hesitation, that's when you get into trouble. Oh, he's got his man. As soon as he left, you knew he's going to be in danger. Playing across the line and straight through, hitting the stumps. And there's the celebrations from Abhishek Borikar. Bang! Go the stumps. And he has a very, very important wicket, taking Manish Toki early. And, well, he's got to go. It's a long walk back to the dugout. So, Abhishek Borikar does it again. A wicket in his first over. And it's not over yet. And Gracia, not the start they wanted. 3 for 1. That's the new batsman coming in. Good work here by the Federation of Catalonia Cricket, putting on this event. The President, Sheikh Amar Saeed, and his committee members, Sabir Ghulam, Nadeem Aman, doing a great job, and all the helpers at the ground Vinder Singh Kaur, Kushvir Singh, Ranjit Singh. Thank you guys for all your efforts. Abhishek Giddens once more right up there in the block. Well, you can't ask for anything more from Kenya. His radar is hot on where it needs to be today. Excellent stuff. Abhishek Baraka. And of course, yes, the ground staff, Roberto. He's had some work to do, especially with this unsettled weather we've had. It is winter here, a little bit of drizzle, keeping the wicket nice and dry, covered at night time, getting all these lines painted. Fantastic job done, guys. Bowled again, straight through. And on a day like this, we have to thank Sarah, who's keeping us warm with those coffees. End of the first over. It's a good one for the men in blue. 3 runs from it, but most importantly, a wicket as well. Now that run rate is at 11 now, just under 12. And Gracia will know that they've got to keep working and making sure it doesn't creep up any more than that. That's a big ask. Already they know in the back of their minds, every batsman will be thinking a couple of boundaries required and over to keep them in this match. Hard into the ground, electing not to take the single. A good start there now from Sandra Pandya. Too wide there. People are getting a little bit excited. They'll take as many extras as they can get. Sandra Pandya just losing his line a little bit there. I think he's trying to not give Kuldeep Lal any room at all. All pitched up, and Kuldeep's got this one away. He's gone through the 2 men there. It's gone all the way to the boundary, and a very welcome boundary in the first one of this innings. The first one for Gracia in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and they need a few more of those if they're to get to the target of 108. So Kuldeep Lal off and running. And you can see there why Sandra Pandya is really trying to keep Kuldeep away from playing those kinds of shots and trying to focus his radar on outside the off stump. Here he comes again. Slower ball. Almost got through the defences of Kuldeep. Kuldeep picked it pretty late, I think, there, but managed to get enough bat on ball to play that down. And Vinny Sandhu coming back into the commentary position from doing his coin toss duties. What have you got to tell us?
Yes, well, leave it for maybe after this ball. Now we've got a bit of a delay. We have just had the coin toss, and people are always interested about the coin toss, but I can tell you that the Bengali team have won the toss and elected to bat in the next match, which will be match 13 of the FanCode European Cricket Series, and I'm sure you'll see that at the conclusion of this match. But such an interesting match this is, and didn't we see Abhishek Boria, the money man, bring it again, the money man, and sending the stumps flying in his first over again, just what men in blue were after. And when you're defending this total, it's a pretty healthy total as well, 107. One of the higher totals we've seen so far under these conditions. And now Krupasamy Sandrapanian trying to drive things home for men in blue, but that one's down the leg side for a wide. And like Kuldeep Lal, I think he's the key, as you said, Rico. I'm sure you would agree with me that if he's there, then Gracia are on for this. But if they lose him, especially at this stage, it's going to be really a difficult hill to climb for Gracia Cricket Club. Someone's worked away on the leg side, just behind square, and Sondi gets a single. And this Men in Blue unit, they're so enthusiastic. I really loved getting to know some of these players close up just from a safe social distance. But the enthusiasm is palpable here. Everyone loves playing in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Different kind of cricket, different kind of skills required. But the people who work harder at their game, they're generally having better results. This is a grunted slower ball. That's the Sandrapanian special. And Shanky Kalagatla able to get behind it on the boundary. But I've noticed that a couple of times, and it's the oldest trick in the book. If you let out a big grunt and you let go of the ball, and then let it go as a slow ball. I use that one in my backyard cricket all the time. That's in my arsenal, the grunted slow ball. And Sammy Sandrapanian obviously enjoys the tactic as well as he comes in again in the single there. So that is the end of the over, and Gracia after 2 are 12 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, 2 batsmen there having a chat. Vicky and Kuldeep, they're in the middle. They know this is a very key partnership for them, and that's probably why they're not wanting to take too many risks at the moment with any risky singles. And Abhishek Moraka, like he did,
the money man,
coming back to bowl himself out because he knows they can take this wicket, the prize wicket of Kuldeep Lal, the captain.
That's a great contest, isn't it? I think these two going against each other. Borek has been sensational this morning, leading the attack for the Men in Blue. Doesn't he love a wicket? Doesn't he love a celebration? The money man. And he's steaming in to bowl to Kuldeep Lal. This is a good ball, but punched away on the offside by Kuldeep Lal, and no run. So that rate already, it's over 12 and over, so over to a ball. And Gracia, if they're not careful, that rate could get out of hand before they know it. So they got the 1 over of the power play to work with here. And sure, the money man, he's bowling very well, but Kuldeep Lal is able to play those kind of strokes that can clear the boundary. And this is a full toss. Boraka losing his line and length, and that one is going to go all the way for a Maximo. 6 runs for Kuldeep Lal. The money man will be upset with that. It was almost a no ball, but perhaps just below the waist, but it didn't matter to the batsman Lal, who sent it high and away over the boundary for 6.
Yeah, good shots. You'd expect that from Kuldeep. You wouldn't expect him to miss out on that. Minutes on to the ball before. Quite upset with Kuldeep not wanting to take the single. Well, Kuldeep's probably saying to him, that's why.
And let's see what he comes back with now. Oh, this one's another one worked off the pads a little bit onto leg stump, and that one's over the fence. Back-to-back Maximos for Kuldeep Lal. And he is keeping this run chase very much alive for Gracia Cricket Club.
Yeah, that was a beauty, wasn't it? Everything right about that. Just the kind of shot you like to see again and again and again. It was balanced. He knew what he was doing. Got his feet in the right position, and he literally got right under that. And it was almost like a flick, aerial flick all the way over the ropes.
Yeah, it was timed expertly by Lal, and be surprised to see Abhishek take the pace off this one here. No, he doesn't. He pushed it through a little bit quicker, if anything, and Kuldeep missing out. Just surprising, a bit of extra pace there. Slipping that one through, and this is the phase of the game. These next 2 or 3 overs critically important. And he was very unhappy with missing that one, wasn't he? Kuldeep, quite the character. 2 characters of the FanCode European Cricket Series going head-to-head. What a clash it is in this. Very interesting match. This time it's worked away uppishly, but nice bit of fielding from Ram Kranti. And they're the kinds of things we've seen Men in Blue do time and time again. They're doing a good job saving those extra runs, stopping the ball, getting into the outfield. Boraka, the money man, he's doing it for me. Picked him at the start of the day as a very important player, and he's definitely shown that is the case. He's in again. This gets very low, and the batsman did well to keep the one out.
He did very well, played that extremely well.
That will be the end of the over. So at the end of the power play, 3 overs down. Gracia 25 for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, they're doing well. Gracia, that run rate, it hasn't crept up. With those few shots played by Kuldeep, they've kept it just above the 11 mark. They won't want it to be going any more than that, but the key thing here is these two keep going the way they are, keep this partnership together, and most importantly, keep those wickets in hand. At least then they can have an onslaught towards the end. And a good change here. I think this will be a good contest, taking the pace off the ball against Kesar. But what Kesar does do, he keeps the ball in the right area. So if you're going to take him on, you've got to be positive, you've got to be assertive. If you make a mistake, if you're uncertain, if you're undecisive, he's going to get you.
Yeah, and that's a very good point you make there, Rico. Atul Kesar, very crafty bowler. Seems to be always one step ahead of the batsman. He just kind of ambles in. This one's shorter, and it's gone up in the air. The fielder very slow to pick it up there, short third man. I don't think he saw it. It came out of the clouds. But in the end, Kuldeep gets away with one there. It was a gift, really. It was so short. Kesar normally so accurate, but that one uncharacteristically losing his length and almost brought a wicket, but just a single. This will be another single for Gracia as Vicky Sondhi pushes that away on the leg side for one. But I think this is a very interesting matchup, Rico. Kuldeep against Kesar. I think he's going to look to go down the ground if he's above his eye level. This one's pushed through, goes down the ground anyway. Half a chance for the fielder, but it's going to carry the rope all the way for a Maximo, and 6 more to the total for Gracia.
Yeah, that's a good shot. And once more, you see Kuldeep there. He sort of faked coming down the wicket to Atul Kesar, and Kesar just putting it in a little bit short again. But Kuldeep then went back, stood firm, and hitting it straight back over his head.
It's clever batting. It's the old fake charge. Trying to get the bowler to push it through, then stand and deliver. That's certainly what he did. This time it's pitched up a little bit further, and that will go down to Harpreet on the boundary for 1. So Kuldeep, the danger man, at the other end. I was talking to some of the men in blue guys during the interval. They were telling me with Deb at number 3 breaking up him and Kalagutla, they thought, well, they're their 2 hitters. We can break them up and send someone up there to do a job. And they sent Harpreet, didn't they? It's called a wide line ball call there. But they said, you know, the problem is then what happens if they lose a wicket? Then, you know, there's no real hitters to come. So by sending someone up there that may or may not come off, Harpreet, and he did end up batting through the 10 overs, did Harpreet Singh. So the next ball's a full toss, and it looks to be in the gap between the 2 men out on the leg side. So 4 more runs, and Kesar was very accurate in the first game he played today, but a few full tosses and short balls, and he hasn't made a great start with the ball, and Gracia are cashing in this 4th over.
Gandhi ball se full toss, chokka ho gaya.
This is pushed down, but straight to the fielder for no run, and at the end of 4, Gracia 39 for no loss, and this game hangs in the balance. Rico full.
Yeah, certainly does. Gracia doing what they need to at the moment, courtesy of those boundaries. I was saying right all the way along, what they know they need to do in their mindset is that the over has to go, not just taking the singles, 6 is not enough. There needs to be a boundary in there every over. If you can squeeze 2 in and also take the singles, well, you're right up with it. And what you're then able to do is gradually bring that rate down. They're starting to do it. It's still just about 11, but another couple of overs going in this sort of momentum, then they're going to be around about the 8 or 9, and they'll be a lot happier with that, especially with wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's going to be Chowdhury coming to the attack, but it's a good point you make there, Rico. And you can see a bit of a difference between the Gracia openers or the opening batsman here, Kuldeep. Just looks like he has the ability to pull the big shot out when it's required, whereas the men in blue, it took them a long time to get going into their innings. But Chowdhury, let's see what he can bring to the table. This is short and it's edged and it's dropped. So a huge let off there as Kuldeep Lal flashing outside off stump. We almost saw him fall in that region last over. The thick edge, and I tell you what, Rico, this is one that could come back to bite the men in blue.
Oh, that's a massive, massive blow. The same fielder who we thought was very slow reacting earlier. Kuldeep Lal was the batsman then as well.
Well, let's see if Kuldeep will make them pay as he pulls out to deep mid-wicket. Just the single. He has time to think about life down the non-striker's end, and he can thank his lucky stars. He's almost like a cat with 9 lives today, and he's using them up very quickly in this 10-over match. But as long as Kuldeep Lal's there, I think Gracia are favourites to win this match. If they can get rid of him, I think the momentum swings towards men in blue.
Yeah, he's struggling with that short ball outside the off stump, isn't he?
Chowdhury in again. This one is pushed through, and this is in the air, but it's going to get over Deb at short cover, and it'll just be 1. And wasn't it great watching Deb's fielding in the last game? He took out the stumps. I'm sure that one's already made its way to our social media. And why don't you follow us at European Cricket if you don't already? Because there's so much happening in the world of European cricket. It's great to bring you all the action right here on the European Cricket Network as we see Nikhil Chowdhury steaming in again. It's short and wide, and it'll be called a wide. So, yeah, these games, everything's delivering something in the form of entertainment, isn't it? This 60-ball format, so explosive. With over 1,000 games of cricket coming away on the European Cricket Network this year, it's wonderful to have so many people around the world enjoying the coverage. But yes, classic Sabuj in the chat saying catch miss, match miss. As this is a full toss, it's very, very high. It's not going to carry the fielder. Those two of them under it, and it's taken. Yes, no signal from the umpire there. It was just below the waist, and Kuldeep has to go. So a huge wicket. And it looks like they may have been let off after all. The men in blue, after dropping Kuldeep, he's given another chance, but this time it was pounced on by the men in blue.
Yeah, that's a big, big wicket. Just watching that again on the replay, just about the height. But I think the ball was dipping on him. I think it's a correct decision made. And Kuldeep, I think, is probably going out to it as well. Remember, the no ball has to be given on height with the batsman standing upright in his crease. So I think Kuldeep did charge that a little bit. So that was absolutely fine. Correct decision by the umpire, not a no ball, and a very pressurised catch. And I tell you why that was such a good catch. He had to be aware of the other fielder that was right behind him. In fact, it was almost like it was going to knock him over at one stage.
Tell you what, they were forming an orderly queue, weren't they, behind that high ball? But a big wicket for Chowdhury for the men in blue. This next one isn't going to be caught unless it's over the fence. It's gone all the way for a Maximo. So what a comeback for Gracia after losing their main man, Kuldeep Lal. They come back, and it's Vicky Sondhi who has got to the other end, and he sent the next ball over the boundary for 6.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're going to rely on him now big time with Kuldeep gone. And he doesn't want to mess around.
Chowdhury, can he come back with something? This one is blasted off the back foot. It's going to go down to Shanky Kalagatla on the long off fence. That will be the end of the over. And after 5, at the halfway point of the second innings, Gracia are 49 for 2.
Wow, it's evenly poised, isn't it? We keep saying about this run rate. Once more, it's just staying at the 11. With that wicket going down, we thought, okay, men in blue, are they going to take the advantage at the halfway stage? And then, well, Vicky Sondhi playing a magnificent shot right the way over the top for 6 runs, bringing it back and keeping him in contention. Well, what a game we got on here.
What a game indeed. And so no Kuldeep, no worries for Gracia. That was an excellent shot by Vicky Sondhi. And this is Shanky Kalagatla to come. He bowled very well in the first match this morning, and he's going to be trusted with the 6th over here for men in blue. In he comes. And this is too full. I think that will carry all the way, perhaps. And it has all the way for 6. So, a bit of a warm-up ball. Kalagatla was deadly accurate in the first game, but this was a full toss on leg stump. And good batting there, down on one knee. And Vicky Sondhi sent that one all the way over the ropes, and 6 more runs, just a flick of the wrist. But gave it the attention it needed to massage the ball over the boundary for 6. And Kalagatla, a shaky start. Can he come back? This is more like him. It's up in the block hole, and all Sondhi can do is push it for a single. But what an interesting few overs we're going to have here, Rico, as this match reaches its conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, Kulwant Singh, the new bat, taking guard. Now, I wonder what he's been told to do out there. Is he being told just to stay there and support Vicky Sondhi at the other end and just try giving him strike, or is he sent out there to play his own game?
Here's Kalagatla again, and this is well bowled. No real foot movement there from the new batsman, Kulwant. And it's so important with Vicky Sondhi gaining some momentum in his innings that Kulwant can get him on strike. He doesn't want to be chewing up too many dots. There's one there already. He has to score off this ball. See Borika going back from mid-off, back onto the boundary. As you see Kalagatla coming in again. Oh, don't worry about the singles. I'll take 6 more. That's half a dozen. 6 more runs. A Maximo to Gracia, and Kulwant getting in on the act.
Good now, buddy, a shot. But anything that's been put in that leg outside area is being punished, and they've got to take note of this, men in blue. Anything in that zone has disappeared, and anything outside the off stump, well, Gracia are not able to put it away, so they've got to get this line right. They've got to focus on the off stump area.
Yeah, Calicut will be upset that he's lost his line a couple of times, but he has the chance to come back now with the next delivery. And this is hit beautifully, high and handsomely, all the way onto the practice nets. That is a Mega Maximo.
Hi. What a shot. And you know what? We say in T10 that a game can change in an over. Well, at the moment, this could be the over for Garcia. If this one ends up going anywhere near the boundary as well, their hats are going to be up.
I tell you what.
By just checking the ball.
That one's stuck in the fishing nets, and we see the crew there trying to get that one back. Here's one Kookaburra we may be able to get back into the rotation, but Calicut has some thinking to do. Last ball, the over. It's just going to sneak off the pad, but a huge over. There were 20 off it, and Calicut, what a difference a game can make, and he'll be disappointed, but Gracia, after 6 overs, a 69 for 2.
Yeah, and just have a look at that required run rate now. We said what difference an over could make, and if they could get one good over in, well, they've got it in, and it's gone now for the first time below the 10 mark.
And these two batsmen both showing an ability to clear the boundaries as well. So that's one thing. It's one thing to see the required run rate, but it's also the kind of batting skills you have in your unit and the batting skills you have at your disposal. And they still have plenty of resources with these two at the crease. You'd think that 10 and over isn't a dollar, but we've seen it time and time again here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, Rico.
Yeah.
We've seen a wicket and a change of momentum, so this game is very much alive. This is edged away, and nice bit of work this time from Paramjot Randhawa at third man. He's had his struggles down there, but this time it's just one run, saving some valuable runs for his team.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best of balls, but it was outside the off stump. Guess they're just trying to push it through a little bit too much, I think.
There's a wild swing there from the batsman.
Yeah, and straight away you can see different ball game. When the ball is outside the off stump, you can't play that shot anymore. They've got to try and play on the off and dot balls now.
Case has the chance to bring his team back into the game. This is cracked off the back foot. We'll go all the way out to Shanky Calicut, who's thinking about life down on the deep cover boundary, but Atul Kesar's just the man for a situation like this. He was a bit astray in his first over, uncharacteristically so, but he can get the ball in an area where it's difficult for the batsman to score. It's exactly what they need. Run rate still over 10 and over required. This is a nice low full toss, almost a Yorker, but still very difficult to get under that. And Kesar will be happy with his work so far in his second over, making up for a bit of an errant first one. But Rico, we're set up for a cracking finish here, aren't we?
We are indeed. They need a boundary here, though. They can't get under the cog. And this could be it. It's hit hard. It's gone all the way over the top. 4 runs, right on cue. And Kesar, for me, Vinny, I think he's just trying to push it through a little bit too much. He'd be far better off just holding the pace off. He's trying to bang it in.
Yeah, and it can be a bit predictable, can't it? I mean, that's one thing at his disposal is variations in pace. So you can see the batsman just getting used to playing him almost like a slow medium pacer, but comes in again now. And this one is much better length and line, and only one to the batsman. So that will be the end of Kesar's over. Gracia move to all the 7s. Slot machine, 77 off 7 for a loss of 2 wickets and requiring 31 off the last 3 overs. I tell you what, I think as long as these two are there, I favour Gracia, but if they lose a wicket, I think that men in blue probably get the favourites tag back, but hard to see where that'll come from at the moment. One thing's for sure, if they do get a chance, they're going to have to take it, the men in blue.
Yeah.
Don't think they're going to get too many more chances. They got away with one with Kuldeep as he holed out later in the over, but they're trusting Karupasamy Soundarapandian with the ball here in the 8th over. 31 off 18. Coming down to the end of this game in the European Cricket Series. This is Karupasamy Soundarapandian. This one, I think it's got the legs. Oh, the fielder thought he had a chance, but has just gotten over his head all the way down the ground for a Maximo.
Bolo, shaba, shaba, shaba. पटक के चल पे इतने ग्राउंड ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ Montjuic, Barcelona. The fireworks are beginning to start. Well, right on cue. I can feel the warmth of the sun coming out as well. What a finish.
Sandra Pandian is to bring something a little bit better. And this is the full toss. It's been an effective tactic from time to time in this innings. Very dangerous though. They'll just get one. And tell you what, if there was one more maximum to Gracia, but still 24 of 16, so 9 and over required. And men in blue, if they do get a chance, they'll be right back in this match. Here's Krupasamy Sandrapandian. This is hit very nicely, but straight to the fielder, and he holds on. And what a catch! What a catch down there on the square leg boundary, and just when they needed something to go their way, it was Nikhil Chowdhury down there. Nikhil Chowdhury just behind square. The ball was drilled at him. Not easy conditions for catching, and you see that has sparked men in blue a very, very important wicket. And that is the end of Kulwant. He has to go, and this game takes another twist. And what a game it's been, Rico Full.
You know what? If the men in blue, and I say if because there's still a lot to happen in this match, if they end up winning this game, it's going to go down to their catching, because we've seen 2 fabulous catches down there. Kuldeep Lal, the danger man, was caught, and then that one, and that's a great catch. Under these conditions, that ball was travelling, it was going fast, the pressure was on, you had to take it. Like, you know, if you muffed that up, it could have been 6 runs. Taking the catch, pressure really right back on Gracia now.
Well, that's pressure with a capital P and a capital everything, Rico, because that was the thing that made that catch so difficult as well. The situation, and the batsman did cross. So Sondhi's on strike here. This is dug in, and it's going to be off the surface. It's actually a wide. It wasn't quite off the pitch, but that one just too wide to reach. So gives up 1 run. Now 23 off 15 balls, and men in blue holding their nerve when it counted. And Sondhi's got a large responsibility to get Gracia past this target and start the campaign with a win. This is well bowled. And it's going to go to one of the 3 men who are placed back on the leg side boundary. So just a single becomes 22 off 14. And we know we've got 124 matches here in Barcelona, Spain for the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain. And we know we're going to get a lot of close matches. And this is one of them for sure. We hope you're enjoying the action as Krupasamy Sandrapandian comes in again, makes some room. This one is absolutely out of the universe. That is the biggest 6 we have seen all week. And what a shot, and what a way to start an innings. Harkamal Singh has Harkamal this ball out of the solar system.
That was absolutely huge. Well, mammoth that was. And you know what, we talk about blasters. Well, there's no bigger master blaster than that. Massive hit. And what's that going to do to this game? What's that going to do to the men in blue? Are they going to feel the pressure here now?
Well, that ball's going to come back looking like a football. There might be a new one now. Sandrapandian, can he come back? Next one, only going to get 1. It was very much attempting the same, but how's Harkamal Singh coming out? And you think, well, he might just nudge a single, keep him in the game. But he's come out and hit the biggest 6 we have seen so far in the FanCode European Cricket Series. So that's the end of the over. It's 93 for 3, and Gracia require 15 off the last 2 overs of this match. And this man Harkamal on strike. Hark Hogan, I'm going to call him, because he has muscled that one. And I just couldn't believe it.
I tell you what, it wasn't just big, it was effortless. I mean, you know, you see some guys giving it everything, and they're almost pulling their shoulder out trying to hit the ball over the ropes. But he just stepped into it. Well, here we go. He's taken the strike. He could have taken a wide off that last ball, really. But he got something on it, takes the strike. Let's see what happens here.
Well, the incredible Hark. Here he is. And he loves to swing, doesn't he? And I tell you what, this is going to be an exciting conclusion to this match. 15 off 11 required. What do you like better, Hark Hogan or the incredible Hark?
Nah, the incredible Hark.
The incredible Hark.
Yeah.
Looks like he could take 5 men to hold him down at the moment. This is going to be a big swing again.
Shanky.
I can tell. Shanky with the ball in hand. Oh, does he ever? And he's just got an inside edge down onto his pad. It'll just be the single. Oh, I've only seen him bat for 3 or 4 balls, Rico, but he's already my favourite player to watch at the FanCode European Cricket Series. You know what you're going to get from Hark Hogan here.
You're easily pleased, aren't you? You're easily pleased.
Oh, that ball's going to need counselling if they ever find it.
Vicky, 35 of 20. He's got to take him home. He's got to bring him home if they're to win this match.
14 off 10 then. Oh, that's a ball. Yeah, that one didn't get up. And again, if you're batting this situation, and this probably isn't going to be what the Hawk's thinking about, but if you can score off every ball, then you're taking it down to the wire. So don't necessarily, if you can gamble and get that 6, that's great if the ball's there. Like we were talking earlier about just taking what's given to you. So given a 6 ball by all means, but you don't want to dot here because then the game could just creep back in favour of men in blue. Next one, well, they will get at least one here, and they're going to settle for one.
Yeah, I think they'll settle for one and let Hartman Singh have a go here. Clever bowling. Kalagatla is doing what we've been talking about. He's trying to focus on that line, the guide that the umpires have for if the ball's too wide or not. He's trying to keep it inside that, making them play on the offside or go across the line.
13 off 8. Here is Hark. What's he got for us? Oh, he's got a big swing, but it was too wide, and Shanky has got back on that off stump, but just a little bit too wide, so it takes it back. 12 off 8. Looks like we're heading for another last over finish, unless the Hark can hit a 12 off 1 ball, which, to be honest, is what I would have given that one that he hit. First ball that he faced. 12 off 8. Here is Shanky Kalagatla. Another wide. He's upset with himself, Kalagatla. And
ooh,
well, this is the umpire's opinion, is that he moved out the way of it, but that I think is inconsequential.
Yeah,
because it's missed leg
tournament
stump.
rules are anything on the leg, so well, no wonder the batsman a little bit disappointed. Anyway, he's got a bat in his hand, and Hakmal, well, he's got to use it, and we know he can.
Don't make Hulk Hogan angry. He's going to swing twice as hard this time. Last ball of the over, and he does, but doesn't make contact. Last over. I can't believe it. It's at the end of 9. It's 96 for 3. What are you thinking on the YouTube? What do you think about the YouTube here, guys? The YouTube chat, last over. It's going to be 11 for a golden ball, 12 to win. Could this be the first golden ball of the FanCode European Cricket Series? And who's the man on strike? I think it'll be Vicky Sondi to face. And who are they going to trust with the last over? What a finish here. Men in blue, haven't they provided some entertainment this morning? 2 very different types of games, Rico. The first one was a bit of an arm wrestle, very low-scoring game, but we've seen a bit more expansive batting from both sides in the second match of the day. And looks like both teams are heading to score over 100. So 2 different styles of game, but both exciting in their own way. And look, it's Nikhil Chowdhury to bowl the last over. I wonder what he's feeling at the moment. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, along with Rico Full. And here's Chowdhury to bowl the last over. Oh no, it's a no ball. It's a no ball, and there's some confusion. It could be a run out here. Yeah, it's going to be an easy run out, and the Hark is going to have to go back to the pavilion. And look, he's decided that he wants to strike Vicky Sondi, and to be honest, like once they were both at one end, I think it made sense for Sondi to stay there. But the result of that is a no ball and a wicket, so there will be 1 run. So they need 11 off 6 now. The next ball will be a free hit as well. Let's have a look on the replay.
You know, we said in the previous game, sometimes you've got to play smart cricket. There was always a single there, should be taken, but also right at the end there. Now you got somebody like Hartman to hit the ball big. You need 12 to win. No, it's 11 now. You still got those 6 balls because of the no ball. Mate, I would have just stepped out and say, Harky, you stay in, you play it.
Well, I don't know. He'd missed a few as well, and he's risk of a dot balls. Agree to disagree there, Rico. Next one. Throws the hands at it. It's going to go over backward point. That could run all the way to the boundary. Yeah, it beats the fielder down there, Sandra Pandian. So 4 runs. And it turns out that Vicky Sondi has made the right decision because he's there. Probably would have been a wide as well, this one. It was a free hit, but he got full value from it. And so now, Gracia requiring 8 off 5. That man Sondi there. Yeah, it's interesting you say that. Harkamal was good for a 6, but he's also good for a dot. So I think in this situation, you need someone that can score. And we've got 8 off 5 now. Nikhil Chowdhury. This is 2 wide. That could be a no ball. And
oh my God, they're going to do it again, are they? What is going on there? Some kamikaze running between these guys.
This one is signalled a no ball by the umpire. So Chowdhury, tell you what, you don't know what you're going to get from Chowdhury either. He's made some chances happen, but he has been a bit erratic. We saw him on the first day, a bit more accurate with his length, and this is going to be a free hit. So what does that make it? Probably 7 off 5.
7 off 5.
7 off 5 here. This is short, and they're only going to get 1, and I think they're going to take it. And no interest from Sondi in pushing for a second, so 6 off 4. Oh, Rico, You know what I'm thinking, don't you?
I know what you're thinking.
You know
I know
what
what's
thinking?
happening. I know what those clogs turning up in your mind are saying. Now, this is going to be interesting. Now, whatever happens here now, he's got to just try and get back on the ball, and they've got to take the run.
Yep. Can't have dots. Tim Filer enjoying the action here on the European Cricket Network in the YouTube chat saying, bat on ball, guys. No need for a sixer ball. Easy from the couch.
Yeah.
And it is a lot easier on the couch. Imagine how these guys are feeling out there in the middle. And what a fantastic experience this is for all of these players. The FanCode European Cricket Series broadcast all around the world with millions of viewers all across the globe. And wow, this is a big moment. And Paramjit Singh, his heart will be beating out of his chest.
Nicole Chowdhury. Can he bowl a few peaches here now?
Acquiring 5 here off the last 4 balls.
Well,
that's gone up in the air and it's going to go down for 1. Some thought of 2, but I think that's sensible.
I
Wow.
tell you what, the Gracia guys are shouting all types of instructions to the batsmen from the dugout. No wonder they're getting confused. One is saying run, one is saying don't run. Well, where are we at now, I think?
Well, according to our score card, they require 4 runs off the last 3 balls here. 4 runs off the last 3. So a boundary will do it. This is going to come down. The pressure's on the fielder there, Borica, the money man. He's not going to make a mistake and very cleverly throws that to the keeper's end. He wasn't going to give Vicky Sondi any chance to get in front of that one. So that means it is now 105 with 2 balls to go. So 3 runs off 2 balls. 3 runs off 2 balls, and it's Paramjit on strike.
Just checking.
3 runs to win. 3 runs to win.
And it's good that the men in blue are checking with the umpires about the score, what's needed. Here we go.
So he doesn't want to dot here. Puts a lot of pressure on him. It's Chowdhury with the ball in hand. It's a good Yorker. They'll get down for 1. Will they try for 2? Putting pressure on the fielder. They're going to come back. It's going to go to the keeper's end. And there's going to be a run out. So they'll get 1. And that sets this up for a blockbuster finish. And it was a good bit of fielding there from Harpreet. And I think, look, they did have to go for it. There was every chance.
But they ran into each other. Look at that. That was terrible running.
Did not notice that.
Absolutely terrible running.
And great work by the keeper just to compose himself in. Look at this. They went for it and bang. I don't think he would have made it anyway, to be honest. And again, it was clever because that non-striker gets a bit of a head start. So, although it's a longer throw for the outfielder, if they can get that ball to the keeper, it's very difficult. And this is going to be a huge moment here with 2 required off the last ball for victory. So 1 to win. 1 to win. Sorry, 1 to tie, 2 to win. So 1 will be a golden ball, 2 to win. As we see the new batsman coming out, and geez, what a moment for the new batsman here.
They've surely got to bring everybody in here, surely.
Well,
everybody in round.
Well,
I mean, there's a man right down there on the boundary. He's got to be in.
You can take a golden ball as well here, because 1 is a golden ball. You can't let him get a 2. 1 to tie, 2 to win. He's missed it. They've got to go. They've got to go.
Oh,
and he's fouled it. And he's going to get it. He's going to get it. The match is tied. We're heading for a golden ball. And the keeper, unfortunately, fumbling, and we're going to have a blockbuster finish here in this game. What is this, game 12? I don't even know what game it is anymore.
Game 12.
Game 12, our first golden ball. The scores are locked at 107. 107. And we're going to have our first golden ball tiebreaker of the FanCode European Cricket Series for 2021. Gracia versus Men in Blue. Now, as I gather my breath, I'll talk you through the golden ball, of course. As we see, I'm not sure if we'll get a replay of that last ball, but the keeper just couldn't find his feet. He looked like like the drunk staggering out of the bar at 3 o'clock in the morning, didn't he? Not that any of them are open at the moment in Barcelona, but
you got to
look at this. Look, he's just fumbled
here.
it, and all he had to do was pick it up, and he didn't.
Yeah, you got to feel for him too.
There it is. Look, and when he went to pick it up, even though the ball was right there, it just slipped out of his hands, and he had his eyes on where it had to go, and this is the pressure, and this is why they had to go for the run, didn't they? But all they had to do was pick it up. We are heading for a golden ball. And the rules of the golden ball, if you're new, and look at Chowdhury there. Can't believe it. Cannot believe it. And he knows, has a sense of humour about it. Could have been worse. Could have disappeared out of the stadium, but Sanjeev course, he knew all he had to do was gather that clear. He had a couple of chances, but the captain couldn't grab it, and we've seen that happen, and that's what pressure does. And Men in Blue, most of the time, they've held their nerve under the pressure, but that was one occasion where they haven't. So now we have a golden ball situation. Now, Rico, for some of our viewers that might be new, this is something that is unique to the FanCode European Cricket Series. And in the golden ball, which is what happens if the scores are tied at the end of regulation time, then the batting team will come and they will face one additional legal delivery. And it's very simple. Anyone can face it as long as they haven't been out in the innings. So I think it'll probably be Vicky Sondi who will be on strike. And Vicky Sondi is likely to bat for Gracia. And any bowler can bowl it from the Men in Blue team, so they can choose any player. And I don't know who you'd bowl, perhaps Borica. He'd probably be my pick. So the rules are as such. If the batting team can score 2 runs off this ball, then the batting team will win. If they fail to score 2 runs, then the fielding team will win. So if they score 1 or they don't score at all, then the fielding team will win. So it's as simple as that, folks. Wherever you're watching around the world, this is golden ball drama at the FanCode European Cricket Series. And it looks like it will be Borica to bowl the golden ball. Let's see if the money man can deliver. The money man to deliver the gold, the pot of gold. Men in Blue would love to have 2 wins out of 2. Now, there's a few things that can happen here. If the ball goes to an outfielder, you know they're trying for 2. So the outfielder has to keep their composure and make the run out. If the ball goes in the air, of course, if there's a wicket, then that will be the game for the fielding team. So lots and lots of pressure. They do get 5 outfielders. They've decided to go 2 deep on the leg side. They've got a long off. They've got a deep point. And it looks like they've got an extra man they can push back, and they are pushing. It looks like Harpreet Singh there, but the outfielders, they don't want to be too deep here because they don't want to let them get a 2. They need to be on the move. Okay, here's the golden ball, 2 to win. It's Borica steaming in. And he's bowled him! And the game is over. The Men in Blue have won the game with a wicket on the golden ball. And it is the money man, Abhishek Borica, who wins the game for Men in Blue. The batsman premeditating and trying to get that ball back behind the keeper, but Borica, he held his nerve and hits the stumps once again. And high drama here in the FanCode European Cricket Series 2021. We're in Spain, and in match 12, it is the Men in Blue defeating Gracia Cricket Club on the golden ball.
Wow, how about that? Well, I cannot believe the decision made by Vinny Sondu there, the batsman. I mean, what on earth was he thinking? It was short. He should have been pulling that away. In the end, he's trying to be too clever for me, Vinny. Trying to think there's a gap there. I'm just going to guide it there. Terrible decision, and that's cost him the game.
Well,
Abhishek Borica, he's the hero.
He was gambling, but he was gambling with the game. And Abhishek Borica, their ball in the hands of the money man, and he definitely put another win in the bank for Men in Blue. And what a game we've seen here in match 12. Let's have a look at some of the highlights as that game was locked in the end at 107-107. Men in Blue getting it done.
Yeah, what a game. Got to get a breath back. Golden ball हो गई सी ये मतलब golden ball दे एक ball ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2 run ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਆ. Easy peasy. Well, they made it difficult, but in the end, well, Gracia were happy with themselves at one point. Men in Blue, you never write them off. They fight till the end. Well, how about that, winning their second game? And what a game it was. Great bit of catching there. And we said earlier that a lot of this was going to depend on the way Men in Blue fielded. I thought they fielded brilliantly. I think they took the catches that mattered, and because of that, they kept themselves in the game. And for me, because of that, is their catching and their fielding that won in that game.
Well, I tell you what, Sanjeev Tiwari is the most relieved man in the universe right now. We saw him have 2 or 3 goes to win the game for Men in Blue on the last ball of regulation. But it was Abhishek Borica who came up with the goods on the golden ball. We see here what led to it. This is Abhishek early in the innings. He's just been so reliable for the Men in Blue this morning, hitting the stumps time and time and time again. And that was a disappointing moment there for Manish Thoki. And we saw some good hitting from Gracia, in particular Kuldeep Lal. Looked like he could take the game away from the Men in Blue, giving a couple of chances. Not all of them were taken. But this was the moment they queued up and sent that batsman back to the pavilion, but the boundaries kept coming. Sandra Pandey, well, he took some punishment. But again, another great catch held onto, and you can see the Men in Blue, what it means to them. They didn't get a win on the first day. They went close, but they walk away with some good work done on their second day of action here, day 3 in Barcelona, winning 2 wins out of their first 2 games. And here was the moment. The batsman, that could have been consequential as well. Not sure if they made it anyway, and here it was with 1 to tie. It was straight to the keeper and couldn't grab it, and this is an incredible moment as he just had to pick it up. He couldn't find it again, had another go, and the game was tied. So frustrated was the captain, Sanjeev Tiwari, and that took us to a golden ball situation.
What pressure does to you, doesn't it? I mean, in the end, maybe he's a bit lucky not to get a few penalty points there for that. For a little bit of that aggression.
This was the golden ball, and I'm glad they didn't, because it set up the golden ball. And Abhishek Borika, middle stump, and Vicky Sondhi's filthy with himself. But he took it on, didn't get it, and unfortunately, it meant that Gracia come away with no points from their opening fixture in day 3 action. And Borika, wasn't he happy about it? And weren't we excited about it up here in the commentary box? The golden ball, I tell you what, might be a little bit biased with the golden ball, but it is a very exciting way to finish a match, and it's nice to see the fielding team get one back.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's a lot of people out there that think that this golden ball is all about the batting side, but I tell you what, it proves there, if you keep your cool, if you keep your composure, it's anybody's game.
That's right, and coming up shortly on the European Cricket Network, we have match 3 of the day. It's match 13 of the FanCode ECS Spain-Barcelona. It's going to be Bengali returning to the stage against 11 Stars. Bengali, of course, won the only 2 games on Monday that were completed, and they topped the table at that stage with a 2-0 record. They'll be relying on Omar Ali and Mosharraf Hussain up the top of the order. Shafiqur Rahman had a very good day on Monday as well, so you can see the dream 11 points that they've accumulated so far. Omar Ali, he's a good young player, probably underperformed a bit on day 1, but I'm expecting him to come back very big on day 2 with the bat and ball. Well, 11 Stars, they did very well to hold Men in Blue to 63, but they couldn't chase it down, showing a few nerves, but I also liked some of their bowling options. Umar Riaz, Ali Ahmed, they impressed me with the ball in hand. Also, Amir Sohail had very safe hands in the field, held on to a couple of catches. Tanvir Shah at the top of the order. He went.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Firstly, again, apologies for a long, frustrating day for you all. Well, for all of us really. We want to see some cricket, but really the pitch has played havoc because of some heavy rain that once again that we've had. The sun though has been shining for a while, which means that a lot of puddles that we did have around the ground and on the pitch itself have started to go away. You can see that behind me, a lot of work and a lot of effort is being put into getting some of those wet areas a little better. A lot of sawdust have been put down. Just for example, if you have a look at the pitch here, this area was under a lot of water. Once again, a lot of that water has been removed. Sawdust has been put down and it's been padded down. And what that means is that this match number 53 is going to go ahead, though it is going to be a shortened match. Yesterday we saw the Indo-Bulgarian side, the reigning champions, take on Sofia Spartans, and it was a 3-over-a-side match. Today, the same two teams are going to do it all over again in match number 53. So match 53 coming up here is going to be a 3-over-a-side match. And what I can tell you is that the news from the coin toss is that Sofia Spartans have won the toss, and as they did yesterday when they were victorious, they are going to have a bat first. That means we're going to see the likes of the Centurions, aren't we? Kushal, Krishnan Kumar, he was fantastic. And also a man who was in great form yesterday, Sid Nair. I mean, he brought a century up for himself as well, and he did it in blistering fashion. Something like Ali Rasool will be pretty key in this one as well. Indo-Bulgarian, they would have been disappointed the way that that match yesterday went, but they didn't have really time to prepare for it. It was sort of forced upon them that it was going to be a 3-over-a-side match. This time round though, I think they're going to be better prepared. They've got Adrian Dunbar in their side, and also they'd be pleased to have somebody like Mike Jones. Mike Jones, remember, a player that's taken a hat-trick and also scored 93 runs. Me personally though, I feel something like Bakhtir Tahiri could be pretty key on this one. Prakash Mishra, 150 runs to his name. Well, he'd be hoping to hit a few balls out of the park as well. With the ball, my feeling is that the slower bowlers could be key, and maybe somebody like Rohit Dhiman will be key on this one, just keeping the pace off and picking up the wickets of some of the hard hitters. It's been a long, frustrating wait, but the good news is we are finally going to get some cricket started here today, and let's hope that the weather stays kind as it is at the moment for the remainder of the day. Match number 53 coming up. Let's go over to Charlie Hunt for the start of this one.
Yeah, thank you very much, Rico. Very good afternoon to everyone around the world. Welcome back to Sofia. And yes, it feels as if we've been here for what? Well, it certainly feels like we've been here for about 5 years this morning, but we're finally getting some cricket underway, and it is, of course, as Rico has mentioned, it's going to be a 3-over match between the Indo-Bulgarians and Sofia Spartans. There's a quick look at the lineups there, and you can see Omar Rasool for the Indo-Bulgarians has come in as a late addition for this game. Mike Jones at the top of the order, and of course Adrian Dunbar as well. And then that's going to be an interesting one because, of course, that's where they failed in this match last time. Of course, it was a 3-over match, but the issue was that Indo-Bulgarians weren't able to prep themselves. This time they know exactly what they've got, and it is going to be 3 overs as he's going to start. Well, that's Gangadeep Singh, who thinks that's definitely out, but I can tell you it certainly isn't. And good start, though, for Gangadeep Singh. Bit of lateral movement as the clouds come rolling in. Very good afternoon, though, to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on the ECN, European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or on FanCode. A huge thank you to everyone for sticking around, and we do appreciate all of your patience, as we know it's never easy. Well, this is down the leg side. That's Adrian Dunbar keeping, of course. And the direct hit is interesting here. Don't think he's going to take a look at this one. We're going to go upstairs just in case, though. You never know. But I think he's made his ground as I welcome Rico Full back into the commentary box. Rico, this could be, I think he's safe, but good early signs, though, for the Bulgarians.
Yeah, it certainly is. Hello, everybody. And, of course, hello to you, Charlie. Yeah, it does feel like we've been here forever. But the good news is that we are seeing some cricket, and hopefully the weather and these horrible clouds that are hovering over us stay clear of any rain, and we can get the remainder of the matches on this, the last day of the group matches in today. That's a good delivery, well pitched up. Gangadeep's made a good start here. I think yesterday, remember, he had to. Oh, well, this one has hurt. Well, I just said he made a good start. Well, that could all go downhill pretty quickly as this one gets thrown back. And I think this hurts him. Oh, poor Gagandeep. That hurt.
If he took it properly like you taught to, you wouldn't have hurt, you muppet. Oh, dear Gagandeep Singh. What's he been doing, huh? Anyway, this time it's in between and almost onto the helmet, but it won't. But it will run away, and it will be 4 byes. It's the first boundary that we've seen here today, and it's not off the bat.
Yeah, Dunbar will be a little bit disappointed he wasn't able to stop this. And Gagandeep, you can see there, he just has a little cheeky look to Prakash Mishra and said, you see that? You see that? The wicketkeeper lets me down. Once again, yeah, great to be with you all. Thank you for all your patience. Thank you to everybody on the chat as well, Kroom and Vinny, Bangalore and Shrug. It's been very good that you've been able to stay with us on once again, another frustrating day.
Oh, this has gone high in the air, and that is Omar Rasool who's under it. He's interested the entire way and takes it. That's an excellent catch. That had some serious height on it. It was probably had a bit of rain as it reached to the top of it, but Omar Rasool comes in for his first involvement for the tournament, and what an involvement it is. A superb catch.
This is an outstanding catch. I mean, Omar Rasool, I was surprised that he wasn't behind the stunts because, you know, he's a pretty decent keeper. He has taken this catch and made it look absolutely easy. In these conditions, the ball is wet. It goes a long way up in the air, and that wind is swirling around. That is a superb catch. And look at Gagandeep. Gagandeep is saying, it's all about me. It's all about my bowling. I know what I was doing. Gagandeep, I think you just got to say, well done to Omar Rasool. Because if it were for Omar, I don't think you're getting that wicket. That's a great catch. And what an introduction for Omar Rasool to the series. Takes an outstanding catch.
Yeah, he certainly does. First wicket down then, 7 for 1 here in the first innings, of course, of a 3-over match. 3 overs per side, albeit, touch wood, that there is no rain coming. And, well, if I'm being honest, 20 minutes ago I wasn't thinking that positively, but at the moment it seems as if it's, again, yesterday, like I said, just sort of going around us. And then, of course, I was proven wrong yesterday, but we got a game in. We got all 5 games in yesterday, which was positive. I don't think anyone really expected that. By the way, these flies, they are doing my head in. There's about, honestly, 30 of them just in front of us, just hovering. Just can't see a thing. So annoying. Gagandeep Singh then with his 5th delivery of the over. Well, this is up in the air, and that will be another catch for Omar Rasool, and it's 2 in 2, and Gagandeep Singh with a bit of lightning in the background. Well, there's lightning out in the middle as well, because that's 2 in 2.
Well, lightning strikes again when it does, because that's the wicket that they also wanted. A new batter goes in, and he's going to go straight away. That is Kevin D'Souza. So what we're seeing here from Indo-Bulgarians is quite spectacular. D'Souza, he's going to go for a first bowler. So there's the golden duck. You can throw the gloves at Derek, but Derek ain't going to go away. Remember also that Sid Nair as well, the man who made a century, he went for a 3-ball duck. And just like that, Gagandeep Singh, who did their celebrations, there he is. Give us a bow, Gagandeep. Give us a bow. Give us a bow. There we go. He says, a player's dreams come true. I'll tell you what, his dreams will come true if he can add his name onto the Hall of Fame. So it's you can see Mike Jones. He's got his name up there from the Bulgarians. Muridal's back. Dave Patel as well. Can we see the 4th hat-trick here? Gagandeep. Well, he's going to be bowling to Anu Sarju. And you've got to say, he's just going to be swinging it. Remember, it's only 18 deliveries per side. So you've got to go big.
Come on then. Hat-trick delivery time. It's Sarju on strike. Oh, no.
And
oh, no. No. Oh, no. Prakash Mishra, get involved. Yeah, well done, Prakash. Yeah, well done, Prakash. That's very good. Well done, Prakash Mishra. Gagandeep, headshots. That is ridiculous. No warning. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I'm seriously close to walking off.
Charlie, settle down. It's within the laws of the game.
Yeah, but it's so bad. I hate it. It looks so bad.
It might do, but the batter shouldn't walk out of his crease.
Still a hat-trick then.
Still a hat-trick, and he won't get the hat-trick. He finishes the over. Yeah, look, going back to that, of course, you can run the non-striker hat if he goes out of his crease. Gagandeep, he did so, and Prakash Mishra said straight away, hey, look, we don't want to win a game this way. And it's almost like Prakash is giving him the red card.
Yeah, I think he is. He's turned around and gone, listen here, you're going over there. Don't talk to me. I'm embarrassed. And rightfully so. That is the worst law in the game. I hate it. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everyone, though. And well, Shrug just asking what's the forecast for the internationals at the weekend. Well, the one thing I'm going to say is I'm not going to tell you the forecast because I don't believe anything it says. Because every time we've said, oh, okay, so the forecast says, oh, okay, 3 o'clock it's going to rain. It doesn't rain at 3 o'clock. We've had a dry day and nothing happens. Then the next day, it's supposed to be all sunshine and just a few clouds, and we've had no cricket. So that's all I'm going to say is that we're not going to tell you a forecast because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't. And we would only be guessing as well because that's what it feels like we're doing all the time. But, well, here we go. Mike Jones coming on the bowl.
End of the power play, of course, due to that 3 overs, so just the 1 over of power play. So, yeah, you can see the field being spread now, and understandably so, because you've got Krishna Kumar, who I just found out is in his first year of university here in Bulgaria. Apparently, actually not in Bulgaria, sorry, back in Ireland. I think that's what I was told. There's another bit of lightning comes down, and it's, at the moment, just being monitored. Here is Mike Jones then, and this is into the leg side. Is it another one? Oh, it's not. And he was looking to make it a hat-trick, and he's furious with himself. And that will be a 6. It's a maximum. And Mike Jones starts off with a bit of a tosh against his name.
Yeah, as we hear a rumble of thunder and almost takes a great catch. I get the feeling, though, here, Charlie, as that one quite rightly is signalled 6, that if he had taken it, I think he would have struggled to try and put the brakes on going over the boundary. So Jonesy's first ball goes for 6. And Kushal Krishnan Kumar sends the first one out of here. Now he wants to do the reverse, and he gets it pretty well, but this is in the area where you've got to be a little bit careful. It's very wet down there, and the fielder does pretty well, gets the throw in. And the batters, though, they've run well as they take 2.
Yep, good running, good positive running, and I think at the moment, of course, with the fact that there's not really going to be any DLS methods coming into it because both sides know that it's 3 overs, so there's no real difference in terms of the intent that they're going to have. It's just going to be swing and swing hard.
Yeah, very much so.
Interesting to see what everyone's take on the man cut is, as this is into the leg side again. There is a man out there, and it's just going to be 1. Yeah, so everyone just sort of saying, well, Liam says he's with me, but then also says that he should take the approach that the batsman should be a little bit more awake, and I would agree.
Yeah,
I do. Obviously, it's there for a reason, and understandably so. But I don't like the fact that he didn't give him a warning.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, that giving the warning, I mean, that used to be the way, didn't it, back when, I know when I was sort of your age playing, it was always like the right thing to do, giving a warning. That doesn't apply now. The only thing I don't want to spend too much time looking at it again, but I reckon, don't forget the laws on that, as Jonesy bowls this one. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, no.
Dot ball. I think his foot stays down here. We might have a look at this side on. Does he? Oh, no, I think if he was quick enough, I think he may have had him done by. But I think you have to, if you're doing that run-out option, you can't do it after you're pretending to bowl. And I just think Gunganik there probably went past his bowling action. Chance, and Bakhtir Tahiri takes a very good catch. And it's right on the boundary. It's been absolutely clobbered, this has. It's been walloped by Sarju. And he's going to, would you believe it, it's another duck. So Derek is going to be out there again, courtesy of that catch from Bakhtir Tahiri. I said that I think he could be key in this one. So, well, there's Anun Sarju will go for a 3-ball duck, so he makes his way. I tell you what, Derek is having a great afternoon at the moment. It's been all quiet this morning, but Derek is back with vengeance.
Well, he was probably enjoying his time out on the old outfield due to the wet outfield at some points, due to the rain that we had earlier on in the day. But no, he's getting full use at the moment, isn't he? And yeah, it's mostly down to some excellent fielding, in all fairness. And at the moment, yeah, the Bulgarians looking for revenge after yesterday. And yeah, there is just a little bit of precaution coming in for this lightning at the moment.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, they're doing the classic method. If you count, I think it's a kilometre a second, isn't it, for distance away from where you are?
Yeah, you sort of do that. You do the old count.
Difference between the
right.
sort of the thunder and the lightning, right?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, I remember doing that as a young child many a times, lying in bed, shivering and going 1, 2. It's getting closer. All right, well, this one is not getting closer. It gets whipped away a little bit too short here, Jonesy. And, well, that's a nice shot from Jinson John. Gets 4 runs, and Jonesy's upset the way he's finished the over. So a boundary to finish, and it's 20 for 3 after 2.
Yeah, so again, they're probably going to be thinking the 10s and over, and anything more than that is a plus, and they'll back themselves to defend that. Will the Spartans here? But yeah, in the grand scheme of things, though, of course, with tomorrow coming up, this is, I think this is it's an interesting matchup.
This is huge. I mean, just at the moment, and remember, we're talking about the team that is third currently, the Spartans. There you go. That shows you there against Indo Bulgarian. Indo Bulgarian win this one, then they go ahead of the Spartans, and the Spartans would have played all their matches. And then it puts all the pressure on the Barbarians, because what it could come down to, the Barbarians have to get their victory over Istanbul KSK, and then it goes down to the last match of the group stages with the Barbarians up against Indo Bulgarian. Could be the one that decides which team does and doesn't go through. Here comes the throw. It will be well bowled, just a single. It is Rohit Diman bowling here now, and I thought that maybe the slower bowling would be key.
No, absolutely. And by the way, I'm just showing a replay on my phone because, of course, the stream. And just watch this, right? Watch. I'm going to tell it when it comes up as we come to this delivery. Oh, and this is out here. So at the end of that last over, so we saw the standings. Watch in the background. Just wait. It's coming, honestly. This was, again, a missed stumping opportunity, though, as we in terms of live action. You watch this. I'm going to carry on.
Yeah, I'll watch it.
This time goes down the ground, and it's in that dodgy area. And, yeah, once again, that'll just be one. Ooh. There you go. See it? I'm not lying.
You captured it. Good one.
I'm going to record that one on my phone.
That was... keep hold of that one. Diman flights it up there. And, well, we just talked about the lightning in the distance. We've just seen another bolt there, Charlie, in the background. And I reckon just get a camera up there. You're going to see some beauties. These flies, well, I tell you what is going on here? Gone big. Balle, ginna sona, shaka lagya. Well, Kushal Krishan Guma sends another one out of here. That's a good shot. And even though there's no pace on this from Diman, he still goes the distance. And you see that Bakhtir Tahiri comes all the way from the boundary to have a chat with Rohit. I don't know what he's told him. Maybe he said, get the quicker one in.
Probably saying, try and make sure it doesn't go for another boundary. Well, it doesn't matter because it will, and that's going to sail over the dugouts, and that will be another maximum, and it will be 6 to finish. So they go 12 off the last 2 deliveries, and the Spartans do get into that 30 region. They will finish on 34 for 3 off their 3 overs.
Yeah, 34 for 3, 2 big sixes, and it was the quicker ball from Rohit Diman, but it still gets whipped away. So Kushal Krishan Kumar, 23 of 8 deliveries, shows that he's still the man in very much good form. But still, this time around, remember this fixture yesterday, it was the target went from 48, which is what the score was at the end of 3 overs for Spartans. But because they were scheduled to play a 10-over match, DLS system took the target at 55, and the Indo-Bulgarian side ended up on 30. But this time round is more realistic, as we saw a really good catch there from Omar Rasul, and then a simple one straight to the fielder. That was 2 ducks, really. That was coming to D'Souza going first baller. So that was a big one. Get a big wicket like D'Souza back early. And at that point, they were in a little bit of trouble. Omar Rasul taking the catch, taking both catches, actually. And then this one, well, let's go. Skagandeep, I have to say, he bowled really well. And there's a little bit of a hug here when I think the umpire said to him, hey, what are you, naughty boy, trying to get that run out of the non-striker. This one, Rasul almost takes another. I get the feeling he probably would have run over the stumps. That's a great catch there for Tahiri.
Yeah, no, it certainly was. And then this was it was an interesting over, finished with a boundary into the leg side. Then we saw a bit of thunder, a bit of lightning. And then, yeah, Krishna Kumar went big in that last over as it ended up. Yeah, they finished on 34 for 3. Yeah, that over from Diman did go for a fair few. But in this context of the game, can't really expect much else. And yeah, they will finish on 34 for 3, which will mean that Indo-Bulgarians will need 35 runs for victory. And again, just a little bit different in that first matchup.
Yeah, and a little bit different. Well, the ground looks like there as well. It doesn't look too much like that at the moment. But well, Kushal Krishan Kumar, 23 of 8. But how about that Sydney? Kevin D'Souza, Anu Sarju, all are getting ducks. And then Jinson John played his part, hit a nice shot, didn't he, as well, to the boundary. So 34 for 3. It's going to be one of those. Hey, Have we ever had a 3-over-a-side match go to a golden ball? That's what I'm looking forward to that. Are we going to see a golden ball here today? We've had one in this series already. Maybe we can have another. Let's have a quick look at those bowling figures.
Yeah, there's not really much to tell you. 2 wickets for Gangandeep, 1 for Mike Jones, none for Rohit Dhawan going for 14. But yeah, that 1 over from Gangandeep Singh going for just 2 for 2 wickets with just 3 runs against his name, so he'll be pretty content with that one. But yeah, don't go anywhere. We'll be back in around about 7 minutes time, I reckon, as we'll see the response. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria, finally today with myself, Charlie, alongside Rico Full on the European Cricket Network.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Sofia, and you can see on the top of your screens there that we are currently just keeping our fingers and toes crossed because that's what's above us at the moment. It's looking pretty grey and grim, but at the moment we've got a three-over game on our hand, and it's going to be a pretty simple one. 35 runs needed off of 18 deliveries here for the Indo-Bulgarians. Mike Jones will be opening alongside Adrian Dunbar here in this second innings, and what an innings it could be. And I know that someone's already got a little bit of a feeling inside his gut. That's Rico Full, who joins me in the commentary box. Rico, this could be an exciting matchup.
Yeah, got a tingle. I really have. I've got to say, they need 35 for victory. That means they need to be going at over 11 per over. And you've got Mike Jones, who has batted very well. We've seen him have scores of 44-93. Here's the first delivery. And it's a good one, I think. They're asking the question, and he's gone. He goes first ball, and Charlie heard the snick straight away. I wasn't too sure. I was looking up. Jonesy didn't want to go, but he has to go now. It's a first baller.
Yeah, and well, it's going to be another visit for the old Derek boy, because this one, yeah, nice and full swinging away, and that's going to be another bit of keeping, and then a good bit of keeping as well from Lynch. And it's going to be a golden one. Golden Derek makes an appearance.
Yeah, another golden Derek. You can't blame the batters. They're just going to go out there and have a go. So, Jonesy goes first baller. Derek ushers him off. And what a good bowling that is from Jinson John as well. Right on the money. And, well, if there's a few people thinking that it's difficult for a bowler to get their footing and grip the ball, well, you try telling Jinson John that. Great start. New batter comes in.
And this is driven nicely. That'll be 4. That's going to run away, even though this soggy, wet outfield. It's going to be 4 runs, and what a good start that is for...
It's Bhakti, isn't it? Tahiri.
And that was Dunbar, so it was Tahiri, in fact, that ended up opening with... and it was Tahiri that ended up opening alongside Mike Jones. And then, yeah, so Jones went, and it meant that Dunbar came in.
Oh, what a lovely shot that was. Beautifully played. So... Tahiri, yeah, he's the non-striker, you're absolutely right. Dunbar. Not a good delivery, and whips this away as well. 4 more. A lovely shot. Well, Adrian Dunbar is doing what he did yesterday in the same fixture. It was also 3 overs a side match. He started well. He got a 4 and a 6 before he departed. And then when he went, that chase of 55 in 3 overs went down the pan. But he's still there now, and he's fighting. And just to remind you all, it is a 3-over match. So the first over, so as soon as this one is done by Jinson John, that'll be the end of the power play. And of course, it's obvious that only 1 over per bowler can be bowled. So 3 bowlers will have to be used. So, well, this ball has found its way into the jungle, and it looks like they're going to be called back because they can't find it. And a new ball has been picked up by the umpire. Umpires out there for this one. Umpire Gusara and Nitin, and umpire Ivan is the third umpire. And today the umpires have been led by Matadal in Rummage, having a well-earned day off. Here comes John. Ball number 4.
Short. Short. And this will be into the leg side. And again, you just have a feeling that this game could come down to the very last ball.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, isn't it? The first ball, the one that got Jonesy, was an absolute cracker. Outside the off, moving away, takes the edge. Since then, well, he's overpitched 1, and then trying to get it right, he's bowled 2, too short. So, perfect start at the moment. Wickets don't matter as long as runs keep flowing.
Here's Jinson John then. He's got a response. No, because it's down the leg side, and Lynch will take that. Good bit of footwork, though, from Lynch.
Yeah, so another one goes onto the board. So, they're where they want to be. And Dunbar trying to remain cool, calm, collective, and get the runs for his side. Looking to put their place in the top 4.
Jinson John then looking to finally get a legal delivery in, and he does. And this time, oh, there you go. There's just an example of the state of the old outfield at the moment. It's certainly a bit slippy and slidey and a little bit muddy.
Yeah, Ali Rasool doing the fielding. I'm pretty sure that he'll be wanting to get his hands on the ball to bowl the second over. Okay, back to Tahiri to face his first.
Hasn't really had a chance to score many runs yet. This is a chance to get a few away, and it will be a single, and that will be the end of the first over. And they're up with the rate at the moment, as it's going to be 15 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, and Tahiri gets the single, will go back on strike. He's somebody who, I mean, I remember him back in 2020. He was outstanding. He really was. Not really had the opportunity this time. Well, what a time he could come good for his side as they're looking to put their place. The reigning champions, of course, Indo-Bulgarian, a team who were champions in 21 and 22, were runners-up in 2020. And what a time for him to come good as we have a look at a number of matches since a golden ball. Are we going to get one here in this 3-over-a-side match? Well, we could do. I've got a tingle, folks. I've got that tingle. 15 on the first.
I think that tingle's just come from the old lightning about 20 kilometres away.
Yeah, do you see that one again? Well, it's all happening there in the background. Just, okay, so who we go? I'm quite surprised they're not going with Rasul straight away. They're going to go with Anusaju.
Yeah, and another one there, by the way. Another thrash of lightning, and this time into the offside and struck firmly, chases on for the man out in the deep, and he gets a boot to it, and I think he's done enough. And that could be an excellent bit of work, and that could be some very crucial runs saved. Yeah,
that's really good work from the fielder. He's got a lot of ground to make up. I think that's Nevin George that's out there. Brilliantly done by Nevin. And, well, sometimes they say you should always use your hands. I don't think he would have been able to use his hands on that one. Nicely stopped.
Right, so Sargi, just 2 off the first. Dunbar's probably thinking, get me on. Well, this has gone high in the air. Has it got enough on it? Yes, it does. It's a great effort from the man at long on, but it gets enough on it, and it's a valuable 6 runs, and just teasing them, but at the last minute the ball wins.
Yeah, well, Tahiri is in the house, and he hits this big boom. Shakalugya. And a great effort there from the fielder. That's Sid there. He couldn't stop it. And, wow, 8 off 2 deliveries. 23 for 1. 12 runs away.
Yeah, don't need to take any risks, especially when you're going to get deliveries like that. And at the moment, it is just looking like Spartans just feeling a little bit on the wrong side of it at the moment.
Yeah, hello to Gary Wheeler and everybody else on the chat to crew. Even Winnie Sandu in there as well, Helix and Nick. Great to hear from you. And Maya Patel, well, I hear you've recently celebrated a birthday as well. Is that correct? If it is, belated birthday greetings to you. Welcome to everyone.
Oh, this time in the offside, and that's still going. And it's going to be 6 runs, and well, that almost seals the fate of this shortened match because that has flown off the willow. And does that hit the... Hang on a second. Hang on.
Does it hit the cables? This is what they're looking at here. Does this strike the power cables? Oh, well, does it or does it not? Is this going to be a dead ball? Watch this. Here's the hit. Can we follow the ball? Where does this ball go? Does it catch any of the cables along the way? Let's see. And I think it does. I think this might be called a dead ball. The dead ball it will be. Now, a couple of things you need to look for here. I don't think they complete a single. So normally what would happen is that if anything that happens up until it hits the cable. So that's a bit of misfortune. Dead ball is called. Oh, well, Tahiri gives a big sigh of disappointment, a sigh of relief for the bowler.
Yeah, and all of a sudden the game's still back in the hands. Well, this time he makes sure that this goes over, and it's exactly what he does. No question about this one. And better go get that one, fetch it, because it's gone all the way. And there's no question about this one, 6 runs.
Yeah, well, Tahiri turning on the style here for the reigning champions, Indo-Bulgarian. Back to Tahiri. I had a feeling that this guy could come good. I mentioned him, of course, in the introduction, and he's shown exactly what he can do. Back to Tahiri. He's looking to win this one in style. 5 runs required of 8 deliveries.
He's probably looking to finish it on this one. And will he do so? Yes, he will. And that will be game, set, and match for the Indo-Bulgarians, doing it with an over and a 1 delivery to spare. And credit to that man there, Tahiri, who just came out, and the only thing he was thinking of was that it's going to rain. Well, not at the moment, because it's going to rain 6s.
Oh, well, what a bit of hitting that is from Baktir Tahiri, turning on the style. And, well, he saved the best for last. That was awesome hitting. Well, there you go. The Master Blaster is back, and that is exactly what I remember about Bakti Tahiri finishing in style and, well, shaking of hands, and that one has certainly done the damage. It's meant that the Spartans, they face defeat, though they should be okay going into the top 4, but it just means it makes it very interesting. Indo-Bulgarians now have a 3-point cushion over the Barbarians. They also now will leapfrog their opponents as well into that. Oh, it's just all happening very quickly. So Indo-Bulgarians now would be on the same number of points as the Spartans, but the Spartans have played all their matches. So Indo-Bulgarian and the Spartans at the moment, they're sharing that spot number 3 and 4. We'll have to have a look at the net run rate to see how it looks, but it means that the Barbarians, they will be desperate to play both their remaining fixtures, but it won't be easy for them either. They play table toppers Istanbul KSK in the next scheduled match, which is scheduled to start in around 20 minutes time, and then only if they win that one, they then have to win the match against Indo-Bulgarian, the final match of the day, the last day of group stages. What a match that was, what a win. But look, this is what's coming up in a half an hour time, of course, all depending on the weather as well. The Barbarians taking on Istanbul KSK.
Yeah, this could be an interesting one, of course. Istanbul yet to lose again. They're 10-0. Of course, they've lost 3 of those games due to the weather, so no results in them. But at the moment, yeah, again, that will just be weather dependent. And yeah, that is certainly going to be an interesting one with a lot of names in there that could be very, very crucial for both sides, in all fairness. But yeah, of course, do want to emphasize the fact that that is weather dependent. So at the moment, looking clear, but as we look over ourselves, and it's just a matter of, I feel it's a matter of if not when. Or when not if, I think is probably what I'm thinking of, because it is just looking like at the moment we're missing it, but yeah, at the moment it's going well.
Yeah, it could be. You're absolutely right. I mean, a couple of things to take into account here. One, of course, is if we get any more rain, there's going to be issues. But secondly, is all to do with the lightning bolts as well. We're talking about lightning bolts. Well, this was a bolt of lightning which took the wicket of Mike Jones. But the thing was, though, Jones went, and first Dunbar came, and we know what he's about. Played some beautiful shots. You just have to say to Charlie, after that first top-class delivery, they just bowled a little short, didn't they?
Yeah, no, Jenson John just lost it in that first innings, in that first over completely, it has to be said. Good efforts, though, in the field, trying to get something to turn their way. But, yeah, no, it really just was. Well, we thought that was going to be a 6, but it wasn't. It was a dead ball, simply because it touched the power cable. But then the exact next delivery, turned around and says, yeah, don't worry, don't question this one, I know this is going. Then he went flat and hard and into the offside, and that was all she wrote. And it's very simply put, as another crash of lightning comes down, as the IBCC, the Indo-Bulgarians Cricket Club, they are your winners here by 9 wickets.
Yeah, and they win well, don't they? And they do it in style. Well, there's me having a tingle. Well, you're right, I do need to go to the doctor, because it wasn't close in the end at all, because the Master Blaster, well, Bakti Tahiri turned on the style, 21 of just 6 deliveries, and there you go. You have a look at it there on the scorecard. And we'll have a look at the bowling figures coming up in a moment as well. Not really too much to report, apart from the fact that after one very good delivery that got the wicket of Jones, then after that they went a little bit too short, and the likes of Adrian Dunbar and Bakti Tahiri just took the bowling apart.
Yeah, no, absolutely, and there's confirmation. Just the 1.5 deliveries needed, because yeah, the economy of Anu Sanju's first over and only over, going for 25.2. But yeah, the Bulgarians with a bit of revenge after yesterday. They all win it hit by 9 wickets. Do return hopefully in about 15 minutes or so, where we'll have an incredible bit of we'll have a bit of an update for you, and hopefully we'll bring you some cricket as well. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Bulgaria with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Rico Full on the European Cricket Network.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to a very wet cube at the moment. The thing is, it's only just keeping us dry, and it's wet because, well, as you saw at the end of that match between Indo-Bulgarian and the Spartans, the heavens opened. There was thunder, there was lightning, and the rain has just got heavier and heavier. You can see it there. I mean, that shows, wow, well, that is fantastically captured there by Spring Productions. And of course, spare a thought for those guys up there, Andres, Martins, and also Martha. They're up there in those conditions filming while we're complaining about being rained on in our cube. Yeah, it's not what we want to see, is not what we want to hear, and the news that we bring, Charlie, is not good either.
No, it's really not. So the news coming here from the ground is going to be that today's play, so that will be matches 55 and 56. They will both be abandoned and the points will be shared. And well, that basically brings us to the end of the round robins, and it basically means that we know our top 4 for finals day tomorrow, albeit we'll be get cricket in tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest worry now, really, isn't it? Because, I mean, this is very heavy. You just saw that. Maybe, Andres, we can just show what's happening out there once again, just so that people tuning in can have a look. It is absolutely bucketing it down. There's no other way to put it. And all of the work, the hard work that's been done by a lot of the ground crew here, and the players, the umpires, the blue crew, and though it's been extraordinary, when you look at that, it's soul destroying, because it basically means you're back where you started from. If this rain continues throughout the night, then tomorrow, well, I don't know. Tomorrow is going to be a challenge in itself. But we can at least remind people what we are expecting to see tomorrow, because the way things do finish, that the first match that we expect to see, so semi-final number 1, will be the Medical University of Sofia taking on Indo-Bulgarian. Indo-Bulgarian only just getting there, right? They were lucky to get their matches in.
Well, this is the thing. That's the first thing. You also got to remember that that's a repeat of last year's final. Yeah. That's the thing as well. So that's going to be a really exciting matchup. Fingers crossed that we will see it unfold in any way, shape or form, whether it's 10 overs, whether it's 3 overs, anyway, we hope and keep our fingers crossed that we can get to that one.
Certainly. Semi-final number 2? What
yeah,
are you thinking?
Well, that's going to be an interesting one, as it's going to see the Spartans taking on Istanbul KSK. And yeah, Istanbul KSK, by the way, finishing unbeaten in their entire total of the round robins. There's confirmation, though, as for anyone who likes to see it visually, you can see their match 57 and 58. Those 2 semi-finals, MU Sofia taking on the Indo-Bulgarians, and then it's going to be Istanbul KSK taking on the Sofia Spartans. And by the way, this this cube's not airtight.
This cube, I reckon, if it carries on like this, it is going to be washed away downstream. And tomorrow, you got any wellies?
No, I don't, but I might have to go buy some.
You might have to come in a wellie. So look, we do have a semi-final lineup tomorrow. So we're looking forward to seeing those matches, because they're all going to be pretty tasty. Well, Istanbul KSK obviously looking in to spoil the party for all of the sides here in Bulgaria. And really, you wouldn't put it past them at the moment, the form that they're showing. They'll be disappointed that they weren't able to get the matches in today. But of course, another team that you really have to feel for is the Barbarians. The Barbarians are a team that are made up of a homegrown talent, a team that we've really seen improve over the years. And I think in this series, only the one time that they were really blown away, wasn't it? Only that one time. Other than that, they were competitive, they played well, and I think their captain, Dimo Nikolov, he's going to be disappointed, but at the same time, he should be very proud the way their boys have played. They're just going to miss out on that 4th spot.
No, 100%, and it's, do you know what, it's been a credit to all of the Barbars as well, because, great nickname, by the way. But yeah, no, the Barbarians have been outstanding. I mean, firstly, the way they've carried themselves off the pitch has been exceptional. There's been no issues regarding that, but then they've also carried themselves really well on the pitch at the moment as the rain gets heavier and heavier, and we're getting attacked at some point as well. But yeah, you've also got to remember a huge thanks to Pleven as well for their involvement, although they were the only points they got were from abandoning games, but they weren't too upset about that.
They were partying when they got them.
They were very, very happy with that. And also to Trachia as well. A huge thanks to all 3 of those teams, but unfortunately, it can only be 4 teams that go to the finals there.
Yeah, it can only be the 4 teams. And I think when you look at all of the play that we've seen, and when you look at everything in context, I think we'd have to say, without being too unfair to Barbarians, that on paper, probably the best 4 teams have 100%. Made it to the semi-finals. So, weather permitting, we will see this tomorrow. But I get the feeling, Charlie, look, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I get the feeling that tomorrow
probably going to be similar today. We're going to probably have to spend, if the rain stops, a lot of time sort of cleaning up, getting rid of much of the water as we can, and perhaps seeing, like you've already mentioned, perhaps seeing some shortened over matches in those first 2 semi-finals. But as long as we get some cricket in.
Well, the thing is as well, you've got to remember that the fun doesn't stop tomorrow. Supposedly, we're going to have some internationals coming up on the Saturday and Sunday as well. So that's something that we've got to take into consideration as well. I mean, I'm looking out there at the moment in our view, and those puddles that we were spending hours, I say everyone was spending hours picking up, they're back straight away, and it's been probably about 20 minutes of rain.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's only so much water that a ground can take. So, I mean, all right, it's not good news at the moment. It's not good news for us today. It's not the way that we wanted to finish the last day of the group matches. It doesn't look too promising for tomorrow. And you mentioned quite rightly, of course, that the weekend we got those internationals. So it's the other thing to bear in mind is, okay, you could go out there and say, you know what, let's just play. But then if you play with the outfield the way that it is now, then you can forget about any more cricket on this field for the next week or so, because it will be absolutely ruined. So a lot of things to take into consideration. But as we are taking the opportunity to say goodbye to you all, I think we must mention a lot of the hard work that's been done behind the scenes here. It's not possible to mention everybody by name, but I think all of the umpires have been fantastic. I mean, Ian Rummage, who was actually day off today, was here first thing in the morning mucking in. Medadal has done extremely well. Everyone from the Blue Crew being absolutely sensational. All the teams, all the captains that were due to play here today, they came, they worked hard, they tried to get play happen. And even if it was like we just saw before, a 3-over match. So well done to everybody. Thank you very much to the Federation as well, the likes of Prakash and also, Andrev, and also the Professor as well, Kilov. He was here as well, mucking in. But there's only so much that people can do. And of course, I've said already, a big shout out to our production crew, Spring Productions, who through it all have been working pretty hard. And also, look, I know we both want to say a massive thank you to our global audience, and particularly everybody on the chat as well, that even though there hasn't been any cricket going on, you've been there for us, and you've been there for European cricket. So thank you very much for your support on this very, truly frustrating day.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Your patience is very much appreciated, because trust me, it's frustrating for us here on the ground, but we also know how frustrating it is at home waiting for some cricket on your screens. But once again, hopefully, we will get some tomorrow, in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, hopefully we will. I suppose we may have a few highlights of the day coming out. I don't know, Andres, if you've managed to get too many saved up, but there's always a few highlights as well. I hope you've enjoyed some of the classic matches that we put on for you as well. And one thing on those classic matches, I will say to you, let us know other matches that you think
100%
that you'd like to see, because I think when we have days like this, and we're always scratching around and finding ones that we enjoy, but it would be always great to hear from yourselves as well, which ones you'd like to see again. But I think on that note, on a sad note, but hopefully optimistic one for tomorrow, we'll have to say goodbye.
Yep, no, there isn't really much more to tell you apart from the fact that confirmation, the day's play has been abandoned. The 2 games, the points will be shared, and at the moment we're going to go back and do some dances that keeps the rain away.
Yeah, we'll do our best. So until tomorrow, hasta mañana mi familia.
See you later.